right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, Eddie Cantor, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. Now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's early evening, and George is just stopping in at the corner cigar store on his way home from the office.
Evening, Joe. I'll take a half a dozen cigars, please.
Sure thing, Mr. Burns. Usual kind?
Sure, I wouldn't smoke anything but Perfecto Royales. Here's your money, Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burns, but the price on Perfecto Royales has gone up.
What, again?
I'm afraid so. From now on, you get only 2 for a nickel.
Okay, here's another dime. Great little cigar, this. Got a light, Joe?
Look, Mr. Burns, I've asked you a few times. Please don't smoke them things in here. They smell up the place something awful.
Okay, I kind of like the aroma myself.
Well, George Burns.
Eddie Cantor. Hi, Eddie.
Well, George, so this is the place you buy those secret weapons you smoke.
Eddie, please, these happen to be very fine cigars.
Oh, sure. You walk through Los Angeles smoking those things, and a poor innocent rubber factory gets all the blame.
Not true. Here, just try one of them.
No, thanks. I can't smoke that stuff. Let's have my own brand, Joe. There's a quarter.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. Here's your 10 cigars.
They've gone up again, huh?
Well, so we both smoke Perfecto Royales.
I guess so. What makes them smell like that when you smoke them, Joe?
I use very cheap matches.
Well, how's everything, George? Is Gracie okay?
Oh, sure. How was the sextet from Cantor?
Fine. I'm a bachelor these days, you know. Ida took the girls on a little trip to the Mojave Desert.
It's hot and dusty, and there's nothing out there but an army camp. Ida must be crazy to take the girls to the Mojave Desert.
George, Ida knows what she's been doing. Those boys haven't seen a girl for 6 months.
Boy, you're really anxious to get those girls married, aren't you?
Are you kidding? If a man will marry one of them, I'll throw in another one as a cook. I'll see you later, George. I'm starving. I'm going over to the restaurant and get myself some dinner. Huh?
Restaurant? Oh, no, Eddie. You come home and have dinner with me.
Oh, George, I wouldn't think of it. Food is a problem these days.
Don't be silly. Gracie's a wonderful manager. Our icebox is loaded.
No, thanks, George, but I wouldn't dream of it.
Now, Eddie...
No, George, really.
But I'm sure that
Positively no, George.
Well, okay.
George, don't give up like that. Argue with me. Argue with me.
You mean you will come?
Certainly, I can be handled.
Well, swell. Let's go. Gracie will be tickled to see you.
Good, I'll be glad.
Put the packages right on the sofa, Bill.
Okay, Gracie.
Oh, it was awfully sweet of you to give me a lift home from downtown. My goodness, I was surprised when a car drove up and a man whistled at me and it turned out to be you.
Not half as surprised as I was, Gracie, when it turned out to be you.
Well, I'd ask you to stay to dinner, Bill, but I haven't a bit of food in the house.
No food at all?
Mm-mm. But George will probably stop on the way home and pick up something.
Yeah, maybe.
Hello, darling.
Hello, sweetheart.
Well, hiya, George. Well, hi, Eddie.
Look, Gracie, I've got a surprise for you, dear. I brought Eddie Cantor home for dinner.
Oh, George, we couldn't need an old friend.
No. I brought Eddie home to enjoy one of your home-cooked meals.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah, those restaurants are getting me down. The owner of one place even told me to get out and never come back.
Why do you do that?
I offended the help. You see, the waiter spilled hot soup in my lap, and when I carelessly jumped up, Some of it splashed on the busboy. Didn't want to...
Well, your worries are over, Eddie. We'll give you a real feed tonight, won't we, Gracie?
Oh, sure. George, can I see you in the kitchen a minute?
Okay, sweetheart.
George Burns, are you out of your mind?
Huh?
There's not a bit of food in this house, and you bring home Eddie Cantor, who eats like a horse.
He doesn't eat so much.
Oh, no, he's so full of food that his eyes pop out.
Now, take it easy, honey. If there's nothing in the house, just slip over to the market and buy something.
Well, I'd be glad to if you'll just slip over to Washington and get some ration stamps from Mrs. Roosevelt.
Gee, are they all gone?
Well, yes. And even if we had points, our butcher wouldn't have any meat. He's completely out of it.
Well, he must have something.
You think so, huh? Well, what did we eat last night?
Oxtails?
There you are. You come to the end of the ox.
We must have some canned food. What's in the pantry?
Cobwebs.
Wait, I've got it. Bill Goodwin is a single guy, and he eats out a lot. Maybe he can spare some ration for Stan.
Well, ask him. He's in there talking to Eddie.
No, Eddie, no.
Oh, but Bill.
No, Eddie, I'm sorry.
But they're so beautiful, and you can have your pick of any of the 5.
Bill, can I see you in the kitchen?
Just a minute, George. Now, Bill.
No, Eddie, why don't you talk to Harry Von Zell?
Oh, that Von Zell. I invited him to my house for dinner, left him alone with my daughters, turned the lights down low.
Yeah?
He told them about Ipana.
Oh, that stupid man.
You said it. I'll bet you wouldn't do that, huh, Bill?
Well, of course not. I'd tell him about Swan soap.
Oh, huh?
Well, sure. I'd tell him that Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby, for dishes, and for light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, can I see you for a second?
Just a minute, George. Look, Bill. You're alone with a girl. The lights are low. You put your arms around her waist. Draw her close. Pucker up your lips.
Yeah?
Is that any time to tell her about soap?
You know, you're right, Eddie. That's the time for action.
Sure.
So I take her out to the kitchen and show her how Swan works. Yes, sir. I'll show her what a job it does on dishes and how it gives you loads of suds. And I'll remind her that with Swan in the dishpan, you don't have to worry about your hands. Swan helps keep them from getting rough and red.
Bill, please, in the kitchen. It's very important.
Take him. That guy's got so much soap on the brain he'll wind up marrying a bubble dancer.
No, sir, only if her bubble is from Swan soap.
Oh, scram. Get out of here.
Well, gee whiz, Swan is a great wartime buy.
Come on, Bill. Look, Bill, we're in a jam. Have you got any ration stamps?
Well, I'm sorry, George. I'd like to help you, but I'm all out.
Well, that's funny. You never eat at home.
Well, no, Gracie, but you see, I buy a lot of food as an investment.
You make money with it?
Well, who's talking about money? Today, girls fall for my applesauce faster when it's in a can. So long, George.
Well, he was a big help. Now what do we do?
Well, look, Eddie has a large family. He should have some extra stamps.
Yeah, but gee, he's our guest. We can't ask him for stamps.
No, but I've got an idea. Come on. Oh, well, Eddie, how's Ida?
Oh, she's fine, thanks. She and the girls went down to the desert, you know.
Oh, they took their ration books with them, of course.
No. As a matter of fact, I have them right here in my pocket.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Eddie, it's awfully warm in here. Wouldn't you like to take your coat off?
No, I'm quite comfortable.
Oh, come on. Let George hang it up for you.
Well, if you insist.
All right, here's his coat, dear. You know what to do. We like people to feel at home here, Eddie. Of course, I wouldn't ask a stranger to take his coat off, but you're different.
You mean I'm more like one of the family?
No, I mean you don't embarrass George. Your shoulders come off with your coat just like his do.
Gracie.
Yes, dear?
Not there.
Oh. Eddie?
Yes?
Are you sure Ida didn't take the books with her?
You mean the ration books?
Yes.
Oh, positive. They're right here in my pants pocket.
Oh. Eddie, it's awfully warm in here. Wouldn't you like to...
Oh, no.
Our young tenor Jimmy Cash and the selection, this lovely ballad that revives memories of the great showboat, Make Believe.
The game of just supposing is the sweetest game I know. Our dreams are more romantic than the world we see. And if the things we dream about don't happen to be so, that's just an unimportant technicality. We could make believe I love you, only make believe that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you, couldn't I, couldn't we make believe our lips are blending in a phantom kiss, or two or three? Might it well make believe I love you? To tell the truth, I do.
Thank you, Jimmy. After George and Gracie found they couldn't get Eddie Cantor's ration books, they went back into the kitchen, where they're now trying desperately to dream up a dinner.
Oh, George, this is terrible. I simply haven't got a thing for him to eat.
Well, don't give up, sweetheart. Isn't there anything cold in the icebox?
Well, yes, there is. But do you think ice cubes are nourishing?
I guess not.
Oh, I know. We'll set the clocks back, give him a glass of orange juice, and tell him we eat a late breakfast.
It wouldn't work even if we had orange juice. Gracie, look around while I go in and keep Eddie from getting suspicious.
All right, dear.
Well, Eddie, the home cooking is on the way. Are you getting hungry?
Hungry? George, under my belt is the only vacancy in Los Angeles.
We'll take care of that, kid.
George, I know I'm a fool for asking this, a dreamer with my head in the clouds, but is there a candy bar in the house?
Sorry, Eddie.
I knew it. Do you remember the old days when you could step up to a counter and say to the clerk, give me a candy bar, and he'd say with or without nuts?
Yeah.
Now you say, give me a candy bar, and he just says nuts.
Well, take it easy. We'll be eating soon.
Oh, getting hungry, Eddie?
Yeah. Gracie, there's an awful gnawing in my stomach.
Say, maybe it's your appendix. Oh, instead of having dinner, wouldn't you rather go to a hospital?
Gracie, my appendix is out. I had it taken out 8 years ago.
Oh, really? Well, do you think you should eat a heavy meal so soon after your operation?
There's nothing wrong with me. I could eat nails.
Oh, George, why didn't we think of that?
You know, it's always a kick being with you two at that. It brings back the days when we were in vaudeville together and how different those days were.
Yeah.
Why, there were times where we didn't know where our next meal was coming from.
Seems like old times, doesn't it?
Remember the night when there wasn't any food and we ate the parrot in the bird act?
It was a big green parrot like the one Miss Pringle has next door.
Miss Pringle has a parrot?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
George Burns, come back here.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'll get back to my cooking. You entertain Eddie.
Getting hungry, Eddie?
Look, was there anything left on your breakfast table this morning?
Nothing but the morning newspaper.
Well, let me have it. If there isn't a picture of Hitler in it, I'll eat it.
Eddie, I promise you that...
George, come into the kitchen.
Excuse me. Well?
Well, our troubles are over. I found 2 cans of shrimp in the broom closet.
Gee, that's wonderful. Will it be enough?
Oh, certainly. We'll have shrimp cocktail, cream of shrimp soup, shrimp salad, fried shrimp, and rhubarb pie.
Rhubarb pie?
Yeah, but don't be surprised if it tastes like shrimp.
Okay, I'll get started. I'll run and give Eddie the good news. Well, cheer up, kid. We'll be eating in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Don't shake it, George. Just bring it to me.
Well, you'll be glad you waited when you get that delicious home-cooked food.
I hope Gracie didn't bother with a lot of fancy stuff. You know, I'm the sort of a guy who can eat anything.
Well, good.
In fact, there's only one thing I can't eat.
One thing?
Just one.
Shrimp.
How did you know?
I'll be right back. Hold the shrimp, Gracie. He can't eat it.
Well, you stay here. I've got an idea that can't fail. Eddie, a terrible thing happened.
What, Gracie?
The gas company just turned off our gas.
Turn off your gas? Why?
Well, George gambled away the gas money.
No.
Yes. He's weak, Eddie. Gambling is in his blood. Every month he takes the gas money and either rolls pool or shoots horses.
George does that?
Yes, and the stove is covered with chicken and steaks and chops, all for you. But there's no gas to cook them with.
I don't suppose you'd serve them raw.
Oh, my goodness, no.
You and your civilization. Well, there's only one thing for me to do.
Go to a restaurant, huh?
No, I'll call the gas company and tell them I'll pay the bill myself.
Oh, you get some pretty silly ideas, don't you?
I'll call them right now.
Never mind. The gas just came on again. I can smell it. Oh, George, my idea didn't work. You go out and stall for a while.
Okay. Getting hungry, Eddie?
You miserable heel.
Huh?
Gracie told me how you gambled away the gas money, and that's why we haven't got any dinner.
Oh, is that what Gracie...
Yes, shame on you, George.
Yeah, I'm just a big louse.
Why, gambling is the worst vice a man can have. Gambling is vicious. It's low. It's mean.
Yeah, I know. I always lose, too.
You lose?
Always.
You never win?
Never.
George, it just happens that I have a pair of dice here in my pocket. Let's discuss this further on our knees.
Okay.
Just get down here.
Time for Felix Mills, his orchestra, and the Swantet, with a vivid sketch of that menacing Moll, that bat was the gat known as...
Pistol packing mama.
Yes.
Listen to the story of a red-haired gal named Peg. She shot a pistol in the air
and hit me in the leg.
I lay that pistol down, babe. I lay that pistol down. The pistol cracking mama. Lay that pistol down. Yeah, Pappy made a batch of corn, the revenuers came. They're going slow, so now you know you can't do that to me.
My gracious!
Lay that pistol down, babe, lay it down. Lay that pistol down. Oh, you pistol packing mama, won't you lay that pistol down?
Well, it looks like Eddie Cantor is finally going to get something to eat. Gracie's girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell, has just arrived with her ration book.
Gracie, I rushed over as soon as you called me. Here's my ration book.
Oh, thank you, Tootsie.
That's all right, Gracie. I'm only sorry there are no points in it.
No points?
Well, what happened to them, Tootsie? You had 100 points yesterday.
Well, you know the arrangement I have with my butcher.
Oh, you mean where he gives you a kiss for each extra point you give him?
Yes. Well, this morning I bought some hamburger for 2 points and just kissed her ass goodbye.
Well, now we're really sunk. I better go and install Eddie again.
All right, dear.
Getting hungry, Eddie?
Getting, he says. I could eat the black keys right off of that piano.
You could?
Well, not right away. I want to let the white ones digest first.
Gee, I'm sorry about the delay, Eddie. Maybe I shouldn't have invited you up here tonight.
Oh, don't be silly, George. It's a pleasure to eat with you and Gracie. The word eat, of course, I use very, very loosely.
Yes, I understand.
But at least you and Gracie don't want me to put anybody in pictures.
What do you mean?
Well, since I became a movie producer, everywhere I go, they drag out the cook, the dog, the kid, and ask me to give them a job.
And you don't like that?
I hate it. It's the most When that happens, I get right up and leave.
Even if you're invited to dinner?
Absolutely.
I'll be right back. Gracie, I've got a wonderful idea.
Now who did you invite to dinner? Edward Arnold?
No. Eddie Cantor is a movie producer now. And it's your chance to get Tootsie here into pictures.
Me?
Sure.
Sure, that is a wonderful idea. Come on, Tootsie.
Oh, all right.
Well, Eddie. Yeah. Eddie, I've got a marvelous surprise for you. This is Miss Tootsie Sagwell.
Well, bring me a knife and fork, huh?
No. Eddie, you don't understand. Tootsie's the new Shirley Temple.
Oh, no.
Oh, she'll be wonderful for your new picture. She's a magnificent dramatic actress. Cry, Tootsie. Yes! You see?
Please, I would like a bowl of soup.
Well, look, dinner will be served right after you sign Tootsie for your picture, and not a minute before.
Bring me a fountain pen.
Oh, Mr. Cantor, you're wonderful.
Eddie, they're hounding you. Why don't you walk out?
I'm too weak to walk.
Here's the pen.
Wait a minute. Not so fast. I know why you're putting this sweet, innocent girl into pictures. You're a wolf.
I'm a wolf?
You are? Oh, shame on you, Eddie Cantor. And you with 5 puppies.
She's right.
If you hire Tootsie, you have to hire her mother as a chaperone.
She's hired. Let's eat.
Oh, I'm going to run home and tell Mother the good news. You won't have to pay Mother a salary, Mr. Cantor. Now and then, just let her squeeze Charles Colburn.
At last. Now for the food.
Well, all right. Sit down, everybody. Hungry, Eddie?
Bring it in.
Oh, wait. First, I'll have to light the candles. Got a match there?
No, dear.
Here's a match.
Oh, no, I couldn't take your matches. You're our guest.
Guess schmest. I'll light 'em myself. There. Well?
George, bring in the food.
Me? You bring it in.
Oh, we've got company. Blow out the candles.
Oh, no.
Come in.
Well, hiya, folks. Oh, excuse me. You're ready to eat dinner. I'll drop back later.
Oh, no, come in, Bill.
Bill. We're in no hurry to eat.
No, it's all right.
Say, Bill.
Yes.
Bill, Eddie just signed Tootsie Sagwell to a movie contract.
What? Tootsie and Eddie's picture?
Yeah.
Oh, gee, Eddie, I better send you some Swan soap.
So, what for?
Well, if you're going to be washed up in pictures, I want it to be with Swan. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one. Soap for your dishes, light laundry for bathing the baby, and for your bath or complexion.
Go away. Will you go away?
Well, Eddie, what's the matter? Don't you believe that Swan is 4 soaps in one?
Look, I'll make it 5. Put ketchup on it, and I'll eat it.
Oh, no, I wouldn't advise that, Eddie. But just try Swan for bathing the baby. Swan is pure as fine cast eels. Doctors recommend it because Swan is so mild and gentle, it's kind even to a baby's tender skin. And if Swan is that mild, well, it must be a great complexion soap for grown-ups, too.
Bill, my son, listen to me. I'm not a young man anymore. In fact, I'll never see 30 again. I've lived a long time, and I formed certain habits, some good, some bad, but the habits I can't break. Eating is one of them. Now, will you get out of here?
Well, sure. Why didn't you say you were hungry, Eddie? I'll go.
Oh, Bill, just a minute. Maybe Mr. Cantor will put you in his picture.
Gracie,
Picture? Oh, what an idea. Listen, I'll be the new Charles Boyer. Get this, kid.
Ah, Hetty, the Casbah. I used to like the Casbah. Now I like the Swan Bar. Breaks in two. Use half in the kitchen for the dishes and light laundry, and half in the bathroom for the shower. Eddie, I love.
Well, there's your leading man, Eddie. You can start shooting any time.
If I only had a gun.
Well, listen, we'll sign the contract later. Got to break this news to Luella Parton.
Now? Now can we eat?
Well, I like the candles. Got a match there.
No, I haven't.
I'll light them. There. Well?
Oh, it's the telephone. Blow out the candles, George.
It's murder!
Hello? Who? Oh, yes, he's here. Eddie, it's for you.
Carry me over to the telephone.
Here's the
Here's
phone,
the
Eddie.
phone.
Hello? Oh, hello, Ida. Gee, I'm glad you're back. Yes, I'll be right home. George and Gracie invited me to stay for dinner, but I'd rather have something to eat. See you in a minute, Ida. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Eddie, now that you're going, I might as well tell you the truth. We haven't got a bit of food in the house.
What?
Yeah, that's right, Eddie. You kind of caught us with our points down.
Well, why didn't you tell me? Get your hats and come on home with me. Our icebox is always loaded.
Oh, we couldn't do that.
Come on, Ida'll be tickled to see you. You know Ida. When Ida Hello, Ida.
Eddie, darling.
Look who's here.
Why, George, Gracie, I'm so glad to see you.
I invited them over here for dinner.
Eddie, I'd like to see you in the kitchen for a minute.
Come on, dear. The shrimp is still in the broom closet.
Well, George and Gracie will be back in a second, and I'm just going to stay here long enough to remind you gals that your good lingerie, your best stockings, and your fine woolen things must really last a long time nowadays. So better give them the best care you can. And to me, that means washing them with Swan, the new white floating soap. Swan is so mild and gentle, it'll give your fine things the kind of washing that avoids unnecessary wear and tear. Look, it stands to reason that if Swan's kind to a baby's skin, it's going to be kind to fabrics, too. And incidentally, kind to your hands while you're doing your light laundry. Swan's a swell buy any time, a great buy in wartime. Well, here they are again, America's lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie.
Hurry up, Gracie. Hurry up and lock the door. I'm hungry for that shrimp.
All right, dear. The key is here in my purse somewhere. There's my compact, my lipstick. Well, look what's here.
What?
A book full of racing stamps. I forgot I had them.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Pat O'Brien. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Know what they're all saying?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further when you're cooking with fries.
Yes, ma'am. Spry's the buy.
For fried food, cake, and pie, it's gotta be Spry. It's so easy to remember, and oh, what a buy. Just tell your grocer, I want Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting...
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
Good evening. This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castile. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen Our guests, Pat O'Brien, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantette. Now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning at the Burns house, and George is upstairs getting dressed to go to the office. Gracie is in the living room talking to Miss Pringle, a spinster from New England who recently moved in next door.
Where's that precious husband of yours? Still in bed at this hour?
Oh, no, George is up. He gets up early.
Early? Huh. In New England, I get up with the chickens. Go to bed with them, too.
My goodness, don't the feathers tickle you?
Your husband's just like all Californians. Lazy.
Oh. Well, don't you like California?
No, don't.
What's the matter with it?
Too far west.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't like it here.
Why did I ever leave New England?
Yeah, why did you leave New England?
Had to.
Why?
Despised it.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good morning, dear. Well, Miss Pringle. And how are you today?
Huh.
I have very short talks with her.
George, I think I'll go downtown with you this morning. I want to buy some nightgowns.
You've got dozens of them already.
But, George, this is a sale. And besides, nightgowns wear out faster at this time of the year. The nights are getting longer.
Gracie, buying a nightgown you don't need is unpatriotic. You see, that's the kind of spending the government doesn't want us to do.
The government? You mean President Roosevelt?
That's right. President Roosevelt doesn't want you to buy a nightgown.
Oh, George, he's never even seen me in a nightgown.
Gracie, what I'm trying to say is this. Everything is scarce now, hard to get. When you buy something, you make it even scarcer and boost the price. The way to keep prices down is to buy only what you absolutely need. Get it?
I think so.
Look, Gracie, take what you would put into a nightgown and put it in the bank.
You old silly boy.
Gracie, I mean the money. Put the money in the bank.
Ah.
Or better yet, put it to something that yields 3 times as much interest. War bonds.
Oh, now I see. Well, thanks for explaining it, George. Oh, I guess I've married the smartest man in the whole world.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. There are men smarter than me.
Oh.
Well, if you're going to pin me down. Anyway, don't change the subject. Instead of buying new things, we should make the old things last. Look, where do we keep our old clothes?
Right here in this hall closet.
I'll bet we can still use some of this stuff. What's this?
Oh, this is my wedding gown.
Oh, sure. Kept it out of sentiment, huh?
Uh-huh.
I kept the full dress suit I wore, too.
I know. The fellow you rented from still keeps calling.
What's this over here?
Oh, that's what Mama gave us for our last anniversary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bet they don't build them like this anymore.
I guess not.
What do you suppose it is?
I don't know.
I hope she tells us one of these days.
Yeah, that would be nice. What's in the box?
Oh, sentimental souvenirs of my girlhood days. Everything in this box has a tender significance. For instance, this piece of cactus.
What's tender about a piece of cactus?
Oh, it taught me the meaning of love. It was in a high school picnic, and Joe Sweeney was my date. For 2 hours, he held me on his lap, and he didn't even know he was sitting in that cactus.
Must have been a tender memory for Joe.
Oh, sure. Oh, and look at this. The first bottle of perfume I ever bought. That was the turning point in my life.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Up to then, I've been trying to attract boys with bath salts.
What's in that box?
More souvenirs. Letters from boys. Pictures of boys. Presents from boys. Notes from boys.
You were sort of boy crazy, weren't you?
Well, all girls are at that age, George. It's normal and healthy, and I was even a little healthier than most of them.
Sure.
Oh, and look, here's a snapshot of a boy I really had a crush on. He was captain of the football team.
He looks kind of familiar. What's his name?
Pat O'Brien.
Pat O'Brien? Is he the movie star?
That's right. He's always in those pictures where the other fella gets the girl and he walks off alone in the sunset.
Well, if you were such friends, how is it you never asked him over here?
Well, I kind of thought you might be jealous of him.
Oh, don't be silly. Why should I be jealous of your high school sweetheart?
Well, because he went to high school.
I see.
But I'm glad I married a self-made man. When other women brag about their husbands, I just sit there and laugh.
You do?
Sure. Because I know that when my turn comes along to brag about you, they're going to laugh.
I see.
I like your looks, George. You have a face with character, an interesting face. And I'm proud when people take me for your daughter.
Thanks, kid.
Well, hi, people.
Hello,
Hello,
Bill.
Bill.
What goes on?
Oh, a little wartime economy. I'm going to make the old worn out things do for the duration.
Oh, that's good, Gracie. We're all fond of George.
Bill, would you like to go steady?
Oh, and look what I just found in the closet, Bill. A picture of Pat O'Brien and me, taken when he was captain of our high school football team.
Gee, Gracie, that reminds me of my football days. I'll never forget the big game. The crowd's yelling, "Come on, Bill! Come on, Bill!" And me racing down the field. The whole Notre Dame team chasing me.
Well, did you make a touchdown, Bill?
Oh, I didn't have the ball. They were after my swan soul.
Oh, no. No.
Well, sure. Swan's a real All-American, a 4-time winner. It's great for your complexion, perfect for bathing the baby, and solid suds for doing dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
And you always played football with a bar of Swan in your pocket?
Voted the cleanest player in the league.
Where was this, Bill?
In college, Gracie. I worked my way through college, you see, waiting tables in a sorority house. Oh, did I have fun. There were some swell-looking dishes there.
Well, didn't the sorority mother watch you?
No, she'd be in the front room with the girls.
Oh, where were you?
In the kitchen washing the dishes.
Oh, the swell-looking dishes.
Sure, that's a picnic with Swan, the new white floating soap. Swan gives you a dishpan full of suds. And look at my hands. They don't get rough and red with Swan. Swan's so mild it helps protect your hands, gives them a beauty treatment.
Well, I'm going to the office. Want to share a strap on the bus with me, Bill?
No, George. I think I'll stay here and tell Gracie what a great wartime buy Swan soap is.
Yeah, do that. She never heard about Swan. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, I'm going to call Pat O'Brien and invite him over. He'll get a kick out of seeing his picture.
Yeah.
And he'll get along beautifully with George, too. 2 rugged out-of-door men.
Well, now, wait a minute, Gracie. What's rugged about George?
Well, he's a great hunter and trapper.
Really?
Oh, sure. You know that big bearskin rug we have in the den?
Yeah?
Well, George trapped the mouse that chewed a hole in it.
No fooling. The Swantet joins our popular young tenor, Jimmy Cash, in a ballad that's truly heavenly music. Jimmy?
I seem to hear heavenly music. Every time you're near, there's heavenly music. I look at you, and suddenly angel voices sing. Bells begin to ring as we soar higher and higher. Why is my heart blissfully swaying? That's because it hears violins playing. And if the things I read in your eyes are true, then you hear heavenly music.
now afternoon in the Burns home, and George is still at the office. Gracie phoned Pat O'Brien, and she's now in the living room awaiting his arrival.
Coming.
Well, here I am.
Well, Pat O'Brien.
Don't move. Don't move. Just stand there a minute and let me look at you.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Gracie, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as beautiful as ever.
And you've only seen one side of me. Should I turn around?
No, I'm convinced. Oh, your eyes still have the sparkle of the lakes of Killarney.
Aha, go along with your Blarney Patrick O'Brien, huh?
Oh, don't be after calling it Blarney. It isn't the way of an O'Brien to flatter every woman he meets.
Tisn't?
Sure it isn't.
Tisn't.
I'm telling the truth. She's the prettiest girl you are that I've ever set my eyes upon.
Tis?
Sure and tis.
Tisn't.
Tis.
Tisn't.
All right, then, tisn't.
Tis too.
Oh, gee, Gracie. Things might have been different with us if you hadn't married that juggler.
Oh, George isn't a juggler. He's a comedian.
Hello, Dad.
Oh, it's George. George, this is Pat O'Brien.
Pleasure to meet you, Pat. Thanks, George. Well, how's the juggling game? Juggling?
No, Pat thought you were a juggler.
Oh, no, I'm not a juggler. Say, Gracie, speaking of your husband juggling, remember Jughead Bodkin? I'm not a juggler.
Oh, sure. Good old Jughead. He was the great big fella, wasn't he?
No, that was Fatso Finnegan.
Oh, that's right. Good old Fatso.
Whatever became of him?
Well, he married Jughead Bodkin's sister.
Oh, really? Wasn't she a swell-looking girl by name Annie?
No, you're thinking of Annie O'Toole, who married Spud Murphy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Spud. He was a short, stocky fellow with a mole.
No, that was Knuckles Bilden.
Look,
He
folks.
married Fatso Finnegan's sister Rosie. You know, a cute little bow-legged girl.
No, you're thinking of Michael Mayer's sister Fanny, who married Tim McGonigal.
Oh, that's right. Good old Tim.
Look, folks.
Wasn't he the stout boy with the buck teeth?
No, that was Fatso Finnegan.
Oh, sure, good old Fatso. Whatever became of him?
Oh, he married Jughead Bodkin's sister.
Oh.
Folks, my name is Burns.
What?
George Burns. I'm engaged to Fatso Finnegan.
Oh, my goodness, Pat. I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
Oh, so we are. Well, well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
I'm not a juggler.
No, George is a comedian. Nobody can tell a joke like he can.
Thanks, dear.
George, tell Pat the joke about the moron who went through the screen door and strained himself.
Tell it? You.
Go ahead, tell it, dear.
A moron went through a screen door and strained himself.
You don't juggle at all, huh?
No.
Say, Pat, you know who George reminds me of? Millie Rhyme. Wasn't she a circus?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember what she said to the street cleaner the time he asked her for a kiss?
Oh, I'll say I do.
What did she say?
I thought I'd die.
Oh, I never heard anything so funny in my life.
What did she say?
I think it was the best crack Millie ever made.
What did she say?
She said, yeah. Oh, I forget. What did she say, Pat?
I don't remember either.
Oh, but George, I wish you could have been there.
I wish I were there now.
Oh, my goodness, Pat. I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
Oh, so we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
Look, I'm not a juggler.
Isn't it a small world, Gracie? Millie married a juggler, too.
Oh, no, she married Timmy Conley.
Oh, I thought he married Katie McDonald.
Oh, no, Katie married Pat Houlihan.
Anybody know Sam Newman?
Pat Houlihan, you say, Gracie?
Yes. Don't you remember Pat Houlihan?
Oh, sure, I remember him.
Well, today he's an alderman.
No.
Yes.
Look, folks.
And remember Tommy Fitzpatrick?
Oh, of course I remember him.
Well, he's a police captain now.
No.
Yes.
Look, folks.
And remember Frank Casey?
Frank Casey? No, I don't.
Wait a minute. I remember Frank Casey. You introduced me to him once. What about him?
Nothing ever happened to him.
Oh.
I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
Oh, so we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
Fine. Juggling game is fine. How would you folks like some ginger ale?
Say, that reminds me, Gracie. Whatever became of Ginger O'Connor?
I couldn't have picked root beer.
Ginger married a man named Sam Root who runs a beer hall.
Nothing would have helped me.
Say, Gracie, you know, I'm afraid we're leaving your husband out of the conversation.
Oh, so we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
I gave it up. I'm a magician now. I also have a dog act and I sing. Say, I think I'll sing right now.
Well, George, if you sing, we won't be able to talk.
I will now sing 15 or 20 songs. Gracie, sit down at the piano. I'll start with Ain't Misbehavin'.
Oh, good. This is one of his best cats.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving, I'm happy on the shelf.
Pat, remember this?
No.
With the toot and the flute and the twiddle on the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up and down, hands about, crossing to the wall, oh, happy is the gaiety till the fluters ball. Yeah!
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving, I'm happy on the shelf.
Oh, Pat, remember this? If you would like to see the heights of hospitality, the kind of
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving, I'm happy on
the Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. Tonight, Felix and his muse take to the pipe the blow of all things on the Swan Show, Bubbles.
I've looked everywhere, and I still can't find it. I'm forever blowing bubbles, pretty bubbles in the
Well, George and Gracie and Pat O'Brien are still sitting around the living room. And at last, the topic of conversation has changed. No more talk about Jughead Bodkin, Fatso Finnegan, or Spud Murphy.
Pat, do you remember Muscles Malone?
Sure, good old Muscle. Oh, there was a real football player, the greatest our school ever had.
Oh, no, Pat, you were the greatest.
No, Muscles was the greatest.
No, you were the greatest.
I used to play football.
No, Muscles was the greatest. Oh, what a tackler that boy was.
I was a pretty good tackler.
And how he could run interference. I'll never forget the day I carried the ball and he knocked down every man between me and the goal.
Yeah, and one of them was the referee. Tell me, why did he knock him down?
Oh, Muscles didn't trust anybody.
Oh, good old Muscles.
I blew up a bank today.
Yeah, good old Muscles.
shot the cashier.
Well, what did you say, dear?
Killed a man and blew up a bank.
Oh, that's nice. You know, Pat, I'll bet Muscles was even a better football player than Jack Dempsey.
Oh, sure, even better than Babe Ruth.
Well, how could you compare him to a girl?
I'll answer it.
Now, let me go, dear. I don't want to interrupt your conversation with Pat.
Never mind, we're almost talked out. Oh, hello, Miss Pringle.
Where's your wife? Want to borrow a cup of vinegar?
She's inside talking to Pat O'Brien, the movie actor.
Don't like movie actors. Use paint and powder. Sissies.
Oh, hate actors, huh?
I'd like to tell him a thing or two. He wouldn't stay around me long.
Well, come right in.
Oh, hello, Miss Pringle. Oh, I'd like you to meet Mr. Pat O'Brien.
Huh.
I'm glad to know you, too.
Miss Burns, I want to borrow a cup of vinegar.
Well, of course, Miss Pringle. I'll give you the whole bottle, and you can drink as much as you like.
Don't drink it. Use it for salad dressing.
You know, I'll bet you make a mighty delicious salad, Miss Pringle.
When I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. Sissy.
Huh? What's that?
She hates actors, don't you, Miss Pringle?
I don't like your type either.
Why, Miss Pringle, you're pretty enough to be an actress yourself.
Fiddlesticks.
Honestly, you've got the face and figure of a Hollywood glamour girl.
Ha!
Well, you ought to go around in a sweater.
Oh, Pat, why don't you stop?
Now, you keep out of this. What were you saying, Patrick, dear?
Miss Pringle, the vinegar is in the kitchen. Goodbye.
Say, Pat, doesn't she remind you of Maggie Malone?
Yeah, Muscles' Aunt Maggie. She married Danny Hogan.
No, she married Leo Fitzgerald.
Would you people like to see a card trick?
Oh, my goodness, Pat, I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
Oh, so we are. Well, Burns...
The juggling game is fine.
Here, take a card. I'll go.
Hi, George.
Just a minute, Bill. Do you know any Irish people in San Francisco?
No.
Ever play football with a character named Muscles Malone?
No?
Okay, you can come in.
What's up, George?
Well, for 3 hours, I've been listening to Gracie and Pat O'Brien talk about old times. I can't get a word in.
Oh, kind of boring, huh?
Boring. Bill, I would throw Pat O'Brien right out on his ear if I weren't such a gentleman.
You mean such an old gentleman?
Anyway, you get the idea.
Well, listen, George, why not give them a dose of their own medicine?
You mean you and me?
Well, sure, what else? We'll carry on a conversation and leave them out of it. That'll cure them.
Swell. What do we talk about?
Well, you just say to me, what do you hear from Myrtle? And I'll take it from there.
Myrtle?
Yeah, she's a little red-headed riveter I was out with last night. We'll talk about her.
A defense work?
Well, it worked pretty well last night. Oh, you mean the riveting? Oh. Yes, the riveting, yes.
Well, okay, come on, Bill. Now, my cue is, what do you hear from Myrtle?
What do you hear from Myrtle? Right.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Bill. Do you know Pat O'Brien?
Oh, sure. Hello, Pat.
Hello, Bill.
Bill, what do you hear from Myrtle?
Myrtle, the riveter? Well, I'll tell you, George.
Say, Bill, don't you sell Swan soap?
Well, yeah. Do you use it, Pat?
Sure.
You don't say.
Sure I do.
Gracie, Pat uses Swan soap.
No.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you hear from Myrtle?
Pat. Did you know that Swan is 4 pure soaps in one?
No, did you, Gracie?
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure. It's a soap for your dishes, light laundry, bathing the baby, or for your hands and face. 4 swell soaps in one. Pure as fine Castiles, too.
Bill, what do you hear from Myrtle?
Bill, tell Pat how great Swan is for bathing the baby.
Oh, and lots of doctors recommend Swan for the baby.
Myrtle, hurt something?
You see, Swan is so mild, so gentle, that it's kind even to a baby's tender skin, so it must be great for your skin, huh, Pat?
Sure, and I've got a skin just like a baby.
Yeah. What do you hear from Myrtle? From Myrtle, you know the river.
Say, Pat. Pat, old man, did I tell you that Swan, the new white floating soap, breaks in 2 so you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and half in the bathroom for your tub or shower?
No.
Well, you can.
Well, isn't it a small world?
Yeah.
All right, now, what do you hear from Myrtle?
Oh, Myrtle.
Yeah.
Well,
Say, Bill, is that
George.
Myrtle Kelly?
Well, yes. Do you know her, Pat?
Sure I do.
Don't say.
Sure.
Gracie, Pat knows Myrtle Kelly.
No.
Yes.
Out, Myrtle. Let's George.
Ow.
Benedict Arnold.
Pat, remember Benny Arnold, the football
No!
Oh, sure, he coached the last year Muscles, ran interference for me.
Look, would you people like to play gin rummy?
Gracie, speaking of rummy, Muscles' old man certainly was one.
Yeah, I never met him, but I stepped over him lots of times.
Would you people like to play a little... I'll go.
Good morning, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Is something disturbing your tranquility, Mr. Burns?
Yeah, my wife was in there talking to a guy about their old school days, and I can't get a word in edgewise.
Oh, yes, that can become quite disgusting. When my wife does it, I remonstrate with her.
Remonstrate?
Yes. You know, slugger.
Look, Postman, do you play gin rummy?
Oh, yes.
Well, come on in. We'll play cards and ignore them.
All right.
Well, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good evening, Mrs. Why, Pat O'Brien.
Muscles Malone!
No!
Well, George and Grace will be back in a second. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that just because you do your own housework and have your hands in soap and water a good deal, that's no reason why you can't have soft, lovely hands. Just make sure the soap you use is a mild soap. Or, I should say, make sure the soap you use is Swan. And Swan gives you loads of mild, gentle suds. Suds that are really kind to your hands. Swan is pure as fine Castiles. Try Swan. It's a great buy anytime, and even greater buy in wartime. Well, here they are again. America's happiest Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie.
Oh, we're a little late, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Thank you, Gracie. Tonight's guest, Pat O'Brien, will be seen starring in the RKO picture, The Iron Major. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest, Hedy Lamarr. And the following week, Jack Benny. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now, until next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Your ration points go farther. Go further. Go farther. Your ration points go farther. Further when you're cooking with Spry.
Yes, ma'am. Spry is the shortening that gives lighter cakes, crispy, digestible fried foods, mouth-melting pastry. Cook the Spry way. See those ration points stretch.
It's so easy to remember, and oh, what a buy. Just tell your grocer, I want Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
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 Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, lovely Hedy Lamarr, Jimmy Cash, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's afternoon, and George is just getting home from the office. As he opens the front door, he hears Gracie on the telephone talking to Pat O'Brien.
Oh, no, Pat. Tim Houlihan married Katie McDonald. It was Muscles Malone who married Fatso Finnegan's sister.
Oh, no, not again.
Oh, hello, George. Pat, George just came in. Huh? Oh, wait a minute, I'll ask him. George, how's the juggling game?
Will you tell that Irishman I'm not a juggler?
Oh, of course. Pat, George isn't a juggler. He's a comedian. Sure. Well, wait. I'll have him tell you that joke about the moron who flooded the football field so the coach could send him in as a sub. Here, George. Tell Pat that joke.
Hang up. Hang up.
Oh, hello, Pat. Well, I better hang up. George isn't his usual comical self today. Goodbye.
That guy has got everybody in town thinking I'm a juggler. Can't he get it through that head of his that I'm not
now, George, don't be upset. I have some good news for you.
What?
Well, look, tomorrow is Navy Day, and what do you think is going to happen to Tootsie Sagwell?
Very little if I know our Navy.
You're wrong. There's a big contest to choose the Queen of the Fleet, and the sailors are going to elect Tootsie.
Gracie, the boys would rather kiss a duffel bag. She hasn't got a chance.
Oh, is that so? Well, it just happens that Tootsie is in second place.
Really? How many girls in the contest?
2.
I see, and Tootsie's in second place.
Yes.
And who's in first place? Monty Woolley?
Oh, no. Silly, it's a girl.
Is she the same type as Tootsie?
It's Teddy Lamar.
Teddy Lamar?
Yes. All the other girls dropped out of the contest when they heard that Hetty was in it, but Tootsie's not afraid of her. She's giving Hetty a terrific battle.
How does it stand?
Well, Hetty has 2,617,000 votes.
And how many votes has Tootsie?
3.
That's a close race. How did she get the 3 votes?
She has 4 brothers in the Navy.
4 brothers, and she's got 3 votes?
Well, one of them has seen Hetty Lamar.
Look, Gracie, Tootsie hasn't got a chance. Why don't you forget this silly thing?
Oh, because I'm not a quitter. It's like I told the newspaper reporters, and you'll be proud of this, George. I said, Mrs. George Burns is always for the underdog, no matter how homely other people may think they are. If she weren't, she wouldn't be Mrs. George Burns.
I'm proud.
And besides, George, it would mean so much to Tootsie's father if she could be elected Queen of the Fleet.
Tootsie's father?
Yeah, he's captain of the SS Dauntless.
Battleship?
No.
Cruiser?
No.
Destroyer?
No, you're getting warm.
Well, what is it?
A garbage scow.
Garbage scow. Well, that's practically a destroyer.
Come in.
Oh, Gracie, guess what?
What, Tootsie?
I just got another boat.
No.
Yes. I went swimming with a cute little sailor. It only took me 3 minutes to get him to vote for me.
Really?
I didn't want to hold him under any longer than that.
I'll see you girls later. I'm going down to the cigar store.
Oh, aren't you thrilled, Tootsie? When you become Queen of the Fleet, you can have your pick of any sailor.
Yes. If I do get a husband, Papa says he'll marry me on his boat, the SS Dauntless.
Oh, that would be wonderful. You could not only have orange blossoms, but the peelings, too.
Oh, yes.
Hello, Gracie. Hi, Tootsie.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, Bill, have you heard the news? Tootsie may become Queen of the Fleet.
Queen of the Fleet?
Yeah, the Navy's taking a poll.
Well, they are if they take Tootsie.
Well, Bill, the contest has narrowed down to Tootsie and Hetty Lamar.
Hetty Lamar?
Uh-huh.
Oh, brother, there is a beautiful woman. You know, I see her out at MGM every day. She's making a picture called The Heavenly Body.
The Heavenly Body. Oh, it must be about the moon or the planet.
Silly girl.
Oh, Bill, if I get to be Queen of the Fleet, all the sailors will want to marry me, but if you'd like to get in your bid now...
Yes, Bill. Tootsie would rather have a bird in the hand.
Would you, Tootsie?
Oh, yes.
Well, okay, here.
What's that?
A bar of swan. Now you got a bird in the hand.
But, Bill...
You're a wise girl, Tootsie. Swan, the new white floating soap, is 4 soaps in 1. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby, for washing the dishes, and for doing your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in 1.
Oh, Bill, what I meant was I'd love to marry a sailor, but I'd rather marry a radio announcer.
Oh, well, what are we waiting for, Tootsie?
You mean...
Sure, let's go speak to Harlow Wilcox.
Oh, Bill. I think Tootsie would prefer a husband who sells Swan soap.
Yes.
Must get an understudy. Another man who can remind folks that Swan is great for dishes because it gives so much suds so fast. Someone who knows that Swan is so mild and gentle it doesn't give your hands that rough red dish panty look.
Well, it's no use, Tootsie. Bill wouldn't marry you unless you came in a cool green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
That's right, and if you were a great wartime buy like Swan.
Oh, come on, Tootsie. If you're going to win this election, you have to contact over 2 million sailors between now and midnight. Do you think you can do it?
It'll be fun trying.
Well, now, wait a minute, girls. You're not serious, are you? Why, the only way Tootsie could win would be for Hedy Lamarr to withdraw.
Say, I never thought of that. I'll go right over and talk to Hetty.
Oh, don't do that, Gracie.
No?
No. Let me go.
Oh, no, Bill. I wouldn't even take you along with me. I want to talk business with Hetty, and you'd only interfere.
Oh, Gracie, I promise you I'll just sit there on her lap as quiet as a mouse.
You mean you'd be satisfied just to sit on Hedy Lamarr's lap and hug her and kiss her and not say a word to her?
Sure.
Oh, well, no, you certainly can't go. I don't want her to think my friends are unsociable.
Our popular young tenor, Jimmy Cash, and a new popular ballad, My Heart Tells Me. James?
Sometimes I feel so very certain that you care, and there are times I feel we don't belong. The more I fall for you, the more I must beware. So how am I to know if I am right or wrong? For my heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart?
Well, Gracie is just arriving at Hedy Lamarr's house to try to persuade her to withdraw from the Queen of the Fleet contest in favor of Tootsie Sagwell.
Yes? Oh, how do you do, Miss Lamarr?
Won't you come in, Miss Allen?
Oh, thank you. Oh, but let's not be so formal. You call me Gracie and I'll call you Hetty.
All right, Gracie.
Ah, that's better. After all, we probably have a great many things in common beside our beauties.
Well, what did you want to see me about, Gracie?
Well, Hetty, I'm going to be concise and to the point. No beating around the bush. Strictly business. I have a girlfriend. My, that's a lovely dress. Is it new?
Yes. You like it?
Oh, I think it's charming. My dress is new, too.
Really? It's stunning.
Isn't it, though? Well, I'm going to be concise and to the point, Hetty. You see, this girl... My hat is new, too.
You don't say. It's simply beautiful.
Oh, no. Do you really think so?
Yes.
Oh, so do I. And you know, this hat was my own idea.
Oh, you designed it?
No, but it was my idea to buy it.
How nice. What was it you wanted to say?
Oh, well, I'm going to be concise and to the point. You're in a contest to... Say, do you have your hair done at Dorothy's?
Why, yes.
You know, I thought I saw you coming out of there the other day. She does my hair, too. Gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, flatterer.
Gracie, you had something to say to me.
Oh, yes. Well, Hetty, I'm going to be concise and to the point.
How much do you want to bet?
Oh, I am. Now, my girlfriend... Oh, my, those are lovely stockings you have on.
Thank you. I'll send you a bottle of them.
I wish you would. I just hate wearing Bobby socks. They make me feel even younger than I look, if such a thing is possible.
Gracie, you said you had something to say to me.
Oh, yes, I have, and it's terribly important.
Well, what is it?
Hetty, I'm going to be concise and to the point.
Oh, no. Now, this time, please beat around the bush.
Oh, no, I'm too businesslike. Hetty, I want you to withdraw from the Queen of the Fleet contest.
Withdraw? But why? The boys on every ship voted for me.
Well, not all of them. Haven't you heard about the Tootsie Sagwell vote?
The Tootsie Sagwell? Is that an American ship?
Oh, no. No, Tootsie's my girlfriend. She's your rival in the contest.
Oh.
Now, Hetty, please do me a favor. Come over to my house and talk to Tootsie.
Well, all right, Gracie, if you want me to.
Oh, good. One look at her and you'll know you haven't got a chance. Tootsie, I brought Miss Lamar back with me to show her why she might as well give up. Hetty, this is Tootsie Sagwell.
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Lamar, I'm so sorry we have to be rivals. I've always been crazy about you.
Oh, you're very kind, Miss Sagwell.
Oh, your love scenes are wonderful. Tell me, how does it feel when Charles Boyer puts his face close to yours and whispers in your ear?
You really want to know?
Yes.
It tickles a little.
Is that all?
Well, Hetty, now that you've seen Tootsie, don't you agree that it's silly for you to stay in the race?
No, Gracie. I believe I still have a chance.
But Tootsie is the ideal Queen of the Fleet. Aren't sailors very manly?
Of course they are.
Well, Tootsie's type of beauty is much manlier than yours.
Gracie, the sailors all voted for me.
I know, and I can't understand it. Here, stand up side by side and let me compare you two.
All right.
Very well.
Just as I thought. There's no difference in your faces. Your eyes and ears and nose and mouth are the same.
Really?
Yeah, I counted them very carefully.
Oh, thanks, Gracie.
Now, why should we argue, Hetty? Just drop out and let Tootsie be Queen of the Fleet.
I'm sorry, Gracie. I'd step aside from Miss Sagwell if the honor wasn't such a great one.
Oh, I don't blame her, Gracie. I'll just tell Daddy that I lost.
Yeah. Oh, yes, your father. Oh, the poor old captain. Hetty, would you want to break an old man's heart?
Why, no.
But you will if Tootsie doesn't win. It'll be the end of Captain Sagwell, the most gallant old sailor whose timbers ever shivered.
Your father, Tootsie?
Yes, he's captain of the SS Dauntless.
Oh, is that a famous ship?
Oh, very famous. When the Dauntless sails up the river, people for miles around know that it's coming. Oh, especially on a windy day.
But why am I breaking his heart?
Oh, because Tootsie is all the poor old Salt has left. Before she was born, he hoped that she'd be a young Salt. And he was very sad when she turned out to be a saltine.
I see.
He still tries to make her part of the Davy. To this very day, he calls her bedroom the crow's nest.
Gracie, that's a very touching story.
Yeah, I thought so, too. Oh, be kind to Captain Sagwell, Hetty. The poor old man is all shot to pieces.
Oh, too bad. In what battle was he wounded?
What battle? Well, name one.
Well, the Battle of Manila.
Oh, that's amazing. You guessed it the very first time. Oh, please, Hetty, won't you let his daughter be Queen of the Fleet?
Well, I could see him and talk to him.
Oh, no, you better not. He's pretty weak and old.
Yes, Daddy's very feeble these days.
Wait, I see your father now coming up the walk.
My father?
He must be. I noticed the family resemblance.
But, Hetty...
Here he is, fumbling at the door.
Hello, dear.
Oh, hello.
Say, isn't this Hetty Lamar?
Yes, I'm Hedy Lamar. Here, let me help you to a chair.
Help me to a chair?
Yes. Gracie tells me you're shot.
I am not. I'm as sober as a judge.
Oh, George, I want to see him again right away.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. with a special Mills version of one of the season's cleverest songs. They're either too young or too old.
Understand this. Why did you rush me into the den? I'd like to talk to Hetty Lamar.
Well, George, you see, Hetty liked to try a dress I was wearing, and she wanted to try it on.
Oh.
And naturally, you wouldn't want to be where she's trying on a dress, would you? Would you? George, get that silly grin off your face.
Okay, honey, I'll stay here.
Oh, good. I'll be back in a minute. Hetty.
Yes, Gracie?
Well, now that you've seen Captain Sagwell, are you going to withdraw from the contest and let Tootsie be queen of the fleet?
Well, I don't know, Gracie. It's such a great honor.
Oh, but the men in the service have honored you lots of times, and it's only happened to Tootsie once.
How did they honor her?
Well, the boys in the Army chose Tootsie as the girl they'd most like to snuggle up to their sergeant. Oh, excuse me, Hetty.
Hi, Gracie. Well, what's wrong? You look worried.
Oh, I am, Bill. Look, could you do anything with Hetty Lamar?
Well, I could certainly try.
Well, she's in there. Go in and persuade her to let Tootsie be queen of the fleet.
You leave it to me, Gracie.
Yes?
I'm, Bill Goodwin.
Yes, I've heard of you.
Oh, good.
No, not so good.
Well, I suppose you've heard that I'm the sort of fellow who wants to sit on the sofa with a girl as soon as he meets her.
That's exactly what I've heard.
Well, it's not true. Here, let's sit on the sofa and I'll prove it to you.
What did you wish to see me about, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, Miss Lamar, you'd better move closer if you want to hear me. I can't talk very loud. There's a frog in my throat.
No, thank you.
Well, why not?
There's also a wolf in your eye.
Well, here we are. Gracie sent me in to talk about Tootsie Sagwell, but I've got a better idea. Guess what it is?
I suppose you talk about Swan soap.
Oh, Hetty, are you kidding? Me alone with Hetty Lamar and I talk about Swan, the new white floating soap? Listen, would I waste my time telling you that Swan is 4 pure soaps in one? The soap for your dishes, your light laundry for bathing the baby, or for your hands and face? 4 swell soaps in one and pure as fine cast seals? You bet I wouldn't. I'm no fool.
Of course not.
You said it. Why, this is the chance of a lifetime. This is the time to talk about your gorgeous hair, your lovely lips, your delicate skin. The kind that Swan would be great for. Because Swan is so mild and gentle. Why, doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. It's kind even to a baby's tender skin. Me talk about Swan at a time like this. Ha!
Ha!
How can I think of soap when we're sitting here as close together as the two halves of a bar of Swan? Which, by the way, you can break in two and use half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry and half in the bathroom for your tub or shower. How could I do that?
Yes, how could you?
Well, Hetty, I just couldn't. If I talked about Swan now, I'd be the biggest sap in the United States. But I'm not. I'm...
What?
I'm the biggest sap in the United States. Goodbye, Hetty.
Well, Hetty, did Bill persuade you to drop out of the contest?
No, Gracie. In fact, the only person who has moved me at all is that poor old man, Captain Sagwell.
Oh, yes, Tootsie's father. Hetty, for his sake, won't you give Tootsie your 2,617,000 votes?
Well, I'll go in and talk to him again.
No, you can't do that.
Why not?
Well, he's taking the bath. I'll go in.
You'll go in?
Oh, well, he bathes with his clothes on. You know how the laundries are nowadays. You stay here. I'll get him. George, it's such a lovely day. Get out of the house quick.
Huh?
It's too beautiful to sit indoors. Go to a movie.
But, Gracie...
George, you know what a different man you used to be after seeing Clark Gable in a picture.
I was?
Yes. They're reviving a Clark Gable picture at the Bijou. Why don't you go down and get revived, too?
Honestly, Gracie, I think you're trying to get rid of me.
Well, honestly, I am, George.
Look, but I'd like to talk to Hetty Lamar.
Oh, wait, George, wait. I'll tell you the real reason I want you to leave.
What?
Hetty Lamar has fallen madly in love with you.
That's silly.
I know, but she has anyhow.
Hetty Lamar in love. Oh, stop.
It's true, George, and I'm afraid I might lose you.
This is ridiculous. Hetty Lamar's only seen me once. Now, if she'd seen me a couple of times, I could understand it.
George, please leave. It's dangerous for you and Hetty to be in this house together. Any moment now, the spark may leap into a flame and burn our marriage to the ground. Oh, there are the firemen now.
That's the telephone.
Oh, hello? Oh, hold on to the phone a minute, Tootsie. George, sneak out of the house and don't let Hetty Lamar see you.
Oh, all right.
Just a moment. I want to see you.
You do?
Yes. I've been thinking this thing over, and there's only one thing for me to do. Give in.
You think so?
Oh, you brave man. When I think of what you've been through, I could kiss you.
Oh, really, Hetty?
Come home with me. I've got 2,617,000, and you can have them all.
Gee, that's a lot.
That's all I've got.
Oh, don't apologize.
Will you come home with me right now?
Look, I'm very happily married.
What difference does that make?
No, please, let go of my sleeve.
But it's got to be now. Tomorrow it'll be all over.
So soon?
Of course. Tomorrow is Navy Day.
Hetty, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of every bullet hole in that poor little chest of yours.
Bullet hole?
Yes, I heard all about it from your daughter.
My daughter?
Yes, and don't worry. She'll be queen of the fleet, Captain Sagwell.
Captain who?
Captain Sagwell. Aren't you Captain Sagwell?
Of course not. I'm George Burns.
George Burns the juggler?
What's going on? Gracie, come out here.
Did you call me Captain Sagwell?
Stop with that Captain Sagwell.
Hetty knows who I am.
I'm afraid your game's up, Gracie. Tootsie won't be queen of the fleet.
Oh, those poor sailors. Well, I tried.
Gracie, just what did you tell Hetty Lamar about me?
Well, I told her you were a feeble, old, broken-down sea captain.
Now tell her the truth.
Hetty?
Yes?
He's not a sea captain.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you not to waste soap. Wasting soap is unpatriotic, you know, because soap is made of essential materials for the war front and the home front. So don't leave the soap in the water when you're bathing or washing dishes or duds or baby. And don't whip up more suds than you need. Keep soap dishes dry, too, because a wet soap dish dissolves soap and wastes it. And make soap jelly out of soap slivers. Well, that's the story, friends. Avoid wasting soap and do one more thing to help wash up the Axis. And now here they are again, America's happiest Mr. and Mrs., George and Gracie.
Oh, now, George. George, don't be angry. I only did it because tomorrow was Navy Day, and I wanted to do something nice for the Navy.
But nothing good ever comes out of these silly ideas of yours.
Well, something did this time. We've been invited to go on a 3-day cruise.
Really? On a battleship?
No, on the SS Dauntless.
Oh, the garbage scout.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Jack Benny. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night, everybody.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castile. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guests, Jack Benny, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantette. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George is just coming downstairs to leave for the office.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, darling. Look what the postman just brought you. A present from Pat O'Brien.
Oh. I'll bet Pat O'Sowery started that rumor about me being a juggler. Open the package, dear.
All right.
I met him yesterday, and I told him a few jokes. I guess that convinced him I was a comedian. What are you laughing about? What's in the package?
A set of Indian clubs.
Next time I get my hands on that
Oh,
Irishman,
cheer
believe
up,
me.
George. Before long, everybody will know that you're not a juggler. They'll know you for what you really are.
And, what is that?
Well, a singer, of course.
Oh, that. Oh, sure.
I wrote to our sponsor and suggested that you sing on our program every week.
That's the 12th time.
Yeah, but this time he answered.
Say, that's a good sign. Open the letter.
Wait till Bing Crosby hears you sing. He'll retire and start to raise a family.
Oh, Gracie. I'm not better than Crosby. As good, maybe, but, well, open the letter. What does the sponsor say?
Believe me, there are plenty of other big programs that would like to have George Burns as a singer.
Gracie, the letter. Open it. Well?
George, what are some of the other big programs?
Turn me down again, huh?
Oh, never mind, dear. You're a great singer. Even Bill Goodwin said with a voice like yours, you ought to sing in our big Army show.
Army show?
Yes, it's in charge of some officer named Major Bowes.
I'll forget it. I better get along to the office.
Yeah, I'll ride down in the bus with you. I have an appointment at the beauty shop.
Okay, let's go.
No way. Before we leave, won't you sing something just for me?
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, please, dear. Just one little glorious burst of melody.
Well, all right. Just a gigolo
Everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing.
Oh, you're wonderful. I won't be happy until your voice leaves the whole world the way it leaves me, weak and limp.
Thanks.
Oh, come on. I'm due at the beauty shop in 5 minutes.
Well, what will it be today, Mrs. Burns? A shampoo and set?
Oh, yes, and I'm kind of in a hurry, Josie.
Well, I'll do my best, Mrs. Burns, but we're short-handed, and I have to work on the customer in the next booth, too. The old horse face, I hope he chokes.
He? You mean there's a man in the next booth?
Well, sort of a man.
Josie, where are you?
Oh, that's him. I wish he'd go sit on a hot curling iron.
Josie, come back here. This finger wave of mine stinks.
No, that voice is awfully familiar. I wonder who...
Josie, do you hear me? This finger wave stinks.
All right. Leave your hair on the table, and I'll do it over again.
I'm sure I know that man. What's his name?
I'm not allowed to tell, Mrs. Burns. The old goat scared the newspapers might find out he goes to a beauty shop.
Oh, come on, Josie. Give me a little hint.
Well, he's the stingiest man in Hollywood.
Oh, stingy, huh?
And how? When he gets a mud pack, we have to save the mud for him so he can put it in his victory garden.
Funny. I can't get it from that. Give me another hint.
Well, let's see. He used to drive an old broken-down Maxwell.
No, it's no use. I can't guess who it is.
You're not missing anything. He's tried to date every girl in town, and nobody will go out with him.
Oh, hello, Jack. How's Mary?
Gracie, is that you?
Well, yeah, come on into my booth, Jack.
Oh, sure. Hello, Gracie. I guess you're surprised to see me here.
Well, yes, I am.
Well, you see, Mary lost her bobby pin the last time she was here. I dropped by to look for it. You know what the bobby pin situation is. Terrible.
Oh, sure.
I bet you thought I was here to get a beauty treatment. Gracie, you sound like you don't believe me.
Maybe that's because I don't.
Well, if I'm lying, may something terrible happen to Phil Harris.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Here's your mud. I wrapped it up for you.
Oh, well. Phil always played too loud anyway.
Well, Jack Benny in a beauty shop. Wait till the girls hear this.
Now, Gracie, look, listen, you must
Oh,
promise
girls,
me.
I brought your Swan soap. Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Why, Jack Benny, what are you doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill. He's...
Well, Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. Wait till the girls hear this, huh, Gracie?
Wait a minute, I just came over to bring some Swan soap.
Well, Bill,
Oh, Bill Goodwin has beauty treatment. That's really something to tell the girls, huh, Gracie?
Hey, look. The operators here use Swan soap. Not only because it's so mild for the customer's complexion, but because that same mildness makes it great at home. For the dishes, light laundry, or for bathing the baby. Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one.
Well, Bill...
Well, Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. Really, I thought that curly hair wasn't natural.
Now, wait a minute. No girl in this shop has ever laid a hand on me. Except, of course, after working hours.
Oh.
What are you doing here, Benny?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill. Jack is...
Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. I'm getting manicures and everything.
I am not. My hands just happen to look gorgeous because I always wash my dishes with Swan.
Oh.
Swan is great for washing the dishes. Gives you loads of suds. Suds that are so mild and gentle your hands don't get that rough red dish panty look.
Well, Bill...
Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. And to have his eyebrows plucked. That's something, isn't it?
Now, look, Jack. I told you, I just came here to deliver some Swan soap. Swan's a great wartime buy. What I want to know is, what's Jack Benny doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill.
Bill, go all nuts. Goodbye. Gracie, look, for heaven's sake, don't let out my secret. I mean, I don't want everyone I meet to know I've been taking beauty treatment.
Oh, don't worry, Jack. They'll never suspect it.
Well, anyway, don't you tell. You know, if the newspapers get hold of it, I'm cooked. And you know how the gang would kid me on my program.
Oh, yeah, your program. Jack, you don't want this to get in the papers, huh?
No, I'll do anything to keep it out, Gracie. Anything.
Oh, good. Starting Sunday, Jack, George will sing on your program.
George?
Yes.
Sing?
Uh-huh.
Gracie, I've heard prettier noises come out of Carmen Lombardo.
I see. Well, excuse me, Jack. I'm going to telephone a little news item to the paper.
Wait. Oh, you mean George Burns?
Yes.
Oh, George, your husband.
Yes.
Oh, old Sugar Throat.
Sure.
Oh, well, I don't suppose it would hurt if George sang on my program once.
Well, I was thinking of having him sing every week.
No.
No, well, I'll call the paper.
But, Gracie, this is blackmail.
I know. Cute of me, huh?
Yeah, cute.
The Swan Quintet joins our popular tenor Jimmy Cash in an enchanting ballad from the top musical show of the year, Oklahoma.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. There's bright golden haze on the meadow.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow.
Corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. Okay.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Well, we're back at the Burns home now. Jack Benny is pleading with Gracie to change her mind as they wait for George to come home from the office.
But why does it have to be my program, Gracie? I mean, why don't you have George sing on Eddie Cantor's program?
Well, because I didn't catch Eddie Cantor in a beauty shop with his toupee and curlers.
Hey, there must be some other show he can go on. Maybe Gabriel Heder needs a singer. Or Mr. Anthony. I mean, why don't you let George be his problem?
Oh, you amaze me. How can Jack Benny, who has the greatest talent in the world, fail to recognize George's talent?
Oh, do you really think I have the greatest talent in the world?
Well, certainly. Rochester, Dennis Day, Mary Livingston.
Oh, I see.
And now I've got a big thrill for you. I have your program for next Sunday night all planned.
You have?
Yes. It'll be the new and entertaining Jack Benny program featuring George Burns, California's answer to Frank Sinatra.
I can't do it, Gracie. I mean, I can't allow George to sing.
Well, shall I call the papers and tell them about the beauty shop?
He sings.
Now, listen to the way I have the program all worked out. You're the star, so of course you come out first.
Thank you.
Your line is, hello, and then George comes out for his opening number.
I just say hello.
Well, we could make it hello, everybody.
No, I don't want to hog the whole show.
Well, then George sings his second number, and back you come again.
Good.
To announce George's next number.
I hope my throat stands up.
And then right after that, Dennis Day comes in.
Dennis Day?
Yes.
Well, doesn't George do all the singing?
Well, yes, but I thought you might want a few laughs on the program.
Oh, yeah, I'll be glad to have them. I will, yes.
Then as soon as George finishes his next number, I'll come...
Now, wait a minute. Gracie, George can't sing the whole program. I mean, he's not that good. I know music, I'm a musician.
You are?
Well, I play the violin, don't I? Well, don't I?
You're cute.
Look, Gracie, all that I'm...
Why, Jack Benny.
Hello, George. How's the juggling game?
I'm not a juggler. Why doesn't everybody stop with that?
Oh, now, dear, don't get excited. Jack has some marvelous news for you. Tell him, Jack. Well, Jack. I think I'll go call the papers.
All right. I'll tell him.
Oh, good. I'll run out and make some coffee.
Oh, Jack, what is it you want to tell me?
Well, first, I'd like to remind you that you're my dearest friend, George.
And you're my dearest friend, Jack.
I mean, you're even more than a friend to me, George.
You're even more than a friend to me, Jack.
I love you. I love you like a brother, George.
I love you like a brother, Jack.
I mean, I'd never do anything to hurt you, George.
Thanks.
Wait a minute, I'll try that again. Look, I'd never do anything to hurt you, George.
I said thanks.
George, look, I mean, I wouldn't louse you up if you had a comedy program.
If I had a comedy program.
I mean, look, you're my dearest friend.
Look, Jack, what's the news,
I mean,
Jack?
you're even more than a friend to me.
The news, Jack.
Look,
what's the news?
What pals we've always been, George.
The news, Jack. You have some news for me.
Look, remember the time in Cincinnati when you were broke and I gave you $10?
It was Cleveland, Jack, and I gave you $20.
Well, I have the state right. It was Ohio.
Yeah, the news, Jack. What's this news you have for me?
Well,
yes.
Well, dear, did Jack tell you the news?
No, not yet. He's been leading up to it by the way of Cleveland and Cincinnati.
Jack, I'll bet little Abner won't be the funniest thing in the paper tomorrow.
Oh, all right. George, look, I want you to sing on my radio program.
Why, Jack Benny.
Now, don't be
Really?
hasty, George. I mean, don't jump at it. Think it over for the duration.
I don't have to. I'll sing a dozen songs for you, pal, and it won't cost you a cent.
For free?
Sure.
No. George, no, I can't think of it that way.
Well, all right, then you can pay me.
No, I can't think of it that way either.
I know what's making Jack hesitate, dear. He hasn't heard you sing recently. Sing Ain't Misbehaving for him.
Sure, glad to.
Sit down, Jack.
No, I'll take it standing up.
Now, come on, dear.
No one to talk with all by myself. No one to walk with. I'll have to be on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for. Oh, baby, love for you. Really saving love for you.
He doesn't juggle at all.
No.
I know for certain you're the one I love. I'm through with flirting. It's you that I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for. Oh, baby, my love for you.
Jack, what makes you think he's a juggler?
He must be.
Jackie Horner in the corner. Don't go nowhere. And I don't care all your kisses that you gave me, baby. Daddy, daddy, daddy.
I might be blood and guts, but that's just guts.
I don't stay out late and I don't care to go. I'm home about 8, me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for you.
Well, Jack?
Gracie, call the newspaper.
time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. Tonight, from Felix's memory album, it's Honeysuckle Rose.
You know something? I got the impression that Jack Benny didn't like my singing.
Oh, George, that's silly. Didn't you hear him tell me to call the newspapers? He wants to give them a big story about you.
Yeah, but I noticed that while I was singing, he kind of turned green.
Oh, well, of course he turned green. You sang exactly like John McCormick.
Oh, so that's what it was.
Sure. Now, I'll go in and talk to Jack. You stay here and spray your precious little adenoids.
Okay. From time to time and every time.
Jack?
Yeah?
Well, naturally, you were joking before when you told me to call the newspapers, weren't you?
Not me, Gracie. Look, I'd rather have everybody know I was in a beauty shop than have Sugar Throat smell up my program.
Well, I'm warning you. I'll phone the paper.
Phone them.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
Phone them.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
Phone them.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
For Pete's sake, phone them.
No, Jack, no, I can't. I'm too fine, too decent. I can't stoop to blackmail when I see it isn't working.
Now, please, don't think I'm a heel, Gracie. I'm kind of animals. I'm fond of children, but I just don't like George's voice.
Oh, you're fond of children, huh?
I love them.
Poor little Junior.
Poor little who?
Junior. He'd be so proud if he knew that his daddy had sung on the Jack Benny program.
Gracie, you mean?
Yes. George and I are parents now. He's the father and I'm the mother.
Gee whiz, I can't believe it. When did it happen?
Well, I don't remember exactly. We were so excited at the time.
Well, I'll be darned. Good old George has a baby. It hardly seems possible.
Yes. I was amazed when George told me.
I just can't get over it, Gracie. I'm so happy for you. So happy for George. Who does the kid look like?
Like me.
I'm so happy for the kid. Say, could I see him? I'm crazy about kids.
Really, Jack?
Oh, sure. I mean, many's the time I bought a bag of candy and blew up the bag to amuse a kid. Imagine good old George, your father.
Well, you can do something awfully nice for Junior. Let his father sing on your program.
Gracie, I'm mad about children.
Now,
but that...
please, Jack. The baby adores you. When you're on the air, he lies in his crib gurgling with his little foot in his mouth. When Fred Allen's on, he puts his foot in his ear.
Gee, what a smart little rascal.
I know you'll do it for Junior. I can look in your sensitive blue eyes and tell that you won't disappoint him.
They are blue, aren't they? All right, George can sing one song just for the baby.
Well, let him sing 2 songs. We're expecting another one.
Really?
Yes.
Good old George.
Did I hear somebody call me?
No, we were talking about you. Gracie told me everything. Congratulations, George.
You mean I can sing a song on your program?
Yes, sir. You deserve it. Gracie tells me there's going to be another one.
Well, 2 would be fine if it's all right with you.
Well, why not? Have you picked out a name for the second one?
Would you like Moonglow?
Moonglow Burns. Won't that be just a little too corny?
Oh, I don't think so, Jack. You know, while you were away, I took a few lessons from Crosby.
You did?
Yes.
Now, George, I know Jack's in a hurry.
Yes, I'll be going. But, George, first, can I see the nursery?
Well, Jack.
The nursery?
Hiya, folks. What goes on?
Oh, Bill, am I glad to see you.
Bill, I just heard the news. Now, why didn't you tell me that George and Gracie had
Yes, Bill. Oh, why didn't you tell Jack what George and I had?
Well, what did you have?
An idea for you to announce Jack's program, and George sings on it.
Huh?
But well, that's a great idea, Jack. I'd be glad to.
Now, wait a minute. I have an announcer, Don Wilson.
Well, okay, you can have 2 announcers.
Don Wilson is to announce.
But Don can't announce your program, Jack. He doesn't know anything about Swan soap.
Swan soap?
Well, sure. He doesn't know that Swan is the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in 1. The soap for dishes, light laundry, bathing the baby, or for your hands and face. Don doesn't know that.
Well, I could teach him. I mean, what am I saying? I don't sell soap. I sell grape nuts flakes.
Well, but that's ridiculous, Jack. Can you bathe a baby with grape nuts flakes?
Well, I wouldn't want to answer that until I've talked to my sponsor.
Well, I can...
They're very resourceful, you know.
Well,
They may be working on that right now.
Well, I can tell you the doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. Swan is so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. It's pure as fine castile, too, so you know it must be great for your complexion.
Gee, bathing a baby. Do you ever bathe that little darling of yours, George?
Don't be silly. We take showers.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he means us. But the Swan is great for bathing the baby.
Oh, yes, and Gracie breaks it in 2 so she can...
Breaks it in 2?
Well, sure, Jack. Swan breaks in 2 so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and light laundry and half in the bathroom for the baby or for your tub or shower.
Oh, well, look, Bill, don't bother to tell me about Swan soap because I'm just using George on my program, not you. You see, I'm only doing it for Junior.
Junior? Well, yes, George. That's what Jack calls you because you're so much younger than Jack.
No, look, I mean the baby.
The baby?
Well, yes, that's what he calls me because I'm so much younger than you.
No, Gracie, look, I'm talking about your child.
Child?
Well, goodbye, Jack. See you at rehearsal Sunday.
Wait a minute. Gracie, what does he mean, our child?
Oh, dear. I knew there was something I forgot to tell you.
We haven't got a child.
You... Well, so that's it, Gracie. Just to get George on my program, you invented a baby.
Oh, no, I can't take credit for that. They were invented years ago.
Don't try to get out of it. I don't want to sing on the radio if I have to get on by tricks. Now apologize to Jack.
I'm sorry, Jack.
And don't ever do a thing like that again.
I won't, dear.
Ever, understand?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Jack. I'll walk you down to the corner.
My goodness, George, what you go through with a name.
Hello, Fibber? This is Gracie. Oh, would you and Molly let George sing your program next week? Yeah, I know you've got to sing it, but I thought you might do it for Junior. Yes, you see, he's just had a baby. And this is so fun.
George and Gracie will be right back. I'm just going to be here long enough to remind you that the government needs your waste kitchen fats more than ever before. Now, I know sometimes it's a lot of trouble to render the extra fat you trim from meat and to strain all your waste fats from roasting and frying. Those waste fats are so urgently needed for making glycerin. That glycerin is so necessary for making ammunition that I know you won't mind doing whatever you can. So don't forget, huh? Turn those waste fats into your butcher and keep turning them in. Well, here they are again, those ever-loving Burnses, George and Gracie.
George, I've got some wonderful news. Fibber McGee wants you to sing on his program.
Really?
Yes. And when he comes over to close the deal, would you sort of fold this napkin into a triangle?
Why?
Well, for some silly reason, he thinks we have a baby.
Again?
Good night,
Good night. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next week, same time. Don't forget, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Now, till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night, everybody.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine cast eels. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's afternoon, and George is just arriving home from the office. As he reaches the front gate, he is accosted by a distinguished personality, that eminent Shakespearean actor and pool room bum, Nigel Bolingbroke.
Well, greetings, friend Burns.
Oh, hello, Cue Ball.
Oh, you're looking splendid, sir. Splendid. Gad, what a handsome figure of a man.
How much do you want to borrow?
Borrow me? $2.
I thought so.
You see, kind sir, I am somewhat low in funds because I've made a wager that lightning travels faster than running water.
Well, I don't see how it's possible to lose that bet.
Well, it's quite possible when lightning and running water are both horses.
Nothing doing, Cue Ball. I'm not lending you any money.
Very well. I shall shoulder my repulsive burden and wend my way hence.
Hey, what have you got in that bundle? Magazines?
Yes. In the interest of the waste paper drive, I'm delivering 60 copies of an illiterate publication known as Cowboy Love Tales.
Cowboy Love Tales? That's my favorite magazine.
Really? But your wife...
Oh, my wife won't let me read them. She hides them from me. Gee, I'd give anything to get my hands on those back copies.
Oh, you would, eh? Well...
Now, Boley, I said that without thinking. I'll tell you what. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you 5 cents apiece for them.
I'm in an even better mood. I'll take 50 cents apiece.
Shizzler, they only cost a dime new. I don't want them.
What a pity. They're such fascinating vignettes of life. Listen. Helplessly bound, hand and foot, Oklahoma Tex waited while the crazed half-breed crept closer with a knife clenched in his teeth.
Yes?
Well, goodbye, Burns.
Wait. I'll give you 20 cents apiece.
Nearer drew the half-breed until his foul breath fanned the cheek of the handsome cowboy.
Yes?
I'll see you around, Burns.
Wait. 25 cents apiece.
Laughing madly, the half-breed swept the gleaming blade aloft and plunged it downward.
Yes?
Farewell, Burns.
Oh. All right, you win. 50 cents apiece. Here you are. $30.
Oh. 6 beautiful $5 bills. You know, Lincoln has always been my favorite peanut boy.
Now, scram, Cue Ball. I gotta sneak these magazines into the house so Gracie won't see them.
Au revoir, Schlemiel.
Now, if I can just get these upstairs into my closet. I hope the coast's clear.
Hello, George.
Oh.
Oh, you darling.
Huh?
You've brought me a bundle of magazines for my waste paper drive.
Paper drive?
Yes. Oh, I wish you'd gotten here a minute sooner.
Why?
Well, Mr. Bolingbroke could have taken this bundle, too.
Bolingbroke?
Yes. I just paid him $25 to carry out a bundle exactly like this.
Oh, no.
Oh, what's the matter, dear? You're as white as a sheet.
Well, don't worry. I'll turn green in a minute.
Oh, you poor darling. I know why you're upset. It's because that mean old Jack Benny wouldn't let you sing in his program Sunday.
Oh, sure. That's it.
Well, I have a surprise for you. You are going to sing on the radio.
You mean it?
Mm-hmm. I decided it isn't fair for Mama's precious canary to keep those glorious melodies shut up in his little yellow throat.
Gracie, I'm not so wonderful, really.
No, huh? Well, name me one singer who's better than you are.
Well, there's, gee, it is tough to think of one, isn't it?
It's impossible, that's what it is.
I guess so. What program am I going on?
Well, I said to myself, all right, if Jack Benny doesn't know talent, there's someone who does. Bob Hope. So I went to him.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He turned you down, too.
Well, what program am I going to sing on?
Well, hold your breath, dear. This is going to thrill you.
Well, I'm holding it.
It's the Chummy Gum program.
The Chummy Gum program?
Yeah?
I never heard of it.
Well, it's only the greatest program on station KLIP.
KLIP? I never heard of that either.
Well, it's a very powerful station, George. They use two of the biggest watts you ever saw.
Gracie, I'm not singing on any broken-down program from a 2-watt station.
Well, George, you just got to. This whole thing is to help the paper drive.
What does my singing got to do with the paper drive?
Well, dear, the Chummy Gum people are having a contest. Whoever collects the most paper for the war effort gets to sing on the radio program.
But, Gracie,
And your singing will collect even more waste paper. When people hear that glorious voice of yours, the trash will just come pouring in.
Thanks, love.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Say, Gracie, I brought you this bunch of magazines for your paper drive.
Oh, thank you, Bill. Oh, they're Esquires.
Oh, yes, I've subscribed to it for years.
Oh, no wonder you're always so well-dressed, Bill. You read the fashion news.
Oh, has Esquire got fashion news in it, too?
You get some wonderful ideas looking at that magazine.
He does.
Bill, if I win the paper salvage contest, George will sing on the Chummy Gum program.
Oh, really, Grace?
I wish the sponsor would let me sing on our own program.
I do, too, George. You know, you could sing about Swan Soap. How it's the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one.
No, Bill. I want to sing that real romantic stuff. You know, like, and when I hold her hand,
Well, George, that's great. Great. But I would change one word.
One word?
Yes, I'd sing it like this. And then I wash her hand.
Wash her hand?
Well, with Swan, of course. Swan's not only great for washing your hands and face, but just the soap for bathing the baby, washing the dishes, or doing that light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, George can't sing about Swan Soap. He's more the Nelson Eddy type.
Sure.
Even better than Nelson Eddy. Believe me, when George sings shortening bread, you can smell it.
Gracie, when George sings Ain't Misbehavin', I can smell it.
Well, I happen to have a very fine voice, and Gracie's right. I'd like to sing something I can put my heart into.
Well, George, I know just the selection for you.
What is it?
Oh, Chiswania, what a soapia to wash the dishes. Oh, Chiswania.
Oh, stop with that.
Stop it. Well, it'll be beautiful, George. Listen, all about how Swan gives loads of suds, mild, gentle suds. With mild, pure Swan in the dishpan, you don't have to worry about rough red hands.
Oh, forget it, Bill. I'll sing on the Chummy Gum program.
Well, gee, I could Write you a beautiful song about Swan being a great wartime buy.
Forget
Oh, now, boys, please. Let's get busy and collect paper. We need it to win the contest, and Uncle Sam needs it to lick Hitler.
Okay, we'll get it.
You know, George, I'll bet Hitler's sorry he's a paper hanger.
What do you mean?
Well, these days in Berlin, he could make a lot more money as a bricklayer.
Yeah, I think you're...
Our popular young tenor, Jimmy Cash, in a memorable love ballad of lasting appeal, Yours Is My Heart Alone. Jimmy?
Yours is my heart alone, and without you, life holds no charm. Yours, every thought I own, our love the theme of every dream. Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile, dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile. There is no song half so sweet to me as your voice whispering, I love you, dear. Dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile. There is no song half so sweet to me as your voice whispering, I love you, dear.
All right, boys, here's another big basket of waste paper. Take it out to the garage, Bill.
Sure thing, Gracie.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't those my cigars in there?
Yes, dear.
Gracie, this is a paper drive.
Well?
She's got you, George.
Oh, come on.
Say, what about this bundle of letters on the desk, Gracie? Don't they go?
Oh, no, Bill. Oh, I just couldn't give those up. Oh, no, I just can't.
Well, what are they?
Well, George's love letters to me. Precious little nuggets of passion. Written as only George could write them.
Oh, yeah, old passionate George.
Put them in the basket, Bill.
Oh, no, don't. Oh, they're so beautiful. George always signed each letter, Boopsy Boy.
Boopsy boy. What a command of English.
Gracie, would you throw those things out?
Oh, it would break my heart, dear. Bill, just listen to this. It was written when George was playing in vaudeville. Dear Gracie, your great, big, strong, handsome, talented Boopsy Boy opened today in Scranton. The audience was wild about me. They cheered me to the rafters. Oh, you can tell he's in love, can't you, Bill?
I'll say, Grace, you can even tell who with.
Gracie, will you put that stuff in the basket? There's a paper drive
Oh,
on.
and here's one I can't part with, Bill. It's the first hint George ever gave me that he'd like to marry me.
Gracie,
But
please.
it's such a subtle hint. Bill, just listen.
Mm-hmm.
Dearest Gracie, I played Cleveland yesterday, and the weather was awful. I woke up in the middle of the night, and my feet were cold as ice. Get it, Bill?
Yes, I get it, Grace.
Gracie, the paper drive. Put them in the basket.
Well, George knew I had a weakness for poetry, and he wrote me some adorable little poems. So touching.
The basket. Put them in the basket.
Well, I'm proud of your talent, darling. Listen to this, Bill. I'm thinking of you, though you're far away. I miss you and need you. I want you each day. Without you, my darling, I'm hardly alive. I'm lonely, I'm blue, I'm broke. Send me 5. Bill. It's beautiful, huh?
Oh, masterpiece.
The basket.
And
Will you
here's another one,
please?
Bill.
Oh.
I long to be with you, my Belle, but they hold my trunk at the Grand Hotel. And so you're in my thoughts again. I love you, darling. Send me 10.
Well, they get shorter.
And sweeter. Now listen to this. I love you lots. I love you plenty. I love you madly. Send me 20.
What passion.
The basket, please.
I didn't know George had it in him.
Oh, touching, huh?
Constantly.
Now, Bill, this is the last one he wrote.
Well, let's hear it, Gracie.
You're double nifty. Send me 100.
He could have made a fortune with a rhyming dictionary.
All right, now that's enough. Will you put those letters in the basket?
All right, darling. All but this one. I can't give this one up. I can't. I just can't.
Well, what is it?
Well, this is the letter in which George finally did propose to me.
Oh, beautiful, huh?
Oh, divine. Listen. Dearest Gracie, I can no longer stand the shame of borrowing money from the girl I'm engaged to. Let's get married.
Well, Shakespeare could take a few lessons from that kid.
Look, the basket. In the basket, we've got to...
Oh, come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie. I brought you 10 pounds of paper.
Oh, thank you, Tootsie.
Hello, George. Oh, hello, Bill. Ma, you're getting better looking every day.
Oh, well, thank you, Tootsie. What's new with you?
Tootsie. Where'd you get all this paper?
Oh, Gracie, it was so romantic. I was sitting in the park, and this man in uniform came along. So naturally, I started to flirt with him.
Oh, naturally.
Well, one thing led to another.
But, Tootsie, where did you get the paper?
From the man in uniform. He goes around the park with a stick and picks it up.
Oh. Well, this brings my total to 715 pounds. I guess we're in first place, all right.
Oh, but Gracie, I just heard that Mrs. Morton has 760 pounds.
760? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's awful. We'll have to scour the house again. George, you take the ground floor, and I'll take upstairs, and Bill take the basement.
How about me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tootsie. You take the basement, and I'll take the ground floor, and Bill, you take it upstairs.
How about me?
Oh, I'm sorry, George. I'll take the basement, George will take the ground floor, and Tootsie, you take the upstairs.
Well, how about me?
Oh, darn it. Bill, you take the basement, Tootsie will take the ground floor, and George will take the upstairs.
Okay, now let's hurry.
Oh, wait a minute. How about me?
Gracie, it won't work. There are 4 people and only 3 places to look.
Oh, yeah. George, how long would it take to build an attic?
About an hour.
Oh, we haven't got time.
No, let's hurry, yes.
Come in.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, Mr. Postman. Oh, have you got any mail for us?
Just one bill, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, dear. Just one? George, this is your fault. If you let me have my way last month, we could have won this contest with bills alone.
It's cheaper to come in second.
Well, goodbye, Mrs.
Oh, wait a
Burns.
minute. Mr. Postman, I'll give you 50 cents for all the mail in that bag.
Oh, I can't sell it. If I did that, they'd send me to Atlanta.
But you'd love it there. Mint juleps, magnolia blossoms.
Forget it. Maybe there's still some paper here on the desk.
Well, let's go through it. Bill, you take the top drawers. George, you'll take the middle drawers, and I'll take the bottom drawers.
Well, that leaves me out.
Here we go again.
Well, Tootsie, you take the bottom drawers, Bill will take the top drawers, and I'll take the middle drawers.
How about me?
Oh, this is awful. Now George has no drawers.
Time now for Felix Mills and his orchestra. Tonight with the Swan-Tet, it's Felix's new version of this wartime hit.
What do you do in the infantry? You march, you march, you march. What do you do when your practice got your back as stiff as starch? There's many a fall in the cavalry, but never a fall in arch. And what do you do in the infantry? You march, you march, you march. What do you do in the infantry? You hike, you hike, you hike. What do you get in the infantry? A left and right oblique. The son of a gun in the signal corps is traveling on a bike. And what do you do in the infantry? You hike, you hike, you hike. The hard way, the hard way. Sweat till you get there the hard way. What do you do in the infantry? You win, you win, you win. What do you do for the victory? You move into Berlin. The rest of the army are riding, riding, riding.
Off they go, men of the Army Air Corps.
Off they go, traveling line.
What do you do in the infantry?
A right, a left, a right, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. See those caissons go rolling along. And their 2 feet don't have to be strong. But what do you do in the infantry? You march, you march, you march. What do you do when your pack has got your back is stiff to start? The rest of the army are riding, riding through a triumphal arch. And what do you do in the infantry?
No wings, no bike,
No bus, just hike.
You march! 2, 3, 4, march! 2, 3, 4, march!
Well, if George is going to sing on the Chummy Gum program, he and Gracie have to collect 45 pounds of paper in the next 10 minutes. They are now rushing frantically around the neighborhood.
Yes?
We're collecting waste paper for the government. Have you got any?
Well, you were here yesterday and took every scrap I had.
Well, what's that in your hand?
Well, that's the evening paper.
Well, give it here, quick.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm reading the war news.
Well, I'll tell you all about the war. We're fighting Germany and Japan. Goodbye. Hello, we're collecting waste paper.
Junk dealers, eh? Go around to the back door.
Junk dealers?
Oh, well, don't mind that. Run around to the back door and get the paper.
Okay.
That's better. Now, what do you want?
Waste paper. But I'm no junk dealer.
Say, aren't you George Burns?
Yeah.
And I sent you around the back door. Say, I'm sorry. Go right around the front.
Oh, did you get it?
No, but I will.
Whoa, this is better. Now, what was it you wanted, Mr. Burns?
Waste paper. Have you got any?
No.
Oh, lady, have you any waste paper in the house?
I don't know, and I ain't going in to find out. I just had a fight with my husband.
Really?
Yes, I told him he had a face like a horse, and he threw a book at me.
You don't say. A book, huh?
A great big one, too.
Well, excuse me one moment. Hey, horse face! Oh, thank you very much. Come on. Well, come on, George.
Hey, wait a minute. This is too good to leave. Hey, horse face! Ouch!
Oh, never mind, dear. It's in a good cause.
Yes?
Have you any paper?
Oh, I know you cleaned me out yesterday. Took everything but the music on the piano.
Well, how did I overlook that? Hand it over.
Oh, but you
The
can't.
government needs it.
Well, all right, all but this one. This is my favorite song. I can't let you take it.
Yeah, it's my favorite, too. Though April showers may come your way, for they bring flowers that bloom in May. And when it's raining...
Here, take it.
Oh, gee. Tough luck, kids. The radio station manager just weighed your paper, and you're still an ounce under Mrs. Morton.
Oh, gee, now I won't get to sing.
Say, Bill, how about that little black book of yours with the telephone numbers? That's paper.
Oh, no, Gracie, I can't give you that.
Why not?
Well, with Sinatra and 1A, now's my chance.
Bill, you must have some paper on you. Look through your pockets.
Well, all I got is some Swan soap.
The swan wrapper. That'll do it. George, get the wrapper from Bill. I'll run into the studio and tell them we won.
Bill, you're a lifesaver. We've only got 30 seconds to go. Unwrap the soap, quick.
Okay, George. Notice as I start to unwrap it, that clean, fresh fragrance of Swan.
Bill.
Smell it, George.
I smell it. Now give me the wrapper.
Now just think, George. Beneath this cool green wrapper lies a new white floating soap. So pure, so fine, that it's actually 4 soaps in one. Smell it, George.
I smell it. The wrapper. We got
Swan's
30
the soap
seconds.
for bathing the baby, for your own hands and face, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one. Smell it, George.
You smell it. I want the wrapper.
Ah, pure as fine Castiles.
Great.
No wonder doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. Swan's so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin.
30 seconds.
Just think how swell it must be for your hands and face, your complexion. Smell it, George.
Hey, Bill, the soap smells beautiful. My complexion smells beautiful. The baby smells beautiful. The doctor smells divine. Now give me the wrapper.
Oh, wait a minute. You haven't smelled anything yet. Wait till I break it in 2 for you.
No, you're not going to do that.
Oh, yes, I am. Swan breaks in 2 so you can put half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Give me the wrapper.
Hey, now what'll I do with the soap?
Smell it. Here, Gracie. Well, Gracie, I finally got it.
Oh, good. We'll be going on the air in a minute.
Well, what do you think I ought to sing?
Well, in honor of the paper drive, why don't you sing that song that's so popular now? You know, the one about the man who wants the woman made of paper. I believe it's called Paper Doily.
Paper doily? Paper dooley.
No.
Quiet in the studio, please. We're going on the air. Good evening, radio friends. The makers of Chummy Gum, the gum that's yummy, present the winners of their waste paper collection contest, Mr. and Mrs. George Burns. First, Mrs. Burns.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our government needs waste paper for the production of cartons for field rations and containers for shells, and many other vital things. When you save it and turn it in, you're making an important contribution to the war effort. So please help all you can. And now you will be entertained by George Burns, the voice of waste paper.
Thank you. My first number,
All
ladies.
of you listeners must have some paper in your homes that you've overlooked. And I know that when you hear my husband's glorious voice, you'll run straight to your attics and basements.
Thank you. My first number, ladies.
This feature, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by Chummy Gum, the gum that's yummy.
My first song...
Chummy Gum will never cause your cheek to bulge or your jaw to sag. Try it, and if you're not a mummy or a dummy, you two will say that Chummy Gum is yummy.
My first number...
Try the bedpost test. Before retiring... I say before retiring, place your wad of Chummy Gum on the bedpost. When you awake in the morning, you'll find that the flavor of the gum is still delicate, yet full-bodied, and that the bedpost is not at all icky.
Now, my first number...
How do we dare make this claim? Because Chummy Gum
It's
is
yummy. It's yummy. Now, I'd like to sing.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Here's your music.
Hey, this isn't the number I picked out.
I'm very sorry. This is our sponsor's favorite. Music, please.
Chummy Gum is yummy. Chummy Gum is yummy. Chummy Gum, the yummy gum will never hurt your tummy.
Oh, George, that was beautiful.
Oh, nuts. Come on home.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. Meantime, I'd like to suggest that proof of Swan's mildness is the fact that doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. And when a soap is kind to a baby's skin, well, you just know it's a mild soap. And Swan's not only mild and extra gentle, but it's pure, too. Pure as fine Castiles. And, incidentally, that mildness and that purity can help keep your complexion in the pink. So why not break a bar of Swan in 2 and use half for the baby and half for yourself? It's worth a try, isn't it? Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Oh, George. I have some wonderful news for you.
Really?
Guess who's going to be on our program next week?
Who?
Walter Pigeon.
Really?
Yeah. Now, don't be jealous, dear.
Oh, I'm not jealous.
Well, you don't have to be. You're much handsomer.
Oh, go.
Oh, you out pigeon from your head to your toes. Especially your toes.
Good night, everybody.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Walter Pigeon. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Me, oh my, have you heard about Spry? Spry's the shortening that really puts a zing in all your wartime dishes. Your folks will say delicious.
Who wouldn't? Spry cakes are lighter. Fried food so crisp and digestible. Spry pastry melts in your mouth. And lady, when you cook with Spry, how your ration points stretch.
Just tell your grocer, I want Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, and their guest, the star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Madame Curie, Walter Pigeon, with Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns house, and George is upstairs dressing. Gracie is just answering the front door.
Gracie, look out your living room window, quick.
Well, Blanche, what is it?
A new neighbor's moving in next door to you, and wait till I tell you who it is. You'll die.
Who is it?
Walter Pigeon.
Walter Pigeon, the actor?
Uh-huh.
You mean Mr. Greg Arson?
Yes, aren't you thrilled to death?
Oh, I should say I am. Oh, I just adore him on the screen. Why, when the bombs are exploding all around him and his house is being blown up, nobody could light a pipe like he can.
I know. He's so romantic.
Oh, yes. Look, here comes his living room furniture. Oh, look. See, there's his bookcase.
Uh-huh. That's a pretty coffee table, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And I just love that bridge lamp.
Gracie, look.
Oh. Oh, and it looks like such a comfortable sofa.
You're telling me.
We used to have one just like that at home before I got married.
Yeah, but you had George on it.
Well, of course I did. And I wouldn't trade one George Burns for 20 Walter Pigeons.
Well, that's what makes horse racing.
I guess it's just a matter of taste. You like one thing and I like George.
Oh, look, Gracie. Here comes his bedroom furniture.
Oh, yeah, and there's his bureau.
And the top drawer is open. Oh, my, did you see what just fell out?
Oh, yes. Oh, he wears cute ones, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, they are cute.
Oh, I've been dying for George to get some like those. He wears the long, droopy kind.
Well, maybe they just look droopy on George.
Oh, Blanche, look. Look, right there. It's him, Walter Pigeon himself, see?
What a man.
Yeah, he is kind of cute looking, isn't he? That brown hair and those white teeth and those blue eyes.
Yeah, same coloring as my husband. Only he has blue eyes, white hair, and brown teeth.
Well, there he goes into the house.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of spying on him in his house, would you?
Oh, no, of course not.
It wouldn't be nice.
No.
I'll get my binoculars.
Hey, what are you two doing at the window? Snooping, eh? Shame on you.
Well, George, a glamorous movie star, is moving in next door. I was just going to get the binoculars.
Movie stuff? Well. I'll get the binoculars. Who is she?
Walter Pigeon.
Snooping, eh? Shame on you.
Well, I think I'll be running along, Gracie. It was wonderful seeing Walter Pigeon so close up.
Well, glad you enjoyed it, Blanche. Give my regards to your husband.
I will, Gracie, if I ever decide to go home again.
Come away from that window, sweetheart.
Ah, jealous, huh?
No. Should I be?
Oh, of course not. Why, you're much better looking than Walter Pigeon.
Oh, now, Gracie.
Oh, I mean it, George. Well, when you smile and your nose wrinkles up, it's just too cute for words.
Really?
Yes. It's even cute when you stop smiling and it just hangs there.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Walter Pigeon. I'll take George Burns. Life with you is just like a beautiful fairy tale.
Oh, please.
Oh, yes, it is. I often play a game when men whistle at me on the street. I pretend they're wolves and I'm Little Red Riding Hood and I'm hurrying home to you, my dear old grandmother.
Must be fun.
Good morning, folks.
Hi, Bill.
Oh, Bill, guess what? We've got a new next-door neighbor, Walter Pigeon.
Really? Say, I think I'll drop in and tell him about Swan, the new white floating soap. That'll kind of establish me as a bird lover.
A bird lover?
Well, George, think of the headline. Bill Goodwin gets pigeon to bathe with Swan.
Oh, Judge. Doesn't Bill say the cute things?
Yes, he's a second Ben Turpin.
Well, of course, I'll tell him that Swan's not only great for his bath and for his hands and face, but it's great for bathing a baby and perfect for dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Well, I'm glad Mr. Pigeon's a bachelor, Bill. Now you'll have somebody to pal around with.
Say, that's right. Gee, Pigeon and I can have some real fun together. Double dates, I know a couple of sisters. Beautiful apartment, champagne, home-cooked meal, and, after dinner...
Yeah?
That is, if we play our cards right...
Mm-hmm.
They'll let us wash the dishes with Swan.
Oh, joy supreme.
Well, George, it's a real kick to wash the dishes with Swan, a kick to see those loads and loads of suds, and to know that Swan is so mild and gentle your hands won't get that rough red dish panty look.
Well, it's time for me to get to the office. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Bye, dear.
And while I'm gone, you two let Pigeon alone. Don't annoy him. And Gracie, above all, don't try to get him married to Tootsie Sagwell. Goodbye.
Phil,
Huh?
doesn't George get the best ideas? Hand me the phone.
Okay, here you are.
Hello? Hello, Tootsie? Tootsie, this is Gracie. Now, listen carefully. How would you like to marry Walter Pigeon? Tootsie! Tootsie! Oh, dear.
What happened, Gracie?
A short circuit. I guess she drooled on the wires.
Our popular young tenor Jimmy Cash and a new ballad that's rising in popularity, When They Ask About You.
When I go for a walk and meet old friends we knew, we sit around and talk, then they ask about you. What's the good if I say that you and I are through? I tell them you're away when they ask about you. stepping on my heart. When they ask about
Oh, Tootsie, for goodness sake, calm down. The way you act, Walter Pigeon wouldn't even speak to you.
Oh, I don't care. I'd be satisfied just to squeeze him and listen to him grunt.
Now, Tootsie, that's just why we've always failed before. You rush men so. Now, this time I have everything planned.
Well, Gracie, how are you going to get him to propose?
Well, I'm going to put him under obligation to me.
How?
Well, neighbors borrow things, don't they?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to lend him an egg, and then he'll have to do me a little favor and marry you.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Thank you, Tootsie. Now, I'll take an egg and be on my way. And don't worry, in no time at all, you'll be Mrs. Tootsie Walter Sagwell Pigeon.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Pigeon. I'm Mrs. Burns, your next-door neighbor. Would you like to borrow this egg?
No, thank you very much.
Oh, you're making a big mistake. Eggs are very good for you.
Perhaps,
Oh,
but,
they're full of all sorts of healthy things like vitamins and chickens.
Mrs. Burns, I don't want to borrow an egg.
No egg?
No egg. If I find I need one, I'll send to the store.
Oh, don't do that. It's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Well, certainly with the shortage of materials, who knows what they're making eggs out of these days?
Mrs.
Well, now,
Burns...
this is a real egg. Pre-Pearl Harbor.
A bit ripe, wouldn't you think?
Well, just mellow. Here, take it.
No, thanks. I appreciate your good neighbor spirit, but really, I don't want to borrow your egg.
No egg.
No egg. Good day, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good day, Mr. Pigeon. Don't hesitate to call me if you want to borrow an egg.
Well, Gracie, any luck?
Oh, darn it, no. I couldn't lend him a thing. He seems to have everything.
You said it.
And I thought sure I could tempt him.
Well, Tondaleo didn't have any trouble tempting him.
Oh, Tondaleo, that native girl in white cargo.
Yes, the one who wore the sarong.
Oh, so that's what he likes. Oh, aren't men beasts?
Yeah, lovely, lovely beast.
Tondaleo, huh? I'll be right back.
Oh, it's you again.
Big white stranger like 'em egg?
What?
Eggs. Good to eat. Come from birds. You want 'em? Me got 'em.
Mrs. Burns, just why are you talking like a travelogue?
Me native girl. Live on island.
What island?
Catalina?
Are you asking me or telling me?
Me telling you. Like 'em egg?
Really, you shouldn't run around like in the neighborhood acting like this. What will your husband say?
You mean pale-faced?
Well, you know him better than I do.
He no care. Want 'em egg?
No, I don't want him egg.
Egg make white stranger strong. Put hair on chest.
Why don't you give it a pale face?
No got 'em chest.
I see.
Beautiful, gorgeous, stunning native girl give white stranger one more chance to borrow egg. What say, white stranger?
Aloha, Mrs. Burns.
Well, did it work?
Oh, no, Tootsie. I guess he's tired of Tondaleo. Who else has he been running around with?
Well, Mrs. Miniver.
Oh, yes. He'd borrow from her. They used to be married.
Sure.
Let me see. She was English, wasn't she?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll be right back, Tootsie.
Oh, no, not you again.
Are you there?
What?
Are you there?
Well, don't you see me?
The Fargo boy. Thick as consomme. Can't see my jolly old digits in front of my jolly old puss.
Are you British now?
Rightfully. Care to borrow a spot of egg?
Oh, that egg again. No, I don't want it.
Delicious with crumpets and a cup of petrol.
No, thanks. I like my petrol without egg.
Amusing chaps, you Americans.
Mrs. Burns, why are you working so hard to get me to borrow that egg?
Because you blimey well need it, old cricket. You look a bit pico today.
Pico?
Yes, tired as an old tea bag. Beastly jolly, eh, what?
More beastly than jolly. But I definitely do not want the egg. Now, if you don't mind...
Cigarette.
What?
Cigarette.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch.
Thanks.
Thank you. Egg.
No.
Cad.
Mrs. Burns, once and for all, I don't want to borrow an egg. Now, cheerio.
Are you there?
You don't have to tell me. I can see by your face.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Miniver didn't work either.
Gracie. The title of his latest picture is Madame Curie.
Madame Curie. Au revoir, Tootsie.
I left the door open. What is it this time?
French.
French?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Would Yankee like to borrow la egg?
All right, Mrs. Burns, you win. Give me the egg.
There. Well, now that I've done you a favor, will you do a little favor for me?
What is it?
Drop over to the house and marry my girlfriend.
Marry your girlfriend?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
You don't believe in long engagements, do you?
No, will you marry her?
No, thank you.
Well, that's gratitude for you. After pestering me all day to borrow an egg.
Yeah. I did hound you, didn't I? But the answer is still no, even if you throw in a rasher of bacon.
Well, Mr. Pigeon, won't you at least come over and meet Tootsie?
No, thanks. Say, is this Tootsie between the ages of 20 and 35?
Yes.
Has she had at least 2 years of high school?
Oh, yes, at least 2 years in each class.
I think I would like to meet Tootsie.
Oh, good. Well, come for dinner at 6 o'clock.
Very well, I'll be there.
Oh, dear. With an extra dinner guest now, I'll need another egg. May I borrow one from you?
Oh, yes. I just happen to have one on me.
Oh.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra with a special Mills treatment of this lively air, Canadian Capers.
Why, Tootsie Sagwin and Walter Pigeon to dinner. Didn't I tell you not to annoy Pigeon with that broken-down dame? Didn't I tell you that Tootsie should...
George, please, remember your appendix.
My appendix has been taken out for 5 years.
Well, poor Tootsie hasn't been out for 10.
Well, never mind. You're calling this dinner off.
All right, if you don't want to sing in pictures.
Tell Pigeon you... What was that?
Mr. Pigeon is coming over just to hear your voice.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Probably wants me to sing in one of his pictures.
Well, sure. You have a remarkable voice. The kind that puts people right in the mood of your song.
It does?
Yes. Remember at Bill's party you sang Leave Me and Love Me or Leave Me?
Uh-huh.
Well, while you were singing I Loved You and everybody else left you.
So Pigeon wants to hear my voice, huh? Well, okay. He'll have a chance to hear it.
Come in. Oh, good evening, Mr. Pigeon. This is my husband, George Burns.
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
How do you do, Mr. Pigeon? How do you do? How do you do, Mr. Pigeon? How are you?
An attractive house you have here, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, thanks. It's not very big, but we're crazy about it.
Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
May I open a window?
No, see here.
I'd like to light my pipe, but I don't want to get the room all smoky.
Oh, that's it.
Where do they go, those smoke rings I blow each night? Oh, those smoke rings.
Happy little fellow, isn't he?
Yes, he sings.
He does?
Oh, yes. I got a special little number worked up. Would you like to hear it?
Well...
Swell. Say, have you ever been away?
Hello, folks. Oh. Walter Pigeon.
Oh, yes. Walter, this is Bill Goodwin.
How do you do?
I'm glad to meet you.
Sit down, Bill. I'm going to sing a little song for Walter.
Oh, great, George.
Say...
Ever heard George sing before, Walter?
No.
Oh, has a magnificent voice. Go ahead, George.
Say, have you ever been away?
Get that high note, Walter.
Say...
Pure as a bar of swan. And swan's pure as fine Castiles.
Now, Bill, don't start with that. Tell him about Swan later.
Oh, well, sure, George. Remind me to tell you later, Walter, about Swan being the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for bathing the baby, for your own hands and face, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, don't tell him about Swan. Now, wait till I finish my song.
Oh, well, sure, George. Go ahead.
Say, have you ever been away?
Walter, when he finishes this song... Are you going to hear something?
Bill.
I'm going to tell you why so many doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. Because it's so mild, it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. And since Swan is so mild, it must be swell for your hands and face, your complexion.
Look, Walter, do you want to hear Bill talk about Swan soap, or would you rather hear me sing?
Bill, I understand Swan breaks in two.
Oh, no.
You're absolutely right, Walter. Swan does break in two, so you can put half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower, and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Are you through?
Yes.
Now, if you open your yap once more, I'm going to throw you out. Say, have you ever been away?
George.
Say.
George.
Oh.
You hurt my feelings. I'm going home.
Darn that guy anyway. I'm sorry, Walter. Well, now I can do it right. Say, have you ever been away?
No, but it's a wonderful idea. Goodbye, everybody.
Wait a minute. After all, you came over here to hear me sing.
I came over here to hear you sing. Whatever gave you that idea?
Gracie, didn't you tell me that...
My dinner's ready. I can smell the water boiling.
Walter, what did you come over for?
Well, I'm very interested in a girl named Tootsie Sagwell.
Walter, things can't be that bad with you.
You don't understand, George. I'm doing some special recruiting for the Waves.
Oh, you want Tootsie to join the Waves?
Of course. And from what your wife told me of her, she loved the Navy.
She already does.
It's the back door, dear. I'll answer it.
Am I late? Is he still here? And how do I look?
No, yes, and peculiar. Well, what have you done to yourself?
Well, I said to myself, Tootsie, what's Greer Garson got that you haven't got? So I bought a red wig.
Oh, it's simply marvelous. Honestly, if Greer Garson didn't look the way she looks and you didn't look the way you look, nobody could tell you apart.
Oh, how wonderful. Oh, where is Mr. Pigeon? Let me add him.
Oh, right in here. Well, Walter, I guess I don't have to tell you who this is.
Oh, of course not. Hello, Harpo.
Yeah. Pigeon, this is Tootsie Stagwell.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Stagwell.
Oh, Mr. Pigeon, it's really you. I can hardly believe my eyes.
I'm having a little trouble, too.
George, let's you and I go into the next room. Walter probably wants to be alone with Tootsie.
No, don't leave. What I have to say to Tootsie, I want the whole world to hear. May I ask you a few questions, Tootsie?
Oh, sure.
Are you between the ages of 20 and 35?
Uh-huh.
Does she have to tell you how far between?
No. That's all right. And you're single, naturally?
Naturally.
Yes, naturally. Although that doesn't matter. If you were married and had no children under 18, you'd still be eligible.
I would?
Certainly. Now, Tootsie, I want you to understand the problem. Every day, more and more sailors are leaving their posts to carry men and materials overseas. The situation is really desperate.
You're telling her.
Oh, gee, Mr. Pigeon, imagine you picking me out of all the women in this country.
Oh, I don't want only you, Tootsie. I want thousands of women.
Thousands?
Mr. Pigeon, don't you think you're biting off a little more than you can chew?
I'm not asking anything for myself, Gracie. It's for Uncle Sam.
Ah, well, I like that. Let your uncle get his own women.
Walter, you'd better explain just what you want Tootsie to be.
Why, a wave, Tootsie, of course.
A wave?
Yes. And every woman who is eligible should join. It's a fine way to share the experiences and adventures of her fighting brothers and friends who are now in the armed forces.
Oh, all right. Tootsie can become a wave and a bride on the same day.
Bride?
Well, yes. Now, let's eat before the ceremony. You don't want to marry Tootsie on an empty stomach.
I certainly don't, or any other way.
Well, you will before I'm through. As long as you live next door to me, I'll be at your house every single day until you decide to be more neighborly.
Well, in that case, Mrs. Burns, I'd better run along. I have to get up very early tomorrow morning.
Oh, really? Why?
It's moving day again. Goodbye.
George and Gracie will be back in just a moment. Friends, we have as our guest next week lovely Loretta Young, and the following week, Charles Boyer. And now, before George and Gracie return, I've time to remind you that you can't be too careful when it comes to choosing the soap for your baby. So better think twice and choose Swan. Lots of doctors and nurses recommend Swan. They know it's pure as fine cast seals. And they know, too, that Swan is mild, so gentle, that it will not irritate your baby's skin. And look, it's just good common sense that if Swan is that pure, that mild, well, you just can't get a finer soap for your own complexion now, can you? Think it over. I'm sure straight thinking will lead you to Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, here again are George and Gracie.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Navy has a tremendous job ahead of it, and we women should be proud that we've been given a chance to do our share. The need for wave recruits is urgent.
Every girl who is eligible and who is not now working in a war plant should talk about the waves with a Navy recruiting officer. Or she can write to Waves, Washington, D.C., and ask for a free illustrated booklet, The Story of You in Navy Blue. Do it now, without delay. Good night.
Good night, all.
Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, lovely Loretta Young, with Jimmy Cash, the Swantet, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. But before we visit the Burnses, let's look in for a moment on a dramatic scene taking place in the office of a Hollywood attorney. Consulting the attorney is a very excited and beautiful client, Miss Loretta Young.
This is preposterous. It's ridiculous. There isn't one word of truth in this entire magazine article.
Why, of course there isn't. Now, calm yourself, Miss Young.
Calm myself. Just listen to this drivel. Sensational, daring expose. The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen.
Why, that's fantastic.
Fantastic is hardly the word for it. Listen to this. Who is the mysterious Mr. X who holds the key to Loretta Young's heart? Does her son, Robert Young, know about this?
Why, that's positively weird. Tell me, does Miss Allen say where she got her information?
No. Undoubtedly, she got it straight from her head.
She couldn't have picked a more unreliable source. Now, does she name the man who's supposed to be your secret love?
No, but she describes him. He appears to be a combination of Gary Cooper, Noel Coward, J.P. Morgan, and the Green Hornet.
Have you ever met such a man?
No. You don't happen to know where I could, do you?
Unfortunately, I'm afraid not. Now, don't worry, Miss Young. We'll take legal action immediately.
Well, I'll leave that to you. And meanwhile, I'm going over and demand an explanation from Gracie. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day. Oh, Northrop.
Yes, Mr. Reagan?
Gracie Allen's married to a character named George Burns, isn't she?
Oh, yes, sir.
They probably cooked this up together. File suit immediately against Mr. and Mrs. George Burns for $50,000.
Oh, George, I have a wonderful surprise for you.
Really?
Yes, no more worries about money.
What do you mean?
Well, little Gracie has written a magazine article that's going to fix our finances permanently.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it's the least I can do, sweetheart. The way you work and slave at that old office is just making you a wreck, and I want to help.
Well, thanks, dear. How long have you been writing magazine articles?
Oh, quite a while, but I didn't want to say anything until I had one published.
Oh, the others were rejected, huh?
Yes, and I can't understand it. Well, they were wonderful articles about movie stars. My first one was called Charles Boyer's Eyes. Are they his own?
Can't see why they rejected that.
And then I wrote a perfectly marvelous piece called Is There As Much Inside of Charles Lawton as There Is Outside?
Fascinating stuff.
Oh, yes. And then I wrote one that'll just set everybody's tongue wagging. It's called Theda Barra Says She's Through with Pictures.
Theda is going to quit, huh? Imagine.
Oh, I do a lot of research on these stories. Now, take this one. It's called Gary Cooper. Is he?
Is he what?
Well, I haven't finished my research yet.
What magazine did you submit the stuff to?
Oh, it's a wonderful publication. It gives you the real inside information in a high-class way.
Life, look, pick, click.
dirt.
Dirt? You mean that horrible gossip magazine?
George, is that a nice way to talk about the magazine that's going to make us rich? Look, here's the latest issue. See what it says on the cover?
Sensational, daring expose, The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen. Say, you really came through.
Well, thanks, darling. And, George, I won't let my fame come between us. I'll still be a housewife no matter how many literary organizations beg me to join them.
Are they after you already?
Oh, sure. Just yesterday I got a letter asking me if I'd like to be a member of the Book of the Month Club.
Yeah, you're my little celebrity.
And when I first wrote this story, dirt turned it down. I had no style.
No.
No. For instance, I wrote, every morning Loretta Young gets out of bed, walks downstairs, and eats the grapefruit.
But you changed that.
Mm-hmm. Now it reads, every morning luscious Loretta Young gets out of bed with a cry of ecstasy, walks downstairs in a sweater, and passionately eats the grapefruit.
Didn't take you long to get the hang of it. The title is pretty snappy, too. The Secret Love of Loretta Young.
Yeah, isn't it? I wonder if she really has one.
What?
I wonder if she has a secret love. I doubt it.
Wait a minute. She must have a secret love. You wrote that in your article.
Well, you don't believe everything you read, do you?
Gracie, if there's no truth in this thing, why did you write it?
Well, there's never been any scandal about poor Loretta, so I thought I'd give her a break.
Murder, you can't do that, Gracie.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning, Bill.
What's Gracie done now?
Look at this magazine.
Okay. The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen. Oh, say, Gracie, if you want these kind of stories, I'm your man.
Oh, really?
Now, Bill, she's done enough.
Why, I can tell you the secret love of almost every woman in town. I've seen this bird in plenty of women's homes, married and single.
Oh, who is it?
Swan.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Well, George, just remember that Swan's not only great for a woman's bath and for her hands and face, but it's great for bathing the baby and perfect for dishes and light laundry. Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Look, Bill, we'll be in plenty of trouble if Loretta Young reads this article. Maybe you can help us. Do you know Loretta?
Well, no, but you know how I handle women, George. Why, gosh, I could flatter her right out of being mad.
You think so?
Well, easy. I'll go to her and say, Loretta, darling, you're beautiful. You have a face like a dishpan full of swan suds.
Wait a minute. You can't say that.
Well, George, nothing looks better to a woman than a dishpan full of swan suds. She knows that those long-lasting swan suds will help make short work out of washing the dishes. And she knows that Swan is so mild and gentle, you don't have to worry about rough dishpanny hands.
Never mind, Bill. We'll handle this thing ourselves.
Come in.
Mrs. Boynes?
Yes?
Who was that?
Aha! Look at this. I'm not the only one who thinks my magazine article will make us rich. Some smart lawyers think so, too.
What do you mean?
Well, they don't sue poor people for $50,000.
Oh, no.
A new popular ballad by our young tenor, Jimmy Cash. Little Did I Know. James?
Little did I know when I met you, I would learn to worship you so. Thought I'd kiss and then forget you. Little did I know. Little did I dream your caresses meant more than a passing hello. Now my foolish heart confesses, little did I know. April in the moonlight, the thrill of a June night, those bicycle rides with you. Christmas and Thanksgiving, the rapture of living, were things that I never knew. You were like a star far above me. I was just a dreamer below. Little did I dream
$50,000 we're being sued for. And all because you made up a story about Loretta Young's secret love.
Well, I was only trying to help George.
Hitler should have that kind of help. $50,000. Who's got that kind of money?
Well, I expect to earn quite a bit with my new article. It's called, Is Jane Russell a Man in Disguise?
Burn it and scatter the ashes. And furthermore...
What's the matter?
Here comes Loretta Young up the walk. Goodbye.
Oh, George, don't leave me alone with her. I'm afraid.
Sorry, baby. You got yourself into this. Get yourself out. I'm going to see a lawyer. Goodbye.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, you want to see Gracie? Well, she's gone to Australia to entertain the Aleutians.
Now, it's no use. I know you.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, come in, Loretta. I'm awfully glad to see you.
Yes, I guessed that. I came to talk to you about that story.
That story?
Yes.
Oh, yes. You mean that story about the moron who moved to the city because he heard the country was at war? Oh, yes. Cute, isn't it? George says that no one can do those moron things like me.
I agree 100%. But, Gracie, the story I'm talking about is the secret love of Loretta Young. Do you realize how much damage a story like that can do? Why, it's simply outrageous.
Oh, my, you're pretty.
This can involve me in all sorts of trouble. My studio's going to be furious.
Oh, I'd give $1 million for that complexion.
I've never been so upset, so angry in my whole life.
I wonder how you keep it so pretty.
Well, I start with a foundation cream and work it in.
Yes.
And then I pat on a little...
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. I've been tricked. Honestly, Gracie, a story like that, well, it could only be excused if it were written by a crazy person.
Oh. Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, well, it was.
You mean you admit it was written by a crazy person?
Mm-hmm. George. Yep. His old trouble is coming back again.
But the article is signed by you.
That's his old trouble. He thinks he's other people.
Gracie, do you want me to believe that your husband is a lunatic?
It would help a lot if you did.
Well, George always looked all right to me. Mentally, of course.
Oh, well, you can't go by appearances, Loretta. Think of George as a chocolate.
A chocolate?
Yes. You can't tell by looking at him whether inside he's plain or nuts.
Oh, dear. I wish you hadn't said that. Now, I'll never be able to bite into a chocolate without wondering if its name is George.
Oh, you're not taking me seriously, are you?
No, Gracie, I'm not. Why should he write such a story and sign your name?
Well, he thought he was me. You see, when George has these spells, he thinks he's all kinds of people. Well, one day he took away the key to my trunk and hid my suitcases, and he said, "You're staying home for a change."
Who did he think he was?
President Roosevelt.
Now, Gracie, you're putting up a very good fight. But I still think George is sane. I'm afraid you'll both have to face the music.
Music? Oh, now you really hit on his crazy spot.
What do you mean?
Well, he thinks he's a musician. Last week he thought he was Harry James.
Oh, poor Betty Grable.
Oh, he's really crazy when it comes to music, especially singing. He thinks he's Bing Crosby and Nelson Eddy put together.
That's an odd combination.
You're telling me. Why, every night he sets a trap for the stork and baits it with shortening bread.
I'm sorry, Gracie, but I don't believe any of this.
Well, I can prove it to you. Oh, look, here comes George now. You just ask him if he doesn't think he's a great singer.
All right, I will.
Well, Gracie, I talked to her... Oh, you're still here, Miss Young.
Yes. I want to talk to you, Mr. Burns.
About the lawsuit?
Well, I'd like to clear up something else first. Do you think you're a great singer?
Well, I wouldn't say great. I'd say, well, I guess great is the word. Would you like to hear me sing?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well, this is the hot lick that has Crosby worried to death. Like Jackie Horner in the corner, don't go nowhere, and I don't care. Well?
And to think I doubted you, Gracie.
Huh?
Believe me, you have my deepest sympathy.
Oh, see here, Miss
Now,
Young.
don't you come near me. You stay right where you are.
I won't bite you.
How do I know you won't? You might think you're a steam shovel and I'm a pile of sand.
You're kind of a screwball, aren't you?
Please don't say that. I've always heard that one can recognize another.
What's going on around
now,
here?
George, calm down. Remember your old trouble.
How can I forget you? A lawyer says we haven't got a leg to stand on. In the first place, you didn't type the story. It's in your own handwriting.
Wait a minute. It's in her handwriting?
Oh, sure.
Then she must have written it.
No, Herbert Hoover wrote it.
Oh, there you see? Now he thinks he's a G-man.
Gracie, let's not play any more games. Mr. Burns, I'm sorry. I owe you an apology.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now, tell me what for.
Well, I'll let your wife explain that. Goodbye, Gracie. I'll see you in court.
What's going on around here? In another minute, I'll be a raving maniac.
Oh, darn it. 2 minutes sooner and we would have saved $50,000.
Felix Mills and his orchestra, and tonight with the Swantet, a colorful salute to our valiant Marines.
Over the sea, let's go, men. We're shoving right off again. Nobody knows where or when. We're shoving right off again. It may be Bhutan, Rangoon, or Japan. We got a job we must do, and we will not come back until we're through. We're shoving right off so long to you. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we have fought our country's battles on the land and on the sea. First to fight for right and freedom, we're the finest ever seen, and we're proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
Now remember, Gracie, room 202 Arcade Building. We're gonna meet the attorneys there at 5 o'clock and try to settle out of court.
Yes, dear.
Even then, we'll have to pay Loretta Young plenty.
But that doesn't seem fair. I'm an honest person, and I made an honest mistake. Isn't there some way I can cheat her out of the money?
Gracie, there's only one thing could save us. If Loretta Young really had a secret lover.
You mean if a secret lover actually showed up, she couldn't sue us?
Hiya, folks.
Well, Bill, sit right down. How nice to see you.
Well, I'm going to stop off at the cigar store. See you at 5, Gracie.
Oh, Bill, have I got a surprise?
Yeah?
What would you do if I told you that a beautiful, glamorous movie star was secretly in love with you?
Oh, well, I just laugh and believe it.
I knew you would. It's Loretta Young.
Well, gee, you mean I'm the guy you wrote about in that article?
Sure. Loretta Young's mad about you. She's crazy about you.
I knew this would happen if I didn't stop washing my face with Swan. Swan is just so doggone wonderful, it made me even more irresistible than I used to be.
Oh, Bill, you're too modest.
Oh, well, Swan's not only great for washing your hands and face, but just the soap for bathing the baby. And it's great for dishes or light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
You know what Loretta likes about you, Bill?
What?
Your dimples.
Oh. My dimples aren't so much.
They're adorable when you smile.
Oh, you don't say. Well, I must smile more often. Let's see now. Doctors recommend Swan, the new white floating soap for bathing the baby. It's mild as fine Castiles. It's so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. Hey, do they show, Gracie?
Oh, yeah.
Good. And since Swan is so mild, well, it's just well for your hands and face, your complexion.
Oh, Bill, whatever you do, stay away from Loretta Young. She's so crazy about you that if she sees you, she'll grab you and kiss you and hug you and squeeze you, and you wouldn't want that to happen.
Oh, no, she might break the bar Swan in my pocket.
Sure.
Well, on second thought, it wouldn't be bad.
No?
No, then I could put half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom. Swan breaks in two, you know, so you can use half for your hands and face, tub, or shower, and half for your dishes and light laundry.
Well, Bill, please remember to stay away from Loretta. She'll be in the arcade building at 5 o'clock.
Oh, well, I won't go near her, Gracie. What room should I stay away from?
202.
202. Well, I'll go straight home. I don't want any movie stars kissing me.
Well. Hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Stanley. Give me 3 of my regular cigars.
Yes, sir. Perfecto Royales. I'll get them out of the safe.
You keep them in the safe?
Oh, yes, I have to. If I don't, they smell up the whole place. Here, your 3 cigars.
Here's your nickel.
Thank you. You seem depressed today, Mr. Burns. Trouble at home?
You said it. On account of my wife's latest brainstorm, I'm being sued for $50,000.
$50,000? My, that's a lot of Perfecto Royale.
Oh, yeah.
Greetings, Stanley. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke. Well, hello, friend Burns.
Hello, Cue Ball.
Mr. Burns isn't feeling well, Cue Ball. He's being sued for $50,000.
The paltry sum. Why, when I was the idol of the American stage, I spent that much annually on cigars alone.
Oh, sure.
And speaking of cigars, when you have had your fill of that one, may I toy with the butt, please?
Cue Ball, don't bother me. Say, Boley, I just had an idea. How would you like to make some money?
With a minimum of effort.
I'll give you $5 to pose as Loretta Young's secret lover.
What? You wish me to lie, to deceive, to utter crass falsehood about an innocent damoiselle? I, Bolingbroke, a man of honor? Not for 1 cent less than $7.
I'll give you 5. All you have to do is come to the arcade building, room 202, at 5 o'clock and do your stuff.
$7 and not a cent less.
$5 and not a cent more.
Sir, it is not my custom to quibble over pennies. $6.75.
Now, look, Bolingbroke, just because you have me over a barrel...
I do have you over a barrel, don't I? Farewell, Burns.
Hey, Cue Ball, wait.
Oh, poor Mr. Burns. Such a nice man. And if he goes broke, I'll be stuck with all those horrible cigars. The arcade building, room 202.
Oh, hello, Loretta. Is your lawyer in?
Yes. He's in the next office drawing up some papers. I'm glad you decided to settle out of court, Gracie.
Well, I've changed my mind about that, Loretta. You see, I know that when I get on the stand in front of that jury, Oh, by the way, would you lift your skirt just a little?
My skirt? Oh, you mean like this?
Yes. My, your legs are pretty, too. This is going to be an awfully close case.
No, you haven't got a chance, Gracie. I have no secret lover.
One never knows, does one? Have you the time?
Yes, it's just 5 o'clock.
Well, here I am, Loretta, dimples and all.
I beg your pardon?
Well, don't just stare at me like that, Loretta. Come on, grab me in your arms.
Just who are you?
Oh, as if you didn't know. I'm your secret lover.
What?
One never knows, does one?
There must be some mistake.
Oh, there's no mistake. Care to stick a finger in one of my dimples?
Oh, Loretta, there goes your case.
Now, look here.
Just a moment. Miss Young, take a look at this man I brought with me.
Well, who is he?
I, madam, Am your secret lover.
My what?
I, madam, am your secret lover.
My, Loretta, you've been a busy little girl, haven't you?
Well, now I suppose that we...
How do you do, Miss Young?
Who are you?
Your secret lover.
My gracious, the place is just crawling with them.
Now, little man, you turn right around and march out that door. And take that ham actor with you.
Yes, ma'am.
You can go, too, Dimples.
Come on, lovers.
Now, suppose we discuss this lawsuit sensibly. Now that my love parade has passed.
All right. Guess I may as well tell the truth.
Yes, it's about time.
Yeah. Your real secret lover is George Burns.
Oh, Gracie, please.
Well, what's so funny? George would be a wonderful secret lover.
Oh.
Well, he would. There's nothing to laugh at. He's a great lover.
Hey, wait a minute. Break this up. What's so funny about it? Gee, you think I...
Gracie, I'm sorry. I just can't stay mad at you. I'm ready to call this whole thing off if you are.
You mean it, Loretta?
Yes, I do. Now, Gracie will just print a retraction in the next issue of the magazine. We'll forget all about it.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to print a retraction, Loretta. In fact, I'll write a new article denying that you have a secret lover.
Good.
I've got a wonderful title for it.
What?
Nobody Loves Loretta Young.
Oh.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. And meanwhile, I want to remind you that it's our patriotic duty not to waste soap. Now, you know, we have all the soap we need here in America, but we haven't any to waste. So just take it easy. For instance, when you're taking a bath or washing your hands and face with Swan, don't leave the bar of Swan in the tub or wash basin. Just use that Swan long enough to work up a swell lather. That'll only take a few seconds. And the same goes when you're doing dishes or light laundry. Swish the Swan around in the dishpan a couple of times until you have all the suds you want. Then put the Swan back in the soap dish. And look, you better be sure the soap dish is dry, because a wet soap dish will help dissolve and waste any soap. Well, that's about all. I just wanted to remind you, because the government wants not to waste soap. Well, here they are again, George and his ever-loving Mrs. Gracie.
Honestly, Gracie, the messes you get me in, I just...
Well, I can't help it, George. We French, we're so excitable, so passionate.
You're French?
Ooh la la.
What's this all about, anyway?
Well, George, don't you know who's going to be on our program next week? Charles Boyer.
Oh, that's why you're French?
Trey, of course.
Oh.
Our guest tonight, Miss Loretta Young, is currently working in the Paramount picture Now Tomorrow. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Charles Boyer. The following week, Ida Lupino. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen and their guest, the co-producer and star of Universal's picture, Flesh and Fantasy, Charles Boyer, with Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, tonight we find George and Gracie just leaving their neighborhood movie, where they've been watching a romantic Charles Boyer picture. Gracie is still under the spell of her screen idol.
Gracie, could you walk a little faster? I said, could you walk a little faster?
If you wish, Charles.
Gracie, I'm George Burns, your husband, remember? I'm not Charles Boyer.
Oh. Well, that's life.
Come on, I want to stop in the cigar store.
Oh, my, I'll never get over the way Charles Boyer kissed Barbara Stanwyck. I wonder how it feels to be kissed like that.
As soon as we get home, I'll show you.
Mama's little dreamer.
Well, never mind. Here's the cigar store.
Well, good evening, Mr. Burns.
Good evening, Stanley. Give me 3 Perfecto Royales, please.
Yes, sir. Why, hello, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Stanley.
My, you're looking positively radiant tonight. There's a sparkle in your eyes and a glow in your cheek that only a man could put there.
It was a man, Stanley.
Well, there must be more to Mr. Burns than meets the eye.
We've just been to see Charles Boyer.
Oh, well, here are your cigars and your coupons.
Thanks. Gee, how do they do it? 3 top-notch cigars for a nickel and coupons, too.
How many coupons do you have now?
19,000.
Gracious goodness.
Yeah, only 6,000 more and I get a key ring.
Oh, George, pay Stanley for these 10 movie magazines, too.
10 movie magazines?
Well, they all have articles about Charles Boyer.
Look, Gracie, you can't...
Greetings, Stanley. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke.
Hello, cue ball.
Well, hello, Mr. Bolingbroke.
Why, bless me if it isn't the Burnses. Both the lovely one and the other one. Well, this is a most fortuitous happenstance.
It is?
Yes. I have great news for you, dear lady. The Bolingbroke Little Theatre is about to open its winter theatrical season. I shall want you as my leading lady, naturally.
Oh, naturally. Say, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get Charles Boyer for my leading man?
Oh, sure. You could get him easy for around $25,000.
Well, George, we wouldn't have to pay him a cent. He's free French.
Well, anyway, you're not going to get mixed up in that Bolingbroke's theater. All he wants is your money.
Sir, you insult me. I would not touch 1 cent of her money.
No?
No. She can give it directly to my landlady.
I thought so. Nothing doing. Get your movie magazines, Gracie. We're going home. Oh, and Stanley, I'll take a copy of Cowboy Love Tales.
Oh, that is your favorite magazine, isn't it?
Yes.
What a coincidence. My opening play will be a dramatization of Cowboy Love Tales.
Really?
Yes. I can just picture your lovely wife in the role of Lucy, and you as the half-breed, Dirty Sam.
Does the part of the hero, Oklahoma Tex, happen to be open?
Why, certainly, dear friend. Of course, there is that little matter of
money.
Yes.
Well, here's $5.
Oh, cabbage from Mr. Morgenthau's Victory Garden.
Well, Gracie, I'm going to be a leading man. You and I are going to be lovers in the old Bar X.
I still wish it was a Caspar X.
Oh, come on home. Gracie, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Put away those silly movie magazines and let's get some sleep.
But, George, did you know that Charles Boyer was awfully bashful as a boy?
Oh, turn out the light.
It says here he didn't get his first kiss until he was 19, and even then he wasn't thrilled.
No, huh?
No. Guess those French generals aren't very attractive.
Turn out the light.
The article I'm reading now is fascinating. Charles Boyer's 10 rules for being a successful lover.
Turn out the light.
That's the first rule.
Gracie, go to sleep. Oh, nuts. Now there's someone at the door.
Could it be Charles Boyer?
Of course not.
Oh, then you answer it.
Ooh, boy, the floor's cold.
Hiya, George. I saw the light on. Something wrong?
Yeah, something's wrong. I want to sleep, and Gracie wants me to listen to Charles Boyer's advice on love.
Oh.
Well, let's face it, Daddy, you can use it.
Now, look, funny, man.
No, I'm serious, George. You husbands get so you take your wives for granted. You forget the little niceties that mean so much to a woman.
What do you mean?
Well, take today, for example. Did you tell Gracie you loved her?
Well, no.
Well, did you tell her how pretty she is?
No.
Did you tell her Swan is 4 soaps in one?
Now, Bill.
Well, that's music to a woman's ears, George. Here's a white floating soap that's tops for her bath or complexion, wonderful for bathing the baby, and perfect for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Bill, I'm in no mood to stand here on my bare feet at 1 o'clock in the morning and blow bubbles with you.
Well, okay, I was just trying to help get Gracie to love you.
Well, Gracie does love. Doesn't she?
Well, there's one sure way to find out.
Oh.
First, you fill the sink with dirty dishes.
Dishes?
Yeah, sure. Now, you stand beside the sink and tell Gracie she can have her choice. She can either wash the dishes with Swan or kiss you.
Now, Bill...
And if she takes you, brother, that's love.
Good night, Bill.
George, that's a real test. Gracie knows those long-lasting Swan suds help make washing dishes a cinch.
Bill, have you ever been kicked with a bare foot?
And she knows Swan is so mild and gentle you don't have to worry about rough dishpanny hands.
I have very sharp toenails.
Good night, George.
Good night, good night.
Bill, it's you.
Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, listen to what I just read about Charles Boyer. It seems that years ago in France, a man named Pierre Dumont befriended him.
Good night. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, good night, dear.
Good night.
Well, this Dumont has a daughter named Marie who lives in America now, and Mr. Boyer has been looking for Marie so he can repay his debt to her father.
Marie? Say, I'm engaged to a girl named Marie.
Is her last name Dumont?
Well, I didn't catch her last name.
Oh, gee, I wish I were Marie Dumont. Then Charles Boyer would be glad to play my leading man. Say, why wouldn't I be Marie Dumont?
Oh, Gracie, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Oh, I wonder what time Frenchmen get up in the morning.
Yes?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Boyer.
Is there something you wish?
Pardon me?
Is there something you wish?
Oh, but don't you recognize me, Mr. Boyer?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm little Marie. You know, Marie Dumont.
No!
Yes.
You are actually the daughter of my dear old friend?
Beaucoup, why not?
Oh, mais c'est merveilleux. Entrez dans ma petite Marie. Je vais presque abandonner l'espoir de vous retrouver. Vous voilà, mais c'est magnifique.
Well, somehow I knew you'd say that.
Asseyez-vous, mon petit. Racontez-moi. Il y a longtemps que vous êtes en Amérique. Qu'est-ce que vous faites? Où habitez-vous?
Well, yes and no.
Why don't you speak to me in French, Marie?
Oh, well, I've gotten in the habit of speaking American. You know, this country is full of Americans.
Still the same, Marie. As a girl, you always made a little jokes.
I did?
Yes, you told terrible fibs.
Oh, I guess I haven't changed a bit.
Well, you were quite small when I saw you last. But I seem to remember that your hair was black.
Well, they have beauty shops in America.
And I thought your nose was longer.
They have plastic surgeons, too.
Oh, and instead of blue, I thought your eyes were brown.
Wonderful country, isn't it?
Perhaps my memory fails me. It's been so many years since I held you on my lap.
You used to hold me on your lap?
But of course, don't you remember?
No, darn it.
Well, now I want to hear all about your dear papa. How does he look?
Papa? Well, let's see. How long since you've seen him?
Oh, 15 years.
Well, he looks 15 years older.
Distressing, but it could happen to anyone.
Poor Papa. He's gotten very gray.
Gray? Well, that's strange. 15 years ago, he was completely bald.
Well, so much for Papa.
But how could a bald man become gray?
Oh, you're talking about his hair.
Yes.
Oh, I was talking about his complexion.
Oh, a gray complexion?
Not so good either, huh?
Oh, very bad.
Well, so much for Papa.
Well, my friend sounds like a sick man. Has he given up his hobby?
Oh, no. He's sick in bed, but he keeps up his hobby right in his bedroom.
Well, that's amazing.
Why?
Well, his hobby is raising goats.
Well, so much for Papa.
Well, another thing I would like to know about him.
Well, Mr. Boyer, I hate to change the subject. Why don't you change it?
Oh, I understand. I understand. It troubles you to speak of poor Dumont.
Well, it certainly does. Let's speak of me and the play I'm going to be in.
Oh, so my little Marie has gone on the stage.
Oh, yes, and I'd love you to be my leading man, would you? Oh, please do it for me. You'd play the hero, Oklahoma Tex.
Oklahoma Tex.
Yes. Oh, say you'll do it.
Well, how can I refuse? After all, it's a small way in which to repay my debt to Pierre.
Who?
Your papa.
Oh, him. Well, if you'll come over to 202 Cannon Drive this afternoon, we'll rehearse our part.
All right, I'll be there, Marie.
And by the way, at my house, you'd better call me Gracie. My husband always does.
Your husband? Oh, you're married.
Yes. So don't mention how I used to sit on your lap. It's still pretty romantic looking.
But why does your husband call you Gracie instead of Marie?
Well, he can't speak French. But George is a wonderful man.
Oh, I'm sure he is. Oh, by the way, did you keep your promise to your father?
My promise? Oh, of course I kept it.
Of course.
Of course. What was it?
Well, you promised to marry a man in the same business as your father.
Oh, that promise. Sure, I kept it. I wouldn't disappoint Papa.
Well. So my little Mary is married to a wine merchant.
Wine merchant? Oh, yes.
I can't believe it.
Oh, it's hard for me, too.
What is his name again?
George Burns. George Burns, the wine merchant. Well, I'll be running along. See you at my house this afternoon.
It will be good to taste real wine again.
Oh, won't it, though? How do you like your wine? Straight or with 7-Up?
Again, you joke with me. Alors, au revoir, ma petite. Je me réjouis de vous revoir cet après-midi.
Oh, how true.
Grand young singer Jimmy Cash with Felix Mills in the orchestra. The tune that Jerome Kern favorite from Showboat, the beautiful Why Do I Love You?
I'm walking on the air, dear, for life is fair, dear, to lovers. I'm in the seventh heaven, there's more than 7. My heart discovers in this sweet, improbable, and unreal world. Finding you has given me my ideal world. Why do I love you? Why do you love me? Why should there be two? Happy as we, can you see the why or wherefore I should be the one you care for? You're a lucky girl, I am lucky too. All our dreams of joy seem to come true. Maybe that's because you love me. Maybe that's why I love you.
Well, Charles Boyer has just arrived at the Burns home, still under the impression that Gracie is the daughter of his old friend and that George is in the wine business.
Why, Charles Boyer.
How do you do? Your wife is expecting me.
Really? Well, come in.
Thank you. Your wife is a remarkable woman. She speaks English awfully well, don't you think?
Why, yeah, I have no trouble understanding her.
Oh, she told me about the business you're in. It must be fascinating.
Oh, sure. We have our good years and bad years, of course.
Well, naturally. I understand that 1927 was the finest recent year.
1927. Yeah, I did pretty well that year. Made a big success in Altoona.
Altoona? Oh, I'm not familiar with it. Is it anything like Sauterne?
Sauterne? Well, that's a new one on me. Is it near Scranton?
Well, possibly, but it's closer to Claret.
One of us must be on a detour.
Perhaps I can clear it up. Is this Altoona light?
Well, it's light in the daytime, and then it gets pretty dark.
Light and dark? Oh, I don't think I would like this Altoona.
Well, it didn't seem bad in 1927, but I like Bridgeport better.
Which port?
Bridgeport. It had more bright lights.
Oh. Oh, more sparkle,
Yeah, you could put it that way.
Well, this Bridgeport must be similar to Champagne.
Well, Champagne is a lot further west, Illinois.
Oh, naturally, you mean the American Champagne.
Oh, yes. Ever been in it?
Been in it? Don't tell me people bathe in Champagne.
Well, why not? They bathe in Altoona.
But don't the bubbles tickle?
The bubbles, huh?
Yes. Didn't you ever hear of bubbles in Champagne?
No, but I knew a girl named Ginger in Peoria.
Now, look. I'm speaking of Champagne, the wine. Now, you seem rather tense for a man who is in the wine business.
I'm not in the wine business.
Well, that's funny. Your wife told me that you...
Well, Mr. Boyer, I'm so glad to see you.
Gracie, did you tell Mr. Boyer I was in the wine business?
Oh, no. I meant I used to be in it. I used to press the grapes with my little bare feet. But George was never in the wine business.
Oh, what a pity. He could have made a fortune with those feet of his.
Gracie, you used to press grapes with your bare...
Please, George, please. Mr. Boyer wants to discuss our play. He's going to be my leading man, Oklahoma Tex, a rootin' tootin' cowboy.
Now, never in my life have I rooted or tooted.
Gracie, I thought I was going to play Tex.
Oh, yes. Let your husband play the part, Mrs. Burns. I really don't believe I'm the type for a cowboy part.
Oh, Mr. Boyer, you'd be a perfect cowboy. Boy, you've even got the eyes for it. Big, dark, brown eyes, just like a cow's.
Oh. Well, all right. I'll do it for you, Papa.
Oh, you know Gracie's old man?
My best friend.
Gracie, where did Mr. Boyer meet you?
Thank goodness. I mean, somebody's at the door. Come in.
Greetings, good people.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bolingbroke. Did you finish the play?
Right. Here are the copies of the script. Still damp with the dew of my genius.
Oh, good. Mr. Bolingbroke, this is our new leading man, Charles Boyer.
How do you do?
Sir, permit me to assure you that it is an honor and a privilege to meet such a celebrated actor as Nigel Bolingbroke.
Oh, murder.
Here's your script, Charlie. And yours, Mrs. B.
Hey, how about me? Haven't I got a part?
No. However, I might create a role for you. Is your wallet on your person?
Oh, it's in the den.
Then let us wend our way thither, eh? I create so much better in the presence of money.
Okay, come on.
Now, Mrs. Burns, forgive me if I seem to doubt, but are you sure that you are the daughter of Pierre Dumont?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, have you got a picture of him?
A picture?
Yes, a picture.
Oh, a picture. Is that him on the wall?
No, that's Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, no, I meant the other wall.
Oh, that's George Washington.
Yes. Well, you're very well educated, aren't you? Oh, but I assure you, Mr. Boyer, I am Marie Dumont.
Well, is there someone who could confirm your story? I mean, some Frenchman who knew you and your father back in France?
Some Frenchman?
Oh, hello,
Well-
Gracie. Oh, you have company.
Why, Marcel Goodwin.
Huh?
Hello, Marcel.
Oh, Gracie, it's just a finger wave. Say, isn't this Charles Boyer?
Oh, now you see, Mr. Boyer, that proves he's a Frenchman. He recognized you. Mr. Boyer, I want you to meet Marcel Goodwin, who knew my father, Pierre Dumont, and who will tell you that I'm his daughter, and who probably can't stay long after he tells you.
Oh, well, how do you do, Mr. Boyer?
Bonjour, Marcel. Bonjour. Comment ça va?
Huh?
Vous allez bien?
And who no longer speaks French.
Well, Mr. Goodwin, so you knew my old friend Pierre Dumont.
Well, so I've been told. I mean, yes, I've been told that you know him, too.
How did he look when you last saw him?
Well, I tell you, I had to talk to him through the door. He was taking a bath.
Oh, now what did he say?
Well, he said, Marcel, he said, this is the greatest soap I ever bathed with. And I said, well, sure, Pierre, that's Swan, the new white floating soap. He said, is it, Marcel? And I said, of course, Pierre. And Swan's not only great for your bath, but just the soap for bathing the baby. And it's great for dishes or light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
Pierre loved his bath.
Oh, didn't he, though? Well, so much for Papa. Goodbye, Marcel.
No, wait. How about Madame Dumont? Of course, you saw her.
Well, yes, she was bathing, too.
In the same tub?
Oh, Papa was a great one to save water.
Oh, well, no, you see, what I meant was he was bathing the baby in the nursery.
Oh, I see. And what did Madame Dumont say to you?
Well, she said, Marcel, this is the greatest soap I ever bathed the baby with. And I said, oh, sure, Madame, that's Swan. Doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. It's pure as fine castiles, and it's also so mild, it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. And then I said, and remember, Madame, since Swan is so mild, well, it's just swell for your hands and face, your complexion. And she said, oui, oui.
Oui, oui. Talkative woman, Madame Dumont.
Well, so much for Mama. Goodbye, Marcel.
No, wait. Didn't they speak of me?
Oh, yes, of course they did. We talked about nothing else.
Oh, and what did they say?
Well, they said, Marcel, when you see Charles, tell him that Swan breaks in two. Tell him he can put half in the bathroom for his hands and face tub or shower, and half in the kitchen for his dishes and light laundry. Well, au revoir, Charles. Au revoir, Marie.
Oh, thank you, Marcel. Well, Mr. Boyer, see you believe me?
Well, I would still like to know.
Well, Mrs. Burns, everything is settled. For an additional $3, I created a splendid part for your husband.
Yeah. As the curtain goes up, I sing a cowboy song off stage.
All right, let's start. Curtain, music, Burns.
I'm heading for the last roundup. Da-da-la-doo-da-la, da-dee-da-la, da-doo-da-la, da-dee. Gonna saddle old plane for the last time and ride.
Is that absolutely necessary?
Oh, of course. It's mood music.
Oh, but don't you think he mooed a little too loud?
And now we are ready for the first scene. Lucy and Oklahoma Tex are sitting in front of the ranch house. Lucy, speak.
Tex, it's a lovely evening, isn't it? Well, go ahead, Mr. Boyer.
Oh, no, look, please, I don't think this part is for me.
Oh, it's perfect for you. Now, come on. Tex, it's a lovely evening, isn't it?
I reckon, as how it is, ma'am, that there sure is a right purty sunset.
Oh, brother.
Tex, if I ask you something, will you answer me true?
We all ain't in the habit of lying down home in Texas, ma'am.
This is the greatest thing since the invention of tear gas.
Oh, please. Tex, I want the truth. Do you really, honest, and truly love me?
Oh, Gracie, this next line is too much. No, I just
Boy, what will Papa say?
Oh, right. Oh, go on.
Tex, I want the truth. Do you really, honest, and truly love me?
I sure do, gal. I got the doggonest hankering for you.
Tex, I love you too.
Yippee.
Well, now I've heard everything.
No, Gracie, I'm sorry, but I cannot do this play. Really, even for the daughter of my best friend.
Say, that's been bothering me. Where did you know Gracie's father?
Well, he lived outside of Paris.
Sure.
He lived in San Francisco.
Well, isn't that outside of Paris?
Gracie, your old man has never been out of this state.
So my suspicions were correct. You are not the daughter of Pierre Dumont.
Of course not. She's Jughead Allen's daughter. So, you've been up to your old tricks again, huh, Gracie?
Well, I just did it so Mr. Boyer would play Oklahoma Tex, but I guess I was wrong.
You certainly were. I'll apologize to him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Boyer. And besides, you're much too fine an actor. Much too handsome and romantic to play Oklahoma Tex. You wouldn't be believable as such a stupid character.
Oh, thank you.
Here, George, you've got your part back.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'll just take a second to remind you that now is no time to let up in turning your waste kitchen fats into your butcher. They're desperately, urgently needed to make ammunition and for medicines to save the lives of our soldiers. So save those fats from your roasts, your frying, and your baking, and take them to your butchers. Thinking about it isn't enough. You've got to start saving those waste fats, and now. Do that, and you're taking an active part in this war. And now here's George and his ever-loving Mrs. Gracie.
Oh, George, guess who's going to be on our program next week? Ida Lupino.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll tell you something amazing. Ida and I were in the tea room last week, and the fortune teller told Ida that she'd meet one of the most handsome and charming men in the world on our program next Tuesday night.
Oh, Gracie, you know how those fortune tellers exaggerate.
Oh, I don't know, George. Bill Goodwin is pretty cute.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next week, same time, when our program will originate from the Naval Air Station, Terminal Island. We'll have as our guest Ida Lupino the following week, Cary Grant. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Now, till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night. How about you? Good night. How about you? Good night. How about you? Good night.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. We're broadcasting from the Naval Air Station on Terminal Island, California. And our guest is the lovely Ida Lupino, with Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Before we join the Burnses, let's look in at one of Hollywood's great motion picture studios, where a producer is discussing his new picture with the beautiful and talented star, Ida Lupino.
I'm sorry, Mr. Atchison, but I just won't play the part.
But it's a perfect part for you, Ida. A psychopathic killer who murders her husband.
That's just the point. I've been a mad murderess in my last 3 pictures. People are starting to believe I really am one. Why, when I walk down the street, everybody yells, "Run for your lives, Lupino's loose again."
Oh, but listen, Ida.
Why, yesterday I stopped my car to give 3 kids a lift. When they saw it was me, they ran screaming.
Well, you know how children are.
These were sailors.
Oh.
When sailors run from me, things are really tough. Well, look, isn't there some other part in this picture I could play?
No, the only other woman is a scatterbrained little housewife, a sort of, Gracie Allen.
Well, I'd love to try that. Oh, no, I really would. Suppose I go over to Gracie Allen's house and watch her for a while. Then I could play a dizzy housewife perfectly.
Well, are you sure Gracie's as dizzy in real life as she is on the air?
She married George Burns, didn't she?
Uh-oh. Well, there goes my argument.
George.
What?
You want to know something? You're my great, big, strong, handsome dream lover.
What brought that on?
Just love, dear. We're so different, you and I. I'm like a shy, timid gazelle, and you're like a big, powerful gorilla.
Thanks very much.
Every day I love you a little more. Do you love me?
Oh, sure.
Well, let me hear you say it then.
I love you.
Oh, no. Say it nice.
Oh, Gracie.
Say it nice, George.
I love you, sweetheart.
That's my little sugar face. I could never get angry at you, no matter what you did, darling.
Good.
Could you get angry at me no matter what I did?
No.
You're sweet. Anyway, we can easily get along without it for a few days.
Without what?
The car. I smashed it up this afternoon.
You smashed up the car?
Kinda.
What do you mean, kinda?
You know, kinda completely.
Gracie,
Well, George, it wasn't my fault, honestly. This other car was parked at the curb with nobody in it, and I didn't see it until it ran into me.
A parked car with nobody in it ran into you?
Yes.
Any telephone poles crossing the street at the time?
George.
Look, Gracie, how many times have I told you that I...
Coming.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, Ida Lupino, come right in.
Thank you.
Oh, do you know my husband?
Why, yes, I saw your husband at a party a few months ago.
Oh, sure, I remember. You got there just as I started to sing.
Yes. Did anybody stay for the second chorus?
Yes, it was late. They kind of thinned out.
Well, it's so nice to see you, Ida.
Oh, thank you, Gracie. I'm here to ask your help. You see, I'm going to be a housewife, and I thought you might give me a little advice.
Well, I'd be glad to, Ida. George, you better leave the room.
Why?
Well, this is woman talk. Run along now.
Well, okay. I'll go down to the cigar store for a while.
Oh, I'm so thrilled that you're going to be a wife, Ida. And I'm flattered that you came to me to learn the facts.
But Gracie...
Now, we'll start right at the beginning with the birds and the bees.
The birds and the bees?
Yes. Now, there are two kinds of birds. The he-bird, known as the male, and the she-bird, known as the female. Exciting, isn't it?
Very.
Well, now, when the male bird is young, he just whistles for fun. But as he gets older, he begins to whistle at female birds. That is known as mating.
Oh, Gracie, please.
Oh, I know it's embarrassing, but there are things every young girl should know. Now, Ida, after they're married, the male bird brings home food known as worms. And the female sits on their children known as eggs. Well, that's all.
Well, thank you very much. And now,
now for the bees.
Oh, no.
Yes. There are two kinds of bees. He-bees and she-bees.
You're sure I'm old enough for this?
Well, I hope so. Hundreds of he-bees hang around a she-bee until she picks out the one she wants. That is known as selective service.
Gracie, I hate to say this, but the advice I wanted was a little more advanced.
You mean you already knew about the birds and the bees?
Yes.
My goodness, you sophisticated Hollywood girls.
You see, Gracie, what I want to learn is...
Come in.
Oh, hiya, Gracie. I just dropped by to... Am I glad I did?
Miss Lupino, this is Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do?
Well, this is a pleasure, Miss Lupino. I've always thought you were the loveliest, the most charming, the most delightful, the most talented.
She's getting married soon, Bill.
Oh. Well, Miss Lupino, please don't tell Mr. Ickes what I just said.
Mr. Ickes?
Yeah, he hates to see oil wasted.
Bill, Ida came over to get some matrimonial advice. She already knows about the birds and the bees, and now she's ready for the advanced stuff.
Oh, well, I'm your man, Ida. Move over.
Yes. Bill's an authority. He's engaged to several girls. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, first a girl wants to show her husband that she's thoughtful and affectionate. So the minute the ceremony's over, she should grab him around the neck and give him a great big bar of Swan soap. Well, not just soap, Gracie. Swan, the new white floating soap. Now, that shows her husband that she's thoughtful, because Swan is 4 soaps in one. Not only great for his hands and face, but great for dishes and light laundry. And later on for bathing the baby, you know. Swan's a great wartime buy.
But her husband might prefer a kiss.
Oh, well, that comes now, when he carries her across the threshold.
Oh, that's a romantic moment.
Yeah.
Remember when George carried me across the threshold, Bill?
Yeah, well, I ought to. I helped him carry you.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Gracie, that's a girl's big moment. When her husband carries her across the threshold, she says, "Don't put me down, darling. Carry me right into the kitchen and let's wash the dishes with Swan."
What?
Well, he'll be delighted to find out that his little darling can make quick work of the dishes with Swan's long-lasting suds. And at the same time, never have to worry about rough red dishpanny hands. Because Swan is so mild and gentle.
Oh, well, now run along, Bill. Ida and I want to talk.
Well, okay. Goodbye, Miss Lupino. You follow my advice, and your husband will always love you.
If he can see her for the suds.
You'll see her all right. She's very pretty.
Yeah, isn't she?
Yes, sir. Every bit as pretty as the suds. Well, goodbye, girl.
Now, Ida, where were we?
Well, Gracie, before we go any further, let me explain that I'm not actually getting married. I'm just going to be a housewife in the picture.
Oh, I see. And who's going to be your husband?
Probably Charles Boyer.
Oh. Well, I'm glad he's just going to be your husband in a picture.
Why?
Well, imagine George trying to explain the birds and the bees to Charles Boyer.
Our tenor, Jimmy Cash, with Felix Mills in the orchestra, in another top ballad of 43, If You Please. If you please, James.
Did I see moonlight and magnolia trees? Smile again, my darling, if you please. Did I hear music on a warm spring breeze? Speak again, my darling, if you please. Did I feel cool September rain just then? If you please, touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you please. If you please, touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you please.
Ida Lupino still thinks she can play the part of a scatterbrained housewife in her next picture if she just watches Gracie in action.
You see, Gracie, the housewife I'm going to play in the picture is, well, actually, she's you.
Me?
Yes.
And Charles Boyer is George?
Well, yes.
I knew it. I knew they'd do it. Sooner or later, I knew they'd do it.
Do what?
Well, they made Anthony and Cleopatra, Romeo and Juliet, and now George and Gracie.
Gracie.
The three great love affairs of history. And each one of them has an exciting climax for a picture. Cleopatra is bitten by a snake, Juliet drinks poison, and I marry George.
I see the similarity.
Oh, what a picture it'll be.
Now, tell me more about your married life, Gracie. It'll give me some ideas of how to play this part.
Well, now, I think one reason George and I are so happy together is that we have exactly the same likes and dislikes.
Really?
Yes. For example, I like to put my cold feet on his back, and he dislikes it.
I see. The same likes and dislikes.
Yes.
But what I really want to know is how you handle George.
Oh, well, now, the secret of keeping any husband happy is to show him that you appreciate his sense of humor. You know, laugh at all the funny things he says.
Oh, does George say funny things?
Oh, well, didn't you ever see him in vaudeville?
Yes, that's why I asked.
Oh, he's terribly humorous. Honestly, sometimes he... Oh, look. Look, he's coming up the walk now. You just watch and I'll show you my technique. Hello, dear.
Hello.
Well, say something funny.
Huh?
Oh, that's awfully cute.
Cute?
Oh, adorable. Come on, entertain Ida some more.
How?
Oh, wasn't that clever, Ida? How? That's his imitation of an Indian.
I hate to say this, but I almost missed the point.
Oh, you English people. Oh, but you haven't heard anything yet. He does the funniest imitation of an owl.
Who?
That's it. Isn't it marvelous, Ida?
Girls, I'm going in to read the paper. But before I leave, I've got one that really make you scream. If.
If. Oh, well, sometimes they're even too subtle for me.
Is he always that comical?
Oh, no, sometimes he gets very blue and despondent. And then, of course, I have to cheer him up.
Well, show me how you do that, Gracie.
Well, I've got a better idea. You do it. It'll be wonderful practice for your picture.
Say, it might be at that.
Well, sure. Just pretend you're me and cheer him up as I would. Say exactly what you think I'd say.
All right.
Yes, I understand, Harry. Thanks for phoning. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Ida. Well, I just had some good news. Gracie smashed up the car today, but the insurance company is taking care of it. Great, huh?
Cheer up, George.
Huh?
Let a smile be your umbrella.
What?
Life is just a bowl of cherries.
Life is a...
Happiness is a thing called Joe.
What are you talking about?
I know you have a silver lining. Just turn yourself inside out.
Do you feel all right?
Ah, smile, George. Remember, it only takes 4 muscles to smile, but you use 12 when you frown.
Ida.
Or you would if you had that many muscles.
Now, wait a minute.
How do you feel now?
When you came in, I felt great.
I knew you'd snap out of it.
You know something? You sound like Gracie.
Oh, thank you, George.
Oh, Ida, that was just magnificent. You were me right to your fingertips. Except, of course, you're prettier.
Oh, Gracie, you shouldn't say that.
I have to. You're my guest.
Well, anyway, thanks to you, Gracie, this is one picture where I won't have to be a psychopathic murderess.
Oh, is there a psychopathic murderess in the picture?
Yes.
What a perfect part for me.
You?
Sure. They're always beautiful, seductive women who wear slinky clothes. All I need is the slinky clothes.
Gracie, you could never make anyone believe you're a murderer.
Oh, no. Well, you just watch this. I'll pretend this glass of water is poison, and I'll go in and get George to drink it.
But Gracie...
Shh. Gracie, what's the matter with that Ida Lupino? She acts like she's crazy.
Really?
What was that?
Here, drink this water.
Thanks. I think I need it. There. You want the rest of it?
No. I'm too young to die.
To die? What's funny?
That water you drank was full of arsenic.
Arsenic?
Yes. I thought it was best that way. An axe is so messy.
You put arsenic in my water?
Why not? It isn't ration.
What is this, anyway?
Well, sweetheart, don't you get it? I'm acting. I'm a psychopathic killer.
Oh, this is murder.
Of course.
Oh, cut it out.
Time again for Felix Mills, his orchestra, and the Swantet, in a Mills interpretation of an old favorite, Sweet Rosie O'Grady.
Wouldn't like that part of the murderess.
No, of course you wouldn't, Gracie. That's a pretty gruesome scene where she kills her husband so she can run away with a crooner. You see...
Oh, is there a crooner in the picture?
Yes.
What a perfect part for George.
Oh, Gracie, please not that.
But George has a wonderful voice. You know how a bird sounds.
Yes, but...
Well, when George comes on the screen, you'll really hear the bird.
I can believe that. I've heard George sing.
When? Oh, at that party.
Yes, he sang a medley of Irving Berlin tunes, and by the time he got to All Alone, he was.
Oh, but Ida, have you heard George sing since he had his adenoids taken out?
Yes.
Oh. Well, for the picture, he could have them put back in.
No. I'm sorry, Gracie. I don't think George has the voice for the part.
Well, I'm back. Come on in, Bill.
Okay.
Oh, George. George, wait till you hear the news. Ida's producer is coming by, and we're going to ask him to let you sing in her picture.
Really?
Now, Gracie, I didn't say that.
Well, gee, Miss Lupino, you might at least listen to George. Gosh, he's great. Just give him a chance. That's all I ask.
Thanks, Bill.
Why, George can do Jolson, Cantor, Crosby, all of them. George, do that imitation of Jolson.
Okay.
You know, the one where you go, Swanee, Swanee, how I love you. How I love you, my dear old Swan Soap. You're really four soaps in one.
Now, Bill,
Then you do your recitation like Jolson George. You know, Swan's a new white floating soap, folks. Listen to me, folks. It's a soap for your tub or shower, for bathing the baby, folks. Or doing the dishes or the little old light laundry. Mammy. Isn't he great, Ida?
Bill, if you just...
Now listen to him do his imitation of Ted Lewis, Ida. Go ahead, do that one, George.
Okay.
When my baby bathes with Swan.
Bill.
Why, doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. It's pure as fine Castiles. And so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin.
Now, Bill.
And since Swan is so mild, well, it's just swell for your hands and face, your complexion. Is everybody happy?
No, nobody's happy.
Ida, listen, the kid is really great. Just listen to him. George, look, do that Bing Crosby imitation. Well, go ahead.
Well, all right.
You know, the one where you go, boo, break it in two. Swan breaks in two so you can use half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower, and half in the kitchen for your dishes and light laundry. I surrender, dear. Isn't he great, Ida?
Yes, Bill. Now I'm going to do an imitation of the RAF, and you're going to be Berlin.
Now take it easy, George. I'm going.
Out. That guy's got a bar of soap where his brains ought to be.
Dear, you go inside and limber up your voice. I'll call you when the producer gets here.
Okay. I'm going to get a paper doll that I could call my own.
Gracie, let's face it, even that sample wasn't any good.
Well, no. Gee, maybe he's getting a cold. He sang like he had a hog in his throat.
Most people say a frog, Gracie, but in this case, I think you're right.
Ida, I have some cough medicine here in the drawer that should cure him. Well, I hope this won't be too weak. It's only 2%.
Only 2%?
Yeah, 2% cough medicine and 98% alcohol.
98% alcohol. Goodness, don't give him too much of it.
Oh, alcohol won't affect George. He never drinks. Ida, pardon me for just a few minutes. Here, George, drink this.
What's that stuff?
Cough medicine.
I don't need any cough medicine.
But, dear, you want your voice to be in tip-top shape when Ida's producer gets here.
Oh, all right, let's have it.
That's a good voice. Drink it all down. Delicious, huh?
That's awful.
Well, you better have one more glass just to be safe.
Hey, that's enough. I haven't got pneumonia.
Here. And don't leave any.
Didn't taste so bad that time. Say, I think I better have a little more. Never mind the glass. Just hand me the bottle.
Here, dear.
Thanks. Awfully nice cough medicine.
How do you feel now, dear? What did you say? That's what I thought you said. Are you sure you feel all right?
Better felt never.
Huh?
Never belt fatter. What's the matter? Don't you understand English?
Is your throat all right?
Fine. But I seem to have a little trummic stubble.
Oh, my goodness, what have I done? Oh, my, it's the producer.
Well, fine. Have him come in and produce.
George, you stay here.
Oh, no, I want to sing for the Purdue. Hiya, folks. I came in to sing for Mr. What's your name, Bud?
Atchison, but I hardly think this is the time to sing.
Is that so, Mr. Attitude? Well, I resent your Atchison.
Oh, please excuse him. His throat is a little tight.
Yes. Right down to his ankles.
Quiet, everybody. I'm going to sing. I'm going to get a dape of pal that I could call my own. A pal that other fellas cannot...
Goodbye, Gracie. It's been
flirty guys
we must do this more often. Goodbye, Miss Atchison.
Well, have to flute their dolly that are real.
George,
if I
stop.
come home each night.
George,
I come home.
Stop singing.
Huh?
You can stop now. They've gone.
You mean to say he left?
Yes.
Gracie, I'll tell you a little secret. You know what I think?
What?
I think Mr. Atchison was as drunk as a goat.
Oh, go careful.
Well, you'll hear from George and Gracie again in just a second. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that when it comes to taking care of your complexion, nothing can take the place of soap and water. But you've got to make sure the soap you use is mild and gentle. So, you better use Swan. You know that Swan is mild. You know that because doctors recommend Swan for even a baby's tender skin. And you know that Swan is pure, too. Pure as fine Castiles. So why spend a fortune for fancy toilet soaps all wrapped up in fancy packages when you can get pure, mild Swan and get 4 swell soaps in one? The soap for your complexion, for bathing the baby, for your dishes, and your light laundry. Swan, the new white floating soap that's in a class all by itself. Well, here they are again, that famous crooner and his ever-loving wife, Sugar Throat George and Gracie.
Oh, George, guess who's going to be the guest star on our program next week?
Who?
Kay Kaiser. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, well.
Oh, I'm so thrilled. Imagine meeting Kay Kaiser, the man who builds all those ships.
Yeah. You knocked them out in Boogie Woogie Temple.
Yeah.
And now I'd like to take a moment to wish all the luck in the world to Frank Galen, one of my writers who's been with me for 3 years and who goes into the service tomorrow.
All the best, Frank.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station next week, same time. Our guest, Kay Kaiser. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Tonight's program originated at the Naval Air Station, Terminal Island, California. And our thanks to Captain McGinnis for having us aboard. Insofar as the Navy does not endorse any product, this broadcast does not constitute an endorsement by the Navy Department. Now, till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night. How about you? Good night. How about you? Good night. How about you? Good night.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guest, Kay Kaiser, Jimmy Cash, the Swantet, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's afternoon, and George, on his way home from the office, is just stopping in at the corner cigar store.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Burns.
Hello, Stanley. Let me have a box of Perfecto Royales, please.
A whole box, Mr. Burns?
Yeah. How much will that be?
Well, let's see. 50 Perfecto Royales plus federal tax plus sales tax. That brings it up to exactly 79 cents.
Okay, wrap it up. I want to have them around the house for the holiday.
I see.
I expect a lot of people to drop over.
They certainly will if they smoke those.
Stanley, I happen to like these cigars.
Good evening, Stanley. Why, hello there, George.
Okay, Kaiser. Hello, Kay.
Can I get something for you, Mr. Kaiser?
Yes, Stanley. Wrap up a couple of cartons, please.
2 cartons of what?
Are you kidding?
Oh, of course. Let's come over me, and I hear your program every week. I'll get them right away.
Say, speaking of your program, Kay, I suppose you're always on the lookout for new talent, like a sensational male singer, for example?
Why, sure, George. If I found a new singer, I'd sign him right now.
Well, Kay, I've got just the voice for you.
I'd like to hear it sometime.
Like Jackie Horner in the corner, don't go nowhere, and I don't care.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Here are your packages.
Thanks. Well, so long, George. Have that new singer of yours give me a call sometime.
Oh, sure.
glad you're home early, Judge. I want you to look over my Christmas list.
Okay, I hope you kept it short.
Oh, I did. We're only getting presents for a very few intimate friends. People we're obligated to, like Mr. Galen, Mr. Davis, Mr. Harris, Mr. Casey, Mr. Fitzroy.
I don't know half these people. Casey? Fitzroy?
Why, darling, Mr. Fitzroy is the man who got us that 20 pounds of butter.
We've got 20 pounds of butter?
Sure.
Well, why don't you ever put some on the table?
All right, I will. Which do you like best, apple or peanut?
Yeah, some obligation. And what did Casey do for us?
Oh, he sent over the suspenders for you to wear tomorrow.
Suspenders?
Mm-hmm. Isn't tomorrow the day you pay your income tax?
Yes. Why do I need suspenders?
Well, didn't you say that after you pay your tax, you'd be caught with your pants?
Never mind. Gracie, this list is a mile long.
Well, they're people we're obligated to.
We're also obligated to the United States Army. But we can't buy 8 million soldiers Christmas presents. Say, wait a minute. There is a way we can give every soldier a present and every sailor and every Marine.
You thought my list was long.
No. I mean, we can do it by making all our Christmas presents war bonds and stamps. Because every time you give someone a bond or a stamp, you're buying guns and bullets for our fighting men.
But, George, I had planned to give Mama a fancy negligee so she'd look attractive to Papa in the mornings.
Instead of a negligee, we'll have to give your Mama a war bond.
All right. But that's going to leave an awful lot of Mama uncovered.
Honey, we won't give her the bond to wear. It's to keep.
Oh.
The government calls bonds the investment with a future, and they're right. Every bond you buy brings the end of the war a little nearer. It brings the real old-fashioned Merry Christmas nearer, too, with all the boys back home again.
Oh, well, that settles it. We're giving war bonds and stamps.
Atta girl.
But there is one present I'd like to get for my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. But they're scarce as the dickens. The government's using all the good ones.
What is it?
A man.
You want to give Tootsie a man for Christmas?
Well, why not? They're no scarcer than Kleenex, and they last much longer.
Gracie, when are you going to stop trying to find...
Come in.
Hiya, folks.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, Bill, you always come in just at the right time.
I do?
Yes. Bill, on Christmas morning, how would you like to be found under Tootsie Sagwell's tree?
Unconscious.
Bill, please be Tootsie's Christmas present.
Oh, I can't, Gracie. Really, it'd confuse everybody. People would see me with Tootsie, and they'd say, look at that fickle Bill Goodwin. Thought he was crazy about Swan, and now he gets himself a crow.
Any minute now he's going to burst into suds.
Well, gee, I don't want people to forget that I represent Swan, that ever-loving new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one.
There he goes, a mass of quivering bubbles.
Well, Bill, if you marry Tootsie just this once, I'll never ask you to do it again.
Oh, now, Gracie, please, let's face it. That dame has got a pan that could only look good filled with dishes and Swan suds.
Well, could you suggest some man who might marry Tootsie?
Well, let's see. Yes, I know a man who'll marry Tootsie. Fred Beck.
Fred Beck? Oh, where can I find him?
Down at the courthouse. He's a justice of the peace, and he'll marry Tootsie for $2.
Now, Gracie, forget this crazy idea of giving Tootsie a man for Christmas. You couldn't find her a man at Camp Roberts.
I know. Tootsie shopped there all last week.
No luck, huh?
No. The soldiers all had guns.
Now, listen, Gracie, I'm putting my foot down. If you bother one more man trying to get Tootsie married, I'm going to stop your allowance. Do you understand?
Stop my allowance?
Yes, I'm going to stop. Come in.
Here, George. Take it quick.
Oh, hello, Kay. What's this?
Your cigars. Stanley got our packages mixed up.
Oh.
Yeah, when I unwrapped the package, all the neighbors started phoning in to get my recipe for southern fried cabbage.
Kay, Perfecto Royals happen to be a very...
George.
Oh, excuse me, darling. I'd like you to meet Kay Kaiser. Kay, this is Mrs. Burns.
Well, evening, Miss Burns. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
Oh, that wonderful accent.
Oh, thank you.
Are you from the same part of Francis Charles Boyer?
Mrs. Burns, I'm a native from North Carolina, born and raised there.
Well, I'll get you cigarettes, Kay. Excuse me for a moment.
I'll bet your wife was angry when you smelled up the house with George's cigars.
I haven't got a wife.
You haven't?
No, ma'am. I'm a bachelor.
Well, here goes my allowance.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. Mr. Kaiser, how would you like to have dinner with us tonight?
Well, that's very nice of you.
Oh, wonderful. Be here at 7.
All right. Is it formal?
Oh, no. Just wear a green shirt and a red tie and put a little tinsel in your lapel.
Gee, what do you want me to look like, a Christmas present?
You professors are so smart.
From the top of the current hit parade, Paper Doll, sung by our popular young tenor Jimmy Cash with the Swantet. James?
I guess I've had $1 million or more. I guess I've played the doll game o'er and o'er. I just quarreled with Sue, that's why I'm blue. She's gone away and left me just like all dolls do. I'll tell you boys, it's tough to be alone. And it's tough to love a doll that's not your own. I'm through with all of them. I'll never fall again, 'cause this is what I'll do. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal. And then the flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded real-life girl.
He's gonna buy a paper doll that he can call his own. A dolly that we fellows cannot steal. And then we flirty, flirty guys with our flirty, flirty eyes. We'll have to flirt with dollies, dollies that are real.
When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded real-life girl.
Gracie got George out of the house and immediately called Tootsie Sagwell over to tell her that her Christmas present will be Kay Kaiser.
Oh, Gracie, I'm so thrilled. Mr. Kaiser is such a cute little fella.
Yes. And a husband is such a practical gift, Tootsie. They wear well. George has certainly worn, and everybody says he looks it.
You know, maybe I'd appeal to Mr. Kaiser more if I were a Southern girl.
Hey, that's a good idea. First, we'll change your name. Well, Sagwell is all right, but you should have a real Southern first name like Lulabelle or Ella May or Stonewall.
How about Scarlet?
Scarlet Sagwell. No. That would only fit you if you had red hair.
Well, let's use a name that does match my hair.
Oh, Tootsie, how would that sound? Rainbow Sagwell.
You're right, Gracie. But say, suppose Mr. Kaiser asks me something about the South that I can't answer.
Oh, well, that's easy. Just tap him on the head with your parasol and say, fetch me a julep.
Oh, all right. Oh, what sort of dress should I wear?
Well, cotton, naturally. You're a Southern belle.
Gee, my only cotton dress is full of holes.
Well, that's wonderful. You can tell him that the boll weevils followed you to California.
That makes me sound alluring.
Well, sure. There's one thing I better warn you about, though, Tootsie. Don't be too rough with Mr. Kaiser. He's George's type, you know, frail but cuddly.
George's type?
Well, don't sound so sad. There's nothing wrong with George's type. He's adorable.
Well...
And so is Mr. Kaiser. My goodness, when you go to a zoo, do you always look at the gorilla? The little monkeys are cuter and no more tricks.
Oh, well, I'm not complaining, Grace.
Oh, look. Here comes Mr. Kaiser up the walk now.
Oh, good. I'll run out on the porch and carry him across the threshold.
Oh, no, Tootsie. You mustn't meet him until after I get him in a marrying mood. Now, hurry out the back way and come back after dinner.
All right, Gracie, I'll be here.
Come in.
Well, evening, Miss Burns. I hope I'm not too early.
Oh, no, Mr. Kaiser. I'm glad you came early. I want to talk to you.
Oh, you do?
Yes. You know, ever since we met this afternoon, I've been worrying about you. You poor, miserable little thing.
What?
You must be so lonely without a wife.
Oh, that.
Yes. Married life is beautiful. Why, just seeing George in the morning standing there in front of the mirror in his pajamas, stretching and scratching himself. It makes me happy.
Yeah, I think I'd get a laugh out of that myself.
Oh, Mr. Kaiser, marriage is wonderful. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I sit up in bed frightened by a sudden noise. And then I see George lying there with his little rosebud mouth open, and I'm not afraid.
You're not?
No. Just turn him over on his stomach and the noise stops.
Well, you make marriage sound mighty attractive.
Oh, it's wonderful. And you love the girl I have picked out for you.
Well, you're certainly a fast worker. Who is she?
Oh, well, she's a southern girl. Lulu Sagwell.
Oh, Southern. Lulabelle Sagwell. Is she pretty? Or is it silly to ask that?
It's silly.
Say, tell me what she looks like.
She's a wonderful cook.
But what does she look like?
She cooked all those southern dishes.
Has she got a nice figure?
Where do you see those spare ribs?
But what does Lulabelle look like?
Oh, hello, Kay. I'm sorry I'm late getting here.
Oh, that's all right, George. Your wife's been telling me about Lulabelle.
Lulabelle? Gracie, who's Lulabelle?
George, may I speak to you alone for a moment? Excuse us, Mr. Kaiser.
Certainly.
George, you almost spoiled everything.
Why? Who's Lulabelle?
She's a dog who needs a home.
Oh, a dog.
Yes, and I want Mr. Kaiser to take her, but she's not a thoroughbred, and I didn't want him to find out.
I see. What sort of a dog is she?
Oh, big and shaggy, but very smart and affectionate.
Well, I think Kay would be glad to get her.
Well, I do, too. Now, darling, I have to get dinner on the table, so you entertain Mr. Kaiser.
All right, dear. Sorry we walked out on you that way, Kay.
Oh, that's all right. Did Miss Burns tell you about Lulabelle?
Yeah, and you'll love her. The big ones are more company for a man.
Oh, you mean Lulabelle is kind of hefty?
Yeah, but I wouldn't worry about her eating a lot. Horse meat is cheap.
Horse meat? Gee, I couldn't feed her that stuff.
Well, why not? They're pretty dumb, Kay. Just boil the horse meat and they never know the difference.
You're a shrewd man, George.
Lulabelle sounds great to me. I've always liked them with long hair.
Yeah, me too. I bet it'll look mighty nice on the pillow when we wake up in the morning.
You're gonna let her sleep in bed?
Well, it's customary, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I guess it's all a matter of taste.
Well, I am the affectionate type, you know.
Well, so is Lulabelle. You'll get along swell, Kay. When you come home at night, you can pat her on the head and she'll stick her cold nose in your hand.
Well, if that's all, we won't be together long.
That's not all. You can take her out for a walk every morning and every night.
Well, that's not bad, but what appeals to me is getting up in the morning and finding that Lulabelle has my breakfast all ready for me.
That's expecting too much. Of course, you might teach her to bring in the morning paper.
You know, George, she doesn't sound like the brightest female in the world.
Oh, you'll love her, Kay. In fact, I'll make you a proposition.
What, Joy?
You take Lulabelle for a couple of weeks, and if you don't like her, I'll take her.
Huh?
Well, boys, dinner is ready. Come on in and sit down.
Gee, I wish Lulabelle could be sitting at the table with us.
Well, if she was here, she'd be under the table.
Oh, she likes to take a little nip, huh?
Well, of course, Kay. They all like it.
Oh, well, that's enough, boys. There'll be no talk about Lulabelle during dinner.
All right.
All right.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. Tonight, Felix looks back many pages in the album of favorites for the girlfriend. Remember? Well, the Burnses and their guest, Kay Kaiser, have just finished dinner, and Gracie expects Tootsie to arrive any minute.
Oh, you sure? I've got a nice place here, George. Real homey. Plenty of books, picture of your wife on the piano, picture of you on the desk.
Oh, that's not me. That's Gracie's girlfriend, Tootsie.
Who?
Oh, my girlfriend. How do you like it?
Well, Miss Burns, in my day, I've paid lots of compliments to lots of girls. But right now, I'm going to cut loose with the biggest compliment of my career.
Good.
I'm going to say that girl is unattractive.
Brother, that's real flattery. How about a cigar, Kay?
Oh, no thanks, George. I only have two hands, one to hold the cigar and one to strike the match.
Well?
Well, who's going to hold my nose?
Okay, if that's the way you feel, I'll go in the den and smoke my cigar.
Oh, here, Judge, take another one with you.
I only smoke one after dinner.
Well, I know, but you can use the other one to plug up the keyhole.
You people just don't appreciate the finer things.
Mr. Kaiser, you were only fooling about Tootsie's picture, weren't you? She's really cute, huh?
No, Miss Burns, she'll never look good to me. Not as long as I got my glasses on.
Your glasses?
Mm-hmm. I'm blind as a bat without them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't see a thing. One time down home, I got in big trouble. I lost my glasses on Election Day and marked a Republican ballot.
So, you can't see without your
glasses?
No, ma'am.
Oh, look, they've got a spot of gravy on them. Here, give them here and I'll wipe them off.
Oh, no, I can do it.
No, let me. You're my guest and it's my gravy.
All right, well, here you are.
Now you can't see, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, I'll bet you can. How many fingers am I holding up?
Where are you? Come on, give me back my glasses
But,
now.
Mr. Kaiser, Lulabelle will be here in a minute, and I want her to see those great, big, beautiful blue eyes of yours naked.
Oh, but I can't see. I can't see.
Pardon me, Mr. Kaiser.
Is he here, Gracie? Is my little Christmas bundle here?
Oh, yes, and I fixed everything. He can't see a thing without his glasses, and I've hidden them.
Oh, how wonderful. A little like shooting fish in a barrel, but wonderful.
Well, now, come on, and don't forget that you're a Southern belle. Oh, Mr. Kaiser, I'd like you to meet my little friend, Lulabelle.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Lulabelle, but my goodness, aren't you wearing your hoop skirt kind of high?
Oh, Mr. Kaiser, you're looking at the floor lamp.
Oh.
Yes, I'm over here, Mr. Kaiser, honey child, you all.
Say, how long have you been out here in Hollywood, Lulabelle?
Oh, ever since I've been a teeny little old baby.
Uh-huh. Well, for being away from the South that long, you sure have an accent.
Well, she gets an awful lot of mail from home.
Yes, he.
Well, you two just sit down on the divan and get acquainted. I'll see you later. Oh, my Lulabelle. You look more like Hedy Lamarr every day.
Hedy Lamarr? Doggone, I sure wish I had my glasses. Say, Miss Lulabelle, what would you say if I were to pinch your cheek?
I'd say slowpoke.
Hey, George, Gracie, where is Oh, no, Kaiser and Sagwell necking.
Well, who is it? Who's there, Lulabelle?
Lulabelle?
Yes, I'm Lulabelle, and Mr. Kaiser wants to make love to me. Now, get out of here. You all Bill, sir?
Oh, no, this I gotta see. I'll just sit down here beside you. Go right ahead, kid.
Bill, where were we, Mr. Kaiser?
I was about to pinch your cheek.
Go ahead.
My, what a smooth, soft skin.
Thanks, I owe it all to Swan.
What?
Swan, the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in 1, Kay. The soap for bathing the baby, for your own hands and face, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in 1.
Well, Mr. Whoever you are, I'd certainly appreciate it if you'd go away and leave me alone with my Lulabelle.
Well, all right, Kay, but before I go, I'd like to tell you how much I enjoy your program.
Well, thank you.
I love it when you say, yet bathe, chillin', yet bathe.
I don't say that.
Well, you ought to, Kay. Swan's great for bathing chillin'. Doctors recommend it. They know Swan's pure as fine Castile, and they know Swan's so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. When a soap is that mild, must be swell for your hands and face, your complexion.
Oh, don't pay him no mind, Mr. Kaiser. Let's get on with our hugging. Come here, man.
Oh, you're breaking me in two.
That reminds me, Kay. Did you know that Swan breaks in 2?
Oh, stop.
No, I mean it. You put half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower.
Let go.
And half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Make her let go.
Oh, not me, Kay. Now that she's got a man, it'll be safe for me to leave my window open at night.
Oh, Bill, say, what's going on in that room?
Well, George, sugar, you wouldn't believe it if your mammy done told you. So long.
Gracie, what's he talking about?
Well, Kay Kaiser's in there with Lulabelle.
Oh, the dog.
The dog? Oh, yes. It looks like everything is settled. What sort of a present should we give them?
Present? Well, we might buy Lulabelle's license.
Oh, she's had a license in her hope chest for years.
Hope chest?
Look, well, good night, folks. I'm getting out of here.
What's the matter, Kay?
I just found my glasses.
What?
Yes, sir. Brother, that Lulabelle's a dog.
He's a little bit crazy, isn't he? What did he expect, a trained seal?
Yeah. He's silly, isn't he?
Yeah. I think I'll have a look at Lulabelle. Maybe we can
No,
keep
wait, George.
Tootsie Sagwell.
Oh, quick. Tootsie, roll over and wag your tail.
So that's
George and Grace will be back in a second, which is all the time I need to pass along the good word to you gals. That from now on, every time you take a pound of used kitchen fats to your butcher's, you'll not only get paid for it, but you'll get 2 ration points. 2 brown meat points for every pound of used fat you turn in. And I don't have to tell you how valuable 2 brown points are. And I hope I don't have to tell you how much your used fats mean to winning the war. From those waste fats comes glycerin. And that glycerin is needed for medicines for our men at the front. Medicines to relieve pain, medicines to prevent infection. For instance, you've heard of the famous sulfa drugs. Well, some of them are made with glycerin. The glycerin from your used fats. So turn in your waste fats and get those extra ration points. Remember, 2 points for every pound. Remember, too, every tablespoon of waste fat you save may save a life. Here's Gracie.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks, but we're a little late. Good night.
Tune in next Tuesday for George and Gracie over your Columbia station. This is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I swan, how about you? Night. How about you? Night. How about you? Night. How about you? Night.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guests, the MGM star Charles Lawton and his charming wife Elsa Lanchester, Jimmy Cash, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Gee, that's a swell-looking Christmas tree you got, Gracie.
Oh, isn't it handsome? I picked this tree for sentimental reasons.
You did?
Yes. You see how it's little at the top and spreads out at the bottom?
What's sentimental about it?
It reminds me of you.
Thanks, dear.
Oh, won't it be wonderful, darling, spending another Christmas together?
You bet.
And this year it's going to be a real white one.
A white Christmas?
Yes.
Gracie, it never snows in Hollywood.
Oh, I didn't mean that. But remember the sheets we sent to the laundry 6 months ago?
Oh, they're back?
Yes.
We'll have a white Christmas and a starchy New Year, yeah.
Oh, remember our first Christmas, George? You were dating me then.
Sure, I remember.
You kissed me under the mistletoe. My, you were a fiery lover.
I was?
Yeah. Oh, look. We're under the mistletoe now. How about a kiss?
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, come on. I want to see if your kisses are still fiery.
Okay. Well?
I guess they're not making mistletoe like they used to.
Well, come on. We better get busy and trim the tree.
All right, and then we'll go to the pageant rehearsal.
Pageant rehearsal?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Nigel Bolingbroke is staging a Christmas pageant. I'm the Snow Queen, and you're going to be Santa Claus.
Look, I'm not going to be Santa Claus for that broken-down pool room bum.
But, George, it's a wonderful part. You come down the chimney and put presents in the bottles that are hanging by the fireplace.
Wait a minute. Bottles hanging by the fireplace?
Yeah, liquid stockings.
Oh, I see.
You'll be such a cute little Santa Claus with a pillow stuffed in your coat and a long...
Gracie, I'm not going to be in the pageant.
Well, you're very silly, dear. A talent scout might see you. Why, Lana Turner was discovered just sipping a soda in a drugstore.
Well, maybe Lana Turner had more to offer than I would a Santa Claus.
Oh, I don't know. With a pillow in front of you, you'd have...
Never mind.
Come in.
Greetings, good people. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke.
Oh, hello, Maestro. I was just telling George that we want him to play Santa Claus in our pageant.
Yes, and I turned it down, Cue Ball.
Well, you can't be serious, Burns. What a pageant it will be. The very thought of the first scene warms my heart. As the curtain rises, the stage is crowded with little children. Little tots too young to have an agent, all working for nothing.
Yes, that would warm your heart.
And then, tally-ho! Out upon the stage comes jolly old St. Nick in his sleigh.
Drawn by his faithful reindeer, Dunder and Blitzen, Dancer and Prancer, Comet and Garrett Lydecker.
Comet and Garrett Lydecker?
It's an actor friend of mine. Though reduced to playing a reindeer, he insists upon full billing.
Look, I don't want to have anything to do with this broken-down pageant.
Apparently, Mrs. Burns, we must seek elsewhere for a Santa.
Oh, I've got it. The perfect Santa Claus. Charles Lawton.
Oh, stop.
Well, he's already got a big bundle. All he has to do is move it around to the back.
Gracie, you'll never get a man like Charles Lawton to be in the silly pageant.
Hey, folks, am I interrupting anything?
Not a thing, Bill.
Well, friend Goodwin, I'm so happy to see you. Your arrival is most opportune.
Will $50 be enough?
Don't be crude, my dear fella. I merely wish to proffer you the role of Santa Claus in our Christmas pageant.
Oh, well, you're too late, Cue Ball. I'm taking Santa's place at the department store Toyland this week.
Oh, really, Bill?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll bet it's fun giving the kiddies presents.
Oh, it is, Gracie. You ought to see their little faces light up when they unwrap them and say, "Ooh, look, Sandy gave me a great big bar of Swan."
That's the present.
Well, sure, George. Swan, the new white floating soap, is a present for the whole family because it's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, a wonderful soap for bathing the baby, and perfect for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Well, Bill, what if a little girl asks for a doll?
Oh, Bill has a special bar of Swan that says Mama when you break it in two.
Well, the little girls like to climb up on my lap and have me tell them how to wash the dishes with Swan. I tell them about those long-lasting Swan suds, and I tell them that Swan is so mild and gentle they don't have to worry about rough dishpanny hands.
They like that, huh?
Oh, sure. Fascinates them. Why, yesterday a little girl named Nancy sat in my lap for a half hour.
Well, is she big enough to wash the dishes?
Well, I think so. She's 22.
If Bill won't be our Santa Claus, I better get in touch with Mr. Lawton right away.
Oh, now, Gracie, surely you're not serious about this. Surely you wouldn't bother a great actor like Charles Lawton with the silly pageant. I know I can trust you.
Mama's little dreamer.
Gracie, I want you to promise me that you won't ask him.
Well...
Go on, promise.
All right, I promise.
Good. Now behave yourself while I go down to the cigar store.
Well, I better start for Mr. Lawton's house.
Well, Gracie, you just promised George.
I promised I wouldn't ask Mr. Lawton to be Santa Claus.
Yes?
But I didn't promise I wouldn't ask his wife to ask him.
Oh, you're going to talk to Mrs. Lawton, Elsa Lanchester.
Sure. The way to a man's heart is through his wife.
I thought it was through his stomach.
Well, in Mr. Lawton's case, there's a shorter way.
Why, Gracie.
Hello, Elsa.
Come in, dear. It's been ages since I've seen you.
Yes, I guess the last time was at Maggie Ettinger's party.
That's right. Charming affair, wasn't it?
Oh, delightful. She's such a wonderful hostess. Of course, the sandwiches were terribly small.
True, and the cocktails were rather poisonous.
And the flowers on the table were all droopy.
Most of the guests were droopy, too.
Yeah, and Maggie had on the same dress she's worn at the last 3 parties.
The last 4. But it really was a charming party.
Oh, delightful. Well, I better get down to business, Elsa. Do you think Charles would like to play Santa Claus in a Christmas pageant?
Santa Claus?
Yes. It would be a nice change from his movie work, and I know how tiring that can be.
What do you mean?
Well, George and I saw him in a picture not long ago, and I remember saying, George, Charles must be working too hard. He doesn't look well.
What picture was that?
The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yes, he did look a bit seedy in that one.
But he'd look fine as Santa Claus.
Why don't you have George play the part?
Well, I asked him to, but he wouldn't do it.
You mean he refused?
Uh-huh.
But that's ridiculous. It's absurd. After all, he's only a husband.
Well, doesn't Charles ever refuse?
I should say not. He wouldn't dare. Gracie, does George wear the pants in your house?
Well, not so much in the house, but always when he goes out.
I mean, is he boss?
Oh, sure.
You've obviously let him get out of hand. Can't you control him at all?
Well, George was pretty well under control the first few years we were married, but then my mother left.
But, Gracie, the wife must be boss. For example, Charles serves me breakfast in bed. Does George do that?
Oh, no. He makes me come down to the table before he serves mine.
What about closing the windows and turning the heat on in the morning?
Oh, well, I've been doing that recently. It's icy cold in the room when we wake up.
All the more reason why you should make George do it.
Oh, I don't have the heart, Elsa. He lies there and looks at me so pathetically with those two big blue lips.
You're too soft, Gracie. Be like me. Keep Charles under your thumb.
My.
I lay down the law and he obeys it.
Gee.
I crack the whip and he jumps.
Really?
Absolutely. And to prove it, I promise you that Charles will play Santa Claus because I'll order him to play it.
Oh, you're sweet. So full of the real Christmas spirit.
Come on, let's go up to the attic. There's a red flannel nightshirt there that I made him stop wearing. It might do for part of the costume.
Well, why did you make him stop wearing it?
Oh, bad for my nerves. He looked exactly like a burning building.
Well, while the girls were in the attic, Mr. Lawton came home. He just hung up his hat when there was a knock at the door.
Oh, hello. Come on in, George.
Oh, thanks, Charles. Thanks. Say, Charles, I'm looking for Gracie. Is she here?
Why, George, how flattering.
I thought maybe I asked Gracie. I asked Gracie to tell you that for you not to be in her Christmas pageant. I told her not to do it, but I thought maybe she did anyway.
You meant she might have disobeyed you?
Sure.
That's ridiculous. I mean, that's absurd. After all, she's only a wife. Well,
doesn't Elsa ever disobey you?
I should say not. She wouldn't dare. You're too soft, George. You let Gracie run over you.
Really?
Certainly. You're the husband. You're entitled to be boss. Who brings the money in your family? Who earns the living? I say, you are in rather an awkward spot, aren't you?
Yes, I guess so.
Believe me, I keep Elsa under my thumb.
My.
I lay down the law and she obeys it.
Gee.
I crack the whip and she jumps.
Really?
Absolutely.
You wear the pants around here, huh?
I haven't had them off in 17 years.
Boy, you go out whenever you want to, huh?
Not a question.
Your wife doesn't complain when you have the boys over for poker?
She wouldn't dare.
Well, how does she feel about smoking cigars in the living room?
I'd never let her do it.
No, I mean, can you do it?
I do as I please. And if Elsa so much as raises an eyebrow at me, I turn her across my knee and spank her.
What was that, Charles?
Oh, hello, darling. I didn't know you were home.
Evidently not. Gracie, give me that flannel nightshirt.
Oh, here you are, Elsa.
Charles, take this to your room and sew legs on it. You're going to be Santa Claus.
But
Don't
Angel,
argue
darling,
with me, fat boy. Go to your room.
Yes, dear.
George Burns, you go and help him.
But, Gracie.
Don't argue with me, skinny boy.
Yes, dear.
Oh, gee, Elsa, this is fun.
Here's our popular young tenor, Jimmy Cash, with Felix Mills in the orchestra, and an old favorite that's coming to the fore again, a ballad called Home. Jimmy?
Evening ever brings to me dreams of days that used to be, memories of those I loved the best. When shadows fall and trees whisper day is ending, my thoughts are ever wending home. When crickets call, my heart is forever yearning once more to be returning home. When the hills conceal the setting sun, stars begin a peeping one by one. Night covers all, and though fortune may forsake me, sweet dreams will ever take me
Well, Mr. Lawton, so you don't wear the pants in your family after all.
No, George, I confess. I wear the girdle.
I can't believe it. A big guy like you afraid of your wife.
It's a secret I've kept from the whole world. Why, outside of my home, everyone's afraid of me. Policemen tremble when I talk to them. Truck drivers get out of my way. Department store clerks actually wait on me.
But at home, you're a milquetoast.
Yes, it's terrible. I went to a psychoanalyst.
What did he say?
He said, talk back to your wife. Don't be afraid of her. He was a single man.
I guess that. But, Charles, why are you so afraid of Elsa? Does she beat you?
Oh, of course not. That's just the point. She's sweet to me, and I love her. But I want to be boss, and she won't let me.
Say.
I long to be the caveman type. I go to a Humphrey Bogart picture and just sit there and drool.
Well, haven't you ever gotten up enough nerve to do anything about it?
Well, once I did lose my temper. Elsa criticized my work.
That got you, huh?
Yeah. So I took off my apron, threw down my broom, and walked out of the house.
You're a tiger. You know...
Come in.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Lawton. I was looking for Gracie. Oh, hello, George.
Hello, Bill. Charles, this is Bill Goodwin.
How do you do?
Well, gee, Mr. Lawton, you don't have to stick your tongue out at me.
That's his lip. He's pouting.
Oh.
He's henpecked.
Ah, go on. Not Charles Lawton. He's too tough. Why, I can still hear him saying, Mr. Christian, come here. Scrub my back with Swan.
I don't recall that.
Well, Charles, you must try it sometime. Swan's not only great for your bath or for bathing the baby, but it's just the soap for dishes and light laundry. Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one.
Say, Bill, we're serious. Gracie saw Elsa dominate Charles, and now I'm henpecked, too.
Well, what are you, George, a man or a mouse? Get tough with Gracie. Scare her.
How? Tell her I'll leave her?
No, don't bribe her. Scare her.
Bill.
Listen, I'll tell you how both of you can scare your wife.
How?
Tell him you won't let him bathe the babies with Swan.
What baby?
Well, any babies.
Oh.
Swan's great for all of them. Doctors recommend it because it's pure as fine Castiles, and it's so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin, which, incidentally, is a tip-off to the fact that it's swell for your hands and face, your complexion.
Say, Charles, maybe we should try to scare our wives.
You're right. If we're ever going to get the upper hand, now's our chance, while there's a shortage of men.
Right. Now you're talking. Once and for all, end that myth about the better half.
We will.
There's no such thing as a better half. Both halves are equally good.
Sure.
So when you break Swan in two, put half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom.
So long, Bill.
You can put your half in the bathroom for your tub or shower.
Out, Bill.
Or you can put it in the kitchen for the dishes or light laundry.
Out.
George, let's go in there and pin their ears back.
Okay.
We'll show them who's boss.
You said it.
We'll scare the life out of them.
I'll say we will.
You go first.
Well, we better go in together.
You're right. United we stand.
That's the stuff.
Nothing can stop us.
Now you're talking.
We're husbands on the warpath.
That's us.
Let's have a drink first.
That's a good idea. One quick one to give us nerve.
Yes, I'll cut some lemon and put on the teapot.
Oh, never mind that. Let's go in and get this over with.
Right you are. It's now or never.
Sure.
Our wives can't push us around.
I'll say.
Men are meant to be masters, not women.
Right.
Do you think we'd better arm ourselves?
Oh, come on. We're not afraid of them. Remember Captain Bligh.
Very well. Are you with me?
Yes.
Let's go.
Good.
Mrs. Lawton.
Mrs. Burns.
Yes, dear? Yes, dear.
Sit down.
Sit down.
We are sitting.
And stand up.
Stand up.
Charles, what is the meaning
Quiet. We have come to deliver an ultimatum.
Yes.
Yes. Henceforth, we will give the orders, not you. And to start with, we will not play Santa Claus.
That's right.
So you can take this Santa Claus suit and stuff it in the chimney.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, what happened?
Charles must have gotten into my vitamin capsules.
Well, Elsa, if we let him get away with this, we're sunk.
You're right. They might tell other husbands and organize.
Yeah. And men are scarce now, even men like ours.
I don't know what to do. I've never seen Charles like this before.
Oh, I could handle your husband, but I wouldn't know what to do with George.
Oh, George is no problem.
Yeah. Say, I have an idea. I'll handle your husband, and you handle mine.
It's a deal. Mr. Burns, may I see you alone for a moment?
Why, of course, Elsa.
Oh, and Mr. Lawton, I'd like to speak with you.
What is it, Elsa?
Sit down, George. I'll sit here at your feet.
Well, if that's the way you like it, it's...
Your feet have so much character, George. What size are they?
11s.
The best size. There can be no nonsense about a man who has so much of him on the ground.
Look, if you're trying to flatter me into playing Santa Claus, you...
Oh, no, George. I admire you for refusing. You are so virile, so masterful.
Well, Charles spoke up, too.
Only because he had your strength to lean on.
Really?
You are strong, aren't you, George?
Well, I'm not exactly a panty waist.
Modest boy. Flex your arm and let me feel your muscle.
Okay. Grab hold.
Go on. Flex it.
It's flexed.
How nice to have smooth muscles that don't make lumps.
Yeah.
Your personality and your gorgeous, resonant voice.
And misbehaving all by myself.
Oh, you sing, too.
Of course.
Do you ever sing any lighter things, such as Christmas carols?
Oh, sure. Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Magnificent, George.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Incredible. You actually seem to have bells that swing back and forth in your throat.
Those are tonsils.
What a pity the world must be robbed of such beauty.
Huh?
If you played Santa Claus and made your entrance singing Jingle Bells, it would be the theatrical event of the century.
Bigger than the Avon Comedy Fall?
I think so. Well, why discuss it? I admire the stand you've taken, and you mustn't change it.
Wait a minute. You can't tell me what to do.
I can't?
No. If I want to play Santa Claus, nobody can stop me.
Oh, George, you're so strong. So terribly strong.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle bells.
So, Mrs. Burns, if you have any notion of wheedling me into the part of Santa Claus in your moth-eaten pageant, forget it. I won't do it, and that's final.
Then I may as well go?
You may as well.
All right. I won't bother you anymore. May I have a picture of you to take with me?
You women seem to... Picture of me.
Yes. And if it's not too much trouble, please sign it. To Gracie, from the greatest actor of all time.
Oh, it's no trouble at all, my dear. But do you really think I'm the greatest?
Oh, certainly. I've seen lots of actors, but you're head and shoulders and so on and so forth above them all.
Well, very well. Here's your picture.
But you didn't write from the greatest actor of all time.
It's stamped on all my pictures.
Oh, my, you're handsome. I can't understand those silly people who stand in line for hours to see an Errol Flynn movie. I wait until one of your pictures is playing, and then I go right in and pick out the best seat in the house.
I had no idea you were such a devoted admirer.
Oh, I'm not the only one. You know, I saw a revival of Henry VIII not so long ago, and when you played one scene, the whole audience was in tears.
The scene where I was a feeble, broken old man.
No, the scene where you took a big bone with lots of meat on it and threw it to the dogs.
One time, that was considered quite amusing.
I love to hear you deliver lines, Mr. Lawton. Those rich, beautiful sounds come pouring out of you like wine out of a barrel.
Thank you, I think.
Mr. Lawton, I'll bet you could take just any old words and make them sound wonderful. Like, for instance, Ho Dancer, Ho Prancer.
Doesn't Santa Claus say that to his reindeer?
Yes, try it.
Ho Dancer, Ho Prancer. Jove, it does sound good, doesn't it?
Of course it does.
But I'm not satisfied. I see Dancer as a more delicate deer than Prancer. How's this? Ho Dancer, Ho Prancer.
Oh, you're cute.
Now, Prancer needs to be polished. I see Prancer as a frisky animal, always kicking up his heels, something like this. Ho Dancer, ho, 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 Prancer.
That such a great performance should never be heard.
But it shall be heard. I insist that it be heard.
Oh, you're so masterful, Charles. I guess I'll have to give in.
Well, Gracie, your problem is solved. George is in there, and he's agreed to play Santa Claus.
What? Over my dead body?
Well, Gracie, it looks like you're going to have two Santa Clauses for your pageant.
Well, yeah. I think the admission tickets will have to be brown ration stamps. Well, won't we be giving the audience the two biggest hams in the world?
George and Gracie will be right back, friends, and meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that because we're all busy these days, every little convenience can be a big help. Like 4-in-1 Swan soap, for instance. You see, one soap, Swan, the new white floating soap, is swell for baby's bath, your own bath and complexion, dishes, and light laundry. Yes, Swan is 4 soaps in one, and a great wartime buy. And now, from the makers of Swan, Christmas greetings to you all. And here again, our radio's ever-loved Mr. and Mrs., George and Gracie.
Say, George, you know who our guest is next week? John Garfield.
Oh, swell.
Oh, that poor boy. He's always been throwing into prison.
Oh, yes. They throw him into prison for $30,000 a week.
Say, do you think we can spring him in time for our show?
I'll talk to his agent. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Our thanks to our guests tonight, Elsa Lanchester, and her husband, Charles Lawton, who appeared with the kind permission of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Thousands Cheer. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest John Garfield. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS, next Tuesday night. And now till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I swan, how about you? And also adding, tomorrow night, don't miss the big radio treat of this year and every year. Lionel Barrymore as Old Scrooge in Charles Dickens' immortal Yuletide story, A Christmas Carol. It'll be broadcast over most of these same stations at this same time tomorrow night. Get the whole family to listen to Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol starring Lionel Barrymore, the only time this season that Mr. Barrymore will broadcast this great Christmas story. Good night, everyone.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guests, the Warner Brothers star John Garfield, Jimmy Cash, the Swan-Tet, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it seems that George was out with the boys last night for a little stag poker game. He's now getting breakfast and a subtle cross-examination from the little woman.
Did you have fun playing poker with the boys, sweetheart?
Yeah, swell bunch of fellas.
Were the girls pretty?
Girls? There were no girls, sweetheart.
Oh, really, sweetheart?
Of course, sweetheart. What makes you think there were?
You talk in your sleep, sweetheart.
What?
You talked in your sleep. I know all about that fat girl named Kitty.
Fat girl named Kitty?
Yeah. You said, oh, look at that Kitty. What a pot.
Honey, that's a poker expression. That refers to the chips on the table.
Oh, I see. Were the girls pretty?
Gracie, for the last time, there were just men in the game. Do you understand?
Yes, dear.
And all we did was play poker.
Yes, dear.
Shame on you for being suspicious.
Yes, dear.
Stop saying yes, dear.
Don't you tell me what to say, George Burns. I'll say what I please, understand?
Yes, dear.
Every wife has a right to be suspicious.
Yes, dear.
And stop saying yes, dear.
Don't tell me what to say. I'll say what I please. You understand?
Yes, dear.
Oh, stop with that.
All right, darling. I'm sorry I doubted you. It's just that I'm so unreasonably jealous of you, George. Oh, please don't think I'm silly.
I don't, Gracie.
I know it's hard to understand, but I love you.
I love you, too.
You're mine, and I'll fight to keep you. It's instinct.
All right, dear.
Just like a dog fights to keep a worthless old bone.
All right, now let's forget it.
Oh, tell me more about the poker game, darling. Who played?
Oh, a bunch of fellas from radio and movies. There was Brian Donlevy and Jack Cayley, Jack Benny. You should have heard Jack Benny scream. He lost about 55 or 60.
Well, I don't blame him.
Well, I lost more than he did. I lost $1.10.
My, that was some game.
Well, we just played for the fun of it, penny ante. But the embarrassing thing was, I didn't have enough money to pay off. I had to write a check.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot to tell you. I changed banks.
Changed banks?
Yeah, well, the old bank wasn't keeping our money for us.
What do you mean?
I went in to make a deposit, and as fast as I put money in, the clerk at the next window was handing it out.
Gracie, why didn't you tell me you changed banks? Now, the check is no good. John Garfield will think I'm a... He'll absolutely think I'm a Welcher.
John Garfield? Is that who you gave the bad check to?
Yes.
Oh, George, he'll kill you.
Kill me?
Well, isn't he a gangster?
Gangster? Have you ever met him?
No, I've never even seen him. But I know he's a cold-blooded murderer who robs the very people he works for.
What?
Well, it said right in Llewellyn Parsons' column, John Garfield, Hollywood's #1 killer, steals new Warner Brother picture.
Oh, sure. He kills about 30 or 40 people a season.
You see?
Well, I better hurry to the bank and straighten this out.
Oh, George, don't leave the house without a bodyguard.
Goodbye, dear.
Oh, but those gangsters are desperate men.
Hi, folks.
Hello, Bill. Goodbye, Bill.
Gracie, what's the matter with George?
Oh, Bill, they may shoot him.
Why, did he break a leg?
No. He gave a gangster a bad check for $1.10.
Oh, Gracie, is that all you're worried about?
Well, don't laugh. You're just like George. You don't know the code of the underworld, but I do. They'll shoot him and tie weights on him and put him in a barrel of concrete and throw him in the river. And George can't swim.
Oh, I wouldn't worry, Gracie.
But, Bill, you don't know those gangsters.
Oh, yes, I do. A bunch of them tried to hold me up one night.
Well, what did you do?
Well, quick as a flash, I whipped out my .32.
Gee.
Just happened to be carrying 32 bars of Swan. Well, sir, word must have gotten to the underworld about Swan being 4 soaps in one, because those gangsters started fighting among themselves and beating each other over the head to see who'd get the soap.
Oh, I saw a crowd of women do the same thing at the market yesterday.
Oh, sure. Everybody fights for Swan, the new white floating soap. They know it's great for your hands and face, wonderful for bathing the baby, and perfect for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Oh, Bill, I don't think you're taking this seriously. I'm worried about George. Well, if anything happened to him, I couldn't go on. I'd do something desperate.
But, Gracie, you don't mean you...
Yes, I might.
Oh, no. No, not that. I wouldn't let you, Gracie. I wouldn't let you stop washing the dishes with Swan. Well, gee, Gracie, that'd be awful. Imagine not having Swan's long-lasting suds to help you with the dishes. And what about your hands? Swan is so mild and gentle, you don't have to worry about rough, dishpanny-looking hands.
Oh, all right, Bill. Swan will help keep my hands looking beautiful. But I'm worried about my husband.
Well, Gracie, nothing will make him beautiful.
Oh, Bill, maybe that's the killer now, to take George away.
Oh, now, don't be frightened, Gracie. Come in.
Well, greetings, good people. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke.
Oh, hello, Cue Ball.
Oh, Mr. Bolingbroke, I'm so glad it's you. I thought you were a man coming to take George.
Well, I had hoped to take him for a little. Where is your husband?
Oh, by now he's probably lying in some gutter.
Gadzooks, where did he get the stuff?
Oh, no. I mean, a gangster is after him because he welched on a gambling debt. Oh, if you'll help me save him, I'll pay you.
How much?
Money is no object. I'll give you whatever my husband's life is worth.
Well, I can't do it for $2.
Oh, all right, I'll give you $5.
It's a deal.
Gracie, this pool room bum can't help you.
Mind your tongue, Joe. One more word and I shall deal harshly with you.
You're a pool room bum.
That did it. Mr. Goodwin, will you step outside?
Gladly.
Well, that got rid of him. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. I shall arrange an appointment for you with Big Louie. He can save your husband.
Who's Big Louie?
Oh, the king of the underworld. Through my connections at the Billiard Emporium, I happen to know his hideout, whereabouts.
Oh, wonderful. I'll go and see him right away.
One word of caution, and don't breathe this to a soul. Big Louie has been on the lam for several weeks.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of. We haven't been able to get beef for months.
One of the lasting ballads of 1943, My Shining Hour, sung by our popular young tenor, Jimmy Cash. James?
This will be my shining hour, calm and happy and bright. In my dreams your face will flower through the darkness of the night, like the lights of home before me, or an angel watching o'er me. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you again. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you
Well, Gracie was told where to find Big Louie, the local gangster chief, and has now reached his headquarters. She plans to enlist his help by pretending to be one of his own kind.
Hello. Are you Big Louie?
Yeah, that's right. Who are you?
I'm Little Gracie.
Little Gracie?
Yeah. I'm married to Short George.
I never heard of him. How'd you get in here, anyhow?
Bolingbroke sent me.
Oh, cue ball. Oh, sure, he told me your dame was coming in. What's on your mind?
Well, my husband, Short George, is one of the bunch, see? He's strictly on the up and down, see? He's got himself in a jelly, see?
You mean in a jam?
What, jam, jelly? He's in it up to his puss.
What kind of trouble is it?
He got in a poker game, and John Garfield took him to the presses.
Wait a minute. You mean there's a guy named John Garfield muscling in on a gambling racket?
Yeah. He's a regular scareface. The police are trying to pinch him on the hot seat.
I don't like bad boys in my territory. May have to get tough with this Garfield.
Good. You see, Short George gave him a bad check, and I'm afraid Garfield might try to put spots on him.
Come again.
Thanks, but I'm not leaving yet.
I mean, what was it you said Garfield might try to do to your husband?
Knock his bumps off.
Kill him, huh?
Yeah, rub him down.
What do you want me to do?
Well, you might rub Garfield down first.
I think you got something there. I'll fix that chiseler so he won't hurt nobody.
Good. But he's a killer, so be careful. You pack a goat, don't you?
If that's a gat, yeah, I do.
Well, plug him with your little old 440.
My gun ain't a 440.
The price ain't important.
Okay, just leave everything to me. So long, Skate.
Goodbye, Pants.
Well, Gracie is just arriving at John Garfield's house to tell him he better leave George alone now that he has protection. She knocks on the door. The door opens, and there stands John Garfield.
Yes?
Hello, little boy.
Huh?
Is your father home?
My father?
Yes, John Garfield.
I'm John Garfield.
Well, you may be junior, but I want senior.
Honest, I'm the only John Garfield who lives here.
Oh, dear. Did the cops take your daddy away?
Look, my father's home is in New York. He makes belts for ladies' dresses. They may not be the best belts, but they're not bad enough to get him arrested.
Oh, poor little fellow. Ashamed to admit your daddy's a crook, huh?
He's not a crook.
Well, he's never done one single thing that's illegal.
Oh, please.
I mean it. Why, during Prohibition, he was the only guy in the neighborhood who didn't make gin. All the neighbors had to come up to our house to take a bath.
Now, you're a good little boy trying to protect him. But I happen to know that he was in a poker game last night and won a lot of money from my husband.
So that's it. He sent you up here to try to get the money back. Well, it won't work, Mrs. Benny.
I'm not Mrs. Benny. I'm Mrs. George Burns.
Well, gee, is he that way, too?
Oh, Sonny, I wish you wouldn't pretend that you play poker. Anyone can see that you're more the post office type.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, I'm considered a very good poker player.
May I give you a little test?
Why, sure.
Do 3 straights of a kind beat a flush house?
Huh?
Aha, naughty boy. I knew you were only fooling.
Wait. I'll settle this. I've still got your husband's check. Here it is.
Yeah. What? It really is.
Now, do you believe I'm John Garfield?
Well, I guess I'll have to.
What's so funny?
Oh, I can hardly wait to tell all my friends that the John Garfield they think is so tough is really a darling boy who hasn't shaved yet.
Mrs. Burns, I have a very heavy beard.
Really? Oh, I bet the other little kids were jealous when you wore it in Halloween.
Look, I wish you'd cut that out. I'm a tough guy. I'm a menace.
Oh, pooh. You've been seeing too many Humphrey Bogart pictures. Goodbye, Johnny.
I'm sorry to bother you at your office, George, but this is really embarrassing. Your wife is telling everybody I'm a child.
Well, that's funny. This morning she thought you were a gangster. What changed her mind?
She got a look at me. It always happens. All the women think I look like a kid. It's not fair.
Of course it isn't.
Well, I can no more help looking young than you can help looking the way you do.
Yeah, I guess so.
It spoils a lot of fun, too. Yesterday, George Raft and Cesar Romero and I were standing on the corner making with the wolf whistles.
Yeah?
Well, Raft got a beautiful blonde, and a blonde, too. Romero got a beautiful brunette.
And you?
I wound up with a red-headed truant officer.
Well, what do you want me to do, John?
Bring Gracie to my house for dinner tonight. I have a plan that'll convince Gracie that I really am a menace.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble if you had any control over your wife.
I do have control over her. I happen to be the boss in my house. What I say goes.
Oh, sure. See you tonight. Oh, how about the $1.10 for this bum check?
Can you see me Thursday?
Why Thursday?
That's the day I get my allowance.
Okay. See you tonight, boss.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. And tonight, with the Swantet, a Mills arrangement of I'm Riding for a Fall.
Up in the shirts and ties for the gal with the big blue eyes. Oh, I'm riding for a fall. Tootin' up in the two-tone shoes for the gal with the baby blues. Oh, yes, I know. She's a dangerous critter, I know. She's a dangerous critter, I know. She's a dangerous critter, I know. But I can't quit her. I'm riding for a fall. Tootin' up like I wasn't wise to the gal with the big blue eyes. woman I know. She's the wickedest woman I know. But I'm so human, I'm riding for a fall. Dootin' up like I wasn't wise. Dootin' up like I wasn't wise. Dootin' up for the gal with the big blue eyes.
Well, George and Gracie had dinner at John Garfield's house, and the two men are now in the middle of their campaign to convince Gracie that John is really a tough character.
Go on, John. What did you do then?
I said, take that, you squealer, and I shot him full of holes.
Gee.
Then I jammed his body in a trunk, put it on the train, and took it back to Brooklyn.
Oh, Johnny, how could you?
Pretty bad, huh?
Oh, yes. You know the government's asking people not to travel.
Gracie, this is nothing to joke about. John is a very desperate character.
Yeah, before I settled down in Hollywood, the bulls were after me all the time.
Yeah, and you gotta be tough to have the bulls after you.
Oh, I don't know. My uncle's cow isn't so tough.
John, tell Gracie about that big job you pulled off.
Oh, yeah. You mean when the mob sent me out to take care of Pretty Boy Floyd and Babyface Nelson?
Pretty boy and Babyface?
Yeah, I sneaked up on them. And before they knew it, I had them covered.
Oh, you sweet boy. I hope you changed and powdered them before you covered them up.
Well, we're going great, John.
Come in.
Are Mr. and Mrs. Burns here?
Oh, come in, Bill. I want you to meet John Garfield. You and Johnny have so much in common.
Oh, both handsome actors, huh?
Oh, no. You both like to bathe babies.
Why, really? Well, which method do you use, Mr. Garfield? The slow dip or the sudden dunk?
Now, look, I don't...
Well, naturally, you use Swan. And, by the way, Johnny, Swan's not only great for bathing the baby, or for your hands and face, but it's terrific for dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
Look, I am not interested...
Come on and hang up your coat, Bill.
Thanks.
You and Mr. Garfield will have lots to talk about.
Hey, George, here's my chance to show Gracie how tough I am.
What do you mean?
I'll scare the pants off that big curly-headed baby bather.
Well, John, I don't know whether...
Hey, Curly Locks, come here.
Say, just who do you think you're calling Curly Locks?
You, Curly Locks.
Oh, well, it is a mass of ringlets, isn't it?
What do you mean by barging into my house like this?
Well, I'm sorry, sir.
I ought to tie you in knots.
Yes, sir.
I don't like your looks.
I don't blame you, sir.
Now get out of here before I throw you out.
Yes, sir.
And take that Swan soap with you.
Now, just a minute.
You can shove me around, but open your yap about that soap and I'll pin your ears back, see?
Yes, sir.
Why, tiny little babies are bathed with Swan, see? Doctors recommend it, see? It's pure as fine Castiles. And so mild it's kind of gentle even to a little baby's tender skin, see? So you know it must be great for everybody's hands and face, even yours, understand?
Yes, sir.
Why ought to break a bar of Swan over your head?
Bill, you don't realize who you're talking to. This is the man who was so tough in The Fallen Sparrow.
Oh, yeah? Well, let's see how he looks in The Broken Swan.
Oh,
Well, George, he could use half in the bathroom for his tub or shower and half in the kitchen for his dishes and light laundry.
Bill, here's your coat. You better leave. You're spoiling everything.
Well, okay. But just one more thing, Mr. Garfield.
What?
Happy New Year.
Mr. Garfield, why do you want people to think you're so tough?
Because if you keep telling people I'm not, it'll hurt me in pictures.
Oh, don't worry about pictures. You get lots of offers now that Donald O'Connor is being drafted.
John, can I speak to you alone for a moment?
Oh, sure. Excuse me, Gracie.
It's not going so well, John.
We're not licked yet, George. What time is it?
7:30.
Good. He's due right now.
Who?
Well, I hired a down-and-out ham actor to come in and pose as a gangster. I'll slap him around, and Gracie will be convinced.
That's funny. I had exactly the same idea.
That must be my stooge now. Let's go.
Well, sounds like company, Johnny. Isn't it late for your little friends to be up?
Well, I wasn't expecting anyone. Come in.
Elevate your hands. 'Tis I, the masked marauder. You Your money or your life.
Drop that gun, you rat. I'll teach you to threaten John Garfield.
Oh, please, Mr. Garfield, have mercy. Oh, you're choking me to death. My neck is being torn from my foul body. My eyes are bulging from my villainous head.
Oh, bravo, Mr. Bolingbroke. You're giving a great performance.
Thank you, Mrs. Burns. Oh, spare me. My tongue is hanging out.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Burns, you know this man?
Well, yes, he's one of my best friends and a marvelous actor.
Why, you're too kind, dear lady. Oh, it's more than flesh can endure. I'm dying.
Oh, shut up.
Sir, how dare you interrupt my big scene? The end is near. Blood is pouring from my quivering nostrils.
Shut up, the act's over.
You Hollywood upstarts have no understanding of the soul of an artist. Give me the $5 you promised and I will go.
Yeah, and I'd like to punch you right in the nose.
Very well, but that'll cost an extra $1.
Get out. All right. I admit I staged that, but Mrs. Burns, I really am a tough guy. Believe me.
Oh, I do believe you. You're terribly tough. You frightened me to death.
Oh, stop.
Don't nobody move. I'm looking for John Garfield.
Oh, my goodness.
Hiya, skirt.
Hello, Pants.
Huh?
Oh, Mr. Garfield, you better run. This man will kill you.
Hey, George, you picked a good actor. Even your husband thinks he's a gangster. Huh? But I don't...
Hey, stupid. Are you John Garfield?
No, sir, I'm George Burns.
I guess what fooled me is them guns bulging out of your hip pockets.
Oh, those are not guns. Those are his hips.
Then you must be Garfield.
Yeah, I'm Garfield. Want to make something out of it?
Oh, a tough guy.
Yeah, a tough guy. John, I didn't hire
You keep out of this or I'll slap your ears down.
Who'll you slap down?
His.
I'd like to see you try it.
Okay.
Who? Wait a minute. You can't slap my friends.
No?
Who? I dare you to slap him again.
It's a deal.
Who? That did it. Now I'm sore. You're sore? Well, you touch him once more and I'll throw you out.
Okay.
Ouch! I dare you to hit him again.
Oh, please. Garfield, if you get any tougher, George won't have any teeth left.
Stand aside, Gracie. I'm throwing this big palooka right out.
Ow!
Now get out and stay out.
Oh, my goodness, you really did throw him out.
Of course I did.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Garfield. Anyone who can throw Big Louie around is really tough.
Big Louie? You mean that was really Big Louie, the king of the underworld?
Oh, sure. Oh, Mr. Garfield. Mr. Garfield, you better get some water. George has fainted. I guess I'll have to get some water myself.
George and Gracie will be back in a minute, and that's all the time I need to remind you that if you're a little short on brown points, you can always get 2 brown ration points every time you turn in a pound of used kitchen fat to your butcher. Now, I don't have to tell you how urgently that waste fat is needed. It's absolutely essential to the production of glycerin. And glycerin is not only important in the manufacture of explosives, but it's a vital ingredient in many of the life-saving sulfa drugs. So turn in your used kitchen fat. I know many of you have been saving waste fats, but they're of no value till they're turned in. So turn them in tomorrow. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Gracie, do you know who our guest star is next week?
Who?
Paulette Goddard.
Oh, that's nice. You know, George, you're much handsomer than Cary Grant.
Really, sweetheart? Well, you're much prettier than Paulette Goddard.
It works every time.
Happy New Year. Our guest tonight, John Garfield, is currently starring in the Warner Brothers epic of submarine warfare, Destination Tokyo. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Paulette Goddard. The following week, William Bendix. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS, next Tuesday night. And now till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, and from all of us to all of you, best wishes for a Happy New Year.
Well,
Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, William Bendix, a special visitor, Herbert Marshall, Jimmy Cash, the Swantet, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, breakfast is just over at the Burns house, and George is about to leave for the office.
Oh, George, I don't think you ought to go to the office today. You don't look well.
Oh, I'm all right. A little tired. I worked late last night.
No, darling, it's more than that. You're weak. Why, at breakfast you had to hit your boiled egg 4 times to crack it.
I did, huh?
Yeah. And when you're feeling your usual robust self, you only have to hit it 3 times.
Yeah, before I was married, I could crack them with my bare hands. Well, I better get started for the office.
No, dear. What you need is rest and nourishment. Now, you lie down while I go get a chicken and milk it for you.
You're gonna milk the chicken?
I would cream it, but all I have is milk.
Say, cream chicken. Sounds great, but I'd rather get to the office.
No, darling. You're gonna rest right here in this den. Shall I bring down the flower pajamas I gave you for Christmas?
Oh, don't bother. They don't look good on me.
Oh, I think they're very becoming. Why, across the hips, the flowers look like they're just ready to burst into bloom.
Ah, never mind.
Oh, dear company. I'll close the door so nothing will disturb you.
Greetings, dear lady.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bolingbroke. Well, how is your School of Culture and Dramatic Art coming along?
Alas, it no longer exists. Me landlady cast me forth from me lodgings.
Oh, too bad.
Yes, and one cannot teach culture on a park bench. Policemen and pigeons spoil the mood.
Wait, I have an idea. Why couldn't you use my house for your culture school? Who knows, it might become as famous as the Louvre, the Acropolis, the Palladium.
It's a splendid idea. But there is an insect in the ointment of culture. Your husband. For some obscure reason, he considers me a burden.
Oh, well, don't worry. We'll only hold classes while George is at the office. Now, you get whatever you need for the culture school, and I'll get rid of my husband.
Good luck to you, Mrs. Burns, and good riddance to your husband.
Why, George, haven't you gone to work yet?
Huh?
Let me see your tongue.
Ah.
Well, it looks fine, not a bit bloodshot.
But, Gracie, a minute ago you said...
Put on your coat while I answer the door. Yes?
Excuse me, lady, but is this where the Gilhooleys live?
No, I'm sorry. You have the wrong address.
Okay, thanks.
Who was that?
I don't know, but he looked kind of familiar. Well, goodbye, George. Hurry to the office.
Do you really think I ought to go? I feel kind of dizzy. Maybe I've got something.
My father never missed a day's work in his life. He had lots of things to make him dizzy.
I know. I married one of them.
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Bill.
You leaving, George?
I guess so. Bill, do you think I look my usual self this morning?
Well, no, George, you don't.
See, Gracie?
You look good.
Goodbye, funny man.
Oh, Bill, now that George is gone, I can tell you the wonderful news. I didn't want George to find out about it, so you're the first one I'm telling.
Why, Gracie, you're going to have a baby.
I am? Oh, Bill, that's better news than I have for you. Well, when do you think it'll be?
Well, wait a minute, Gracie. Isn't that what you were going to tell me?
Oh, no.
Oh. Well, what is the news, Gracie?
Well, Nigel Bolingbroke and I are opening a school of drama and culture.
Oh, really? Well, say, maybe I could teach diction.
Oh, are you good at that?
Well, Grace, I don't want to brag, but just yesterday, one of the biggest radio announcers in this town came to me to help him with his voice.
Really?
Oh, yeah, he said,
Bill, old friend, my sponsor is unhappy.
Show me how you say Swan. The new white floating soap is 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face for bathing the baby, and the soap for your dishes and light laundry. Show me that, Bill.
Oh, the poor man. Did you help him?
Well, when I got through with him, he was talking like this. Swan is a great wartime buy. When you wash the dishes with a Swan, you get heaps of suds. Suds so gentle, so mild, you don't have to worry about rough, red dish panty hands.
So he talked like that on his program and the sponsor was happy, huh?
No, the sponsor fired him. He was supposed to sell coffee.
Well, no, Bill. I'm afraid you won't do as a teacher.
Well, okay, Gracie. Oh, by the way, before I go, do you know the Gilhoolies in this neighborhood?
Well, now that's funny. There was another man here asking for them.
Well, that must have been William Bendix. He's trying to locate these friends of his from Brooklyn.
William Bendix, the movie star?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, and I practically slammed the door in his face. Oh, the poor man. From the looks of his face, it's had lots of doors slammed on it.
Well, you know, Gracie, Bendix is really a swell guy. I worked with him in the picture Wake Island. You remember that big, dumb Marine?
Yeah, I thought you were very good.
No, he was the big, dumb Marine.
Oh, yes. Say, Bill, wouldn't William Bendix be a wonderful guinea pig for our culture school?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if we could make a suave, sophisticated leading man out of him, we'd be famous.
You'd be magicians. He doesn't go for that culture stuff, Gracie.
Well, maybe I can get him interested. Oh, excuse me, Bill.
Look, lady, are you sure you don't know where the Gilhoolies live? I'm just dying to talk to somebody from Brooklyn.
Well, come right in, Mr. Bendix.
You mean you're from Brooklyn?
Well, they call me Green Pert Gracie.
Well, hallelujah!
Let's pause right here. We'll return to the Burns and Allen Show in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaDay.com. And now, let's rejoin the Burns and Allen Show with George and Gracie's special guest, William Bendix.
Gracie believes that William Bendix is the ideal pupil for her school of drama and culture. So she has lured him into the house by pretending to be from Brooklyn.
Gee, lady, it sure is great to meet somebody from Brooklyn.
Oh, yes, the motherland.
Yeah.
Ah, such a lovely place with its trees and its flowers and its little flat bushes.
Yeah, you said a kisserful, lady. What memories? Eating weenies and kraut from a push cart, while the new moon caresses the Navy Yard.
Oh. You make it sound like poetry, Mr. Bendix.
Oh, I don't take no credit. Brooklyn brings out the poet in anybody that's human.
And you are, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, enough about Brooklyn. Let's talk about you, Mr. Bendix.
Okay, that's an interesting subject.
How does it feel to be such a flop in pictures?
Oh, I ain't doing so bad.
Well, the folks back home are disappointed in your playing a cab driver. They'd rather see you as Romeo or Madame Curie.
Oh, I couldn't play them. They was foreigners.
Well, just the same, the home folks feel that you've let them down. And they don't feel that way about Ronald Coleman.
Gee, is he from Brooklyn?
One of the oldest families.
Well, that's funny. I never run into him in none of the saloons.
And Brooklyn is mighty proud of Walter Pigeon.
Him too?
Sure.
You don't say.
You see, Mr. Coleman and Mr. Pigeon are successful because they're cultured Brooklyn gentlemen.
Yeah. They make out pretty good with the dames, too, huh?
Oh, are you interested in women?
Oh, yeah, they could very easily become a hobby with me.
Well, why do you suppose Charles Boyer always gets the girls?
politics?
No, because he's a cultured Brooklyn gentleman.
I thought he was French.
That's right, from the French Quarter of Brooklyn. The left bank.
The left bank?
Yeah. You know, the other side of the Canarsie Swamp.
Oh, yeah. A lovely spot.
You could get the girls, too, if you'd brush up on culture. Now, for instance, I'll bet you blow on your soup.
Well, sure, but strictly proper. I never blow on it toward me.
Ronald Coleman doesn't blow on his soup at all.
Fans it with his bread, huh?
Mr. Bendix, you do need culture. Wouldn't you like to become a gentleman?
Lady, I'm a gentleman to the tip of my toes.
Oh, maybe, but from there up you need plenty of work.
I do, huh?
Yeah. Now, for example, what would you do at a party if a young lady held out her hand to you?
I guess I'd bite it.
Ronald Coleman would kiss it.
Well, he ain't as lonesome as I've been.
Yeah, you better enroll in culture school right away.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Where is this seat of higher learning?
You're sitting on it.
This is the school?
Yep. We have a course that's guaranteed to make the average man a gentleman in a week.
Well, do you think you can make me a gentleman in a week?
Well, it might take a little longer, but don't worry, the months will fly by.
Well.
Come in.
'Tis I, dear lady.
Oh, come in, Dean Bolingbroke. I want you to meet our student, William Bendix.
Well, well. Our first seeker after knowledge.
Hiya, Dean. Do you think you can make me a Ronald Coleman?
My boy, we shall plant in you the flower of culture. It's up to you to make it bloom.
Oh, I'm sure it'll bloom beautifully in Mr. Bendix. He's a perfect pot.
Thank you.
And now, my dear scholar, shall we discuss that little matter of the enrollment fee, shall we?
Oh, you mean dough?
Yes, dough, as you so delightfully put it. Naturally, you want to enroll for all our courses.
Oh, sure, I'll take everything you got.
It's mutual. Now, just count your money slowly into my palm.
Okay. 10.
For elocution.
20.
For rhetoric.
25.
For poise.
30.
For elocution.
You said that.
That was compound elocution. This is complex.
Oh, well. I guess that's the bundle. Wait a minute. Hold on. Here's a buck I didn't see.
You may keep that for your honesty.
Oh, gee. Thanks, Dean.
Not at all. You show great promise, dear pupil. I predict that you will make the Hall of Fame. And I didn't make a bad haul myself. Farewell, friends.
Oh, no, wait, Mr. Bolingbroke. How about Mr. Bendix's culture lesson?
Well, there isn't time today. If your husband comes home and catches us running this culture school, he'll skin us alive.
Oh, dear, that's right. And we haven't got the skin to spare like he has.
How true.
Oh, Mr. Bendix, you better come back tomorrow. Goodbye.
Well, gee whiz, I paid my dough. I want a lesson.
Mrs. Burns, I suggest we step into the next room and hold a faculty meeting. Excuse us, Mr. Bendix.
Gee, if the folks back in Flatbush could only see me now. Me in a culture school.
Hello.
Hello.
Aren't you William Bendix?
Yeah, why?
Oh, nothing. I'm a little surprised to see you here.
Well, you look a little out of place yourself.
Out of place? I live here.
Gee, she ain't made you much like Ronald Coleman.
She?
Yeah, the little dame, your daughter.
She happens to be my wife.
Oh, well, I'm your new student.
Student? Look, where is my wife?
She's in there.
Well, excuse me.
Why, George, you're not supposed to be home this early. I mean, hello, dear.
Bolingbroke, what are you doing here?
Leaving. Goodbye.
Gracie, what's William Bendix doing in the living room? He says he's a student here.
Is that all he told you?
Yes. If he's a student, who's his teacher?
You.
Me? What do I teach him?
Singing.
Oh, stop.
Oh, it's true, darling. You've been the talk of Hollywood since you sang at that party the other night.
Well, I did kind of make a hit, didn't I?
Oh, yes, dear. When you sang the desert song, you were so believable. All the sand and gravel of the desert seemed to be right in your throat.
My desert is calling. Oh, come back to me.
Oh, my sheep.
So that's why Bendix is here. Wants me to teach him to sing.
Sure.
You know, Gracie, when I walked in here, I half expected you to make up some kind of a lie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're cute.
Well, I'm going in to show Bendix how I sing.
Oh, no, you can't, dear. You see, when you sang the desert song just now, you didn't sound right. The gold was missing from your voice.
No gold at all?
Well, it was tarnished. Some of the notes you sang were sort of green.
Gee, I thought I sounded swell. My desert is calling.
No, I'm sorry,
well, maybe,
dear. No. But I'm very sensitive to the quality of your voice. When its bell-like tones are perfect, my whole body quivers.
And it didn't quiver then?
No, only my left leg twitched a little.
You mean I'm slipping?
No, I'm sure it's nothing permanent. Just this morning you were superb when you sang in the shower. Oh, I love the way you kept tuned to the rhythm of the drum beats.
What drum beats?
The water bouncing off your stomach.
Oh, that.
Showers seem to help your voice. Why don't you go up and take another shower now? A nice long one.
But, sweetheart...
Oh, please, George. Wash yourself back into shape and then show Mr. Bendix how you sing.
Well, okay. I want him to hear me at my best. Just tell him I won't be long.
All right, dear. Oh, I'm sorry I left you so long, Mr. Bendix, but my husband is home now, and I'll have to give you your culture lesson tomorrow. Goodbye.
But, gee, lady, I want to go out stepping tonight. Couldn't you just slip me enough culture to get anyhow an ugly dame?
Well, maybe a short lesson, just long enough for a shower.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Now, we'll pretend that we're Hollywood's two most charming and sophisticated personalities. You be Ronald Coleman, and I'll just be myself.
Okay.
Now, you're serving me tea, and you just say whatever you think Mr. Coleman would say.
All right. A saucer of tea, Madam Ship.
Cheerio.
Lemon?
Quite.
Trumpet?
No, just squeeze it.
Spoon?
Oh, let's have our tea first.
Pip.
Been hunting today, Ronald?
Constantly.
How was the hunt?
It stunk.
You didn't catch a fox?
No, they wasn't biting.
How dreadful.
Beastly. Well, how am I doing?
Oh, you were wonderful. If it wasn't for a few things like your face, I'd have sworn you were Ronald Coleman.
Hiya, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Bendix, are you still here?
Mr. Goodwin, you are now looking at the Bendix that all the women want.
Well, you are built a little like a washing machine.
One more dirty crack and I'll kick your teeth in.
Oh, Mr. Bendix, remember your culture. You should say, one more uncouth remark and I'll kick your teeth in.
Oh, yeah. You see, Goodwin, this little lady has molded me into a Ronald Coleman.
Really? It doesn't show.
Oh, Bill, I think he definitely looks molded.
Gracie, will you bring me a towel?
Oh, George is out of the shower. You boys better leave. Mr. Bendix, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye. Well, Goodwin, now that I'm cultured, I ought to get plenty of things.
Now, look, Bendix, if you want to get somewhere with the women, listen to me. Now, let's say that you have a beautiful woman in your home.
Well, that's already further than I ever got before.
Well, now, first you want to show her that nothing's too good for her, you see? So you open the bar and you tell her to help herself.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, her eyes will light up and she'll say, "Oh, Mr. Bendix, for me? That whole bar of Swan?"
Bar what?
Swan. That's the new white floating soap. Women are crazy about Swan because it's 4 soaps in one. Great for their hands and face or for bathing the baby, and tops for dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me I can get beautiful dames with Swan soap?
For sure.
Holy smoke, and I've been wasting that stuff taking a bath with it.
Well, no, Bill, that's not wasting it. A Swan bath's wonderful. Even babies love those mild as May Swan suds. Swan's pure as fine cast seals. Say, if Swan is that mild, that pure, you couldn't ask for a better soap for your complexion.
Well, yeah, but what about this beautiful dame I got in my home?
Yeah.
She's standing there clutching a bar of soap. Now, what,
What now? Well, now you take her in your arms, Bill, and you squeeze her.
Yeah. Yeah.
One little squeeze does it. The bar of Swan breaks in two.
Huh?
And you put half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower, and half in the kitchen for your dishes and light laundry. Then you send the dame home.
Send her home?
Oh, my goodness. Haven't you boys gone yet?
Well, we were just...
It's too late now. My husband's on his way down to give you a singing lesson.
Singing lesson? But Ronald Coleman doesn't sing.
But think how many more women you'll attract if you talk like Coleman and sing like Sinatra.
Gee.
Oh, well, you can be a new and different Sinatra. The microphone can lean on you.
Gracie, George is giving singing lessons?
Oh, yes. Why, if it weren't for him, Frank Sinatra wouldn't be where he is today.
George?
Sure, he found an apartment for him.
Well, Bendix, I'm ready for your singing lesson. Now sit down and I'll show you how you'll sound after 5 or 6 years of hard study.
I ain't got nobody. Nobody cares for me.
Including me. Goodbye, George.
I'm so sad and lonely, baby. Won't somebody take a chance with me? Ba-doo-doo-doo.
Oh, you see how he closes his eyes, Mr. Bendix?
Yeah, he's closing the wrong thing.
I'll sing sweet love songs all the time. If you'll be my baby, baby, then you'll be mine. I ain't got nobody, babe, and nobody cares for me.
Well, Mr. Bendix, when you learn to sing like that, you'll get plenty of women.
Lady, the dames I could get with a voice like that, I wouldn't want. So long.
You've said Tulsa back 10 years.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I've only a few seconds to remind you that whether you're a pin-up girl or a grandmother, your complexion deserves the purest, mildest soap that money can buy. You want a soap that's pure as fine castiles. You want Swan. You want a soap that's so mild it's kind to even a baby's tender skin. Again, you want Swan. Yes, and you want a soap that'll give you a thick, rich lather at the touch of a hand. So, sister, you really want Swan. And when you get Swan, remember, it's also great for the baby and perfect for dishes and light laundry. So put your wartime pennies on a 4-time winner, the new white floating soap, Swan.
Good night, sir.
Our guest tonight, William Bendix, is now heard in his own radio program, The Life of Riley. His next motion picture will be The Hairy Ape. Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen next Tuesday night. And now, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest star of the new Warner Brothers picture In Our Time, Paul Henreid, with Jimmy Cash and Felix Mills in his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and Gracie is in the kitchen talking to that eminent actor and poolroom bum, Nigel Bolingbroke. They're discussing their school of culture, a venture which operates only when George is safely out of the house.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, if only your husband would relent, we could operate our school on a larger scale.
It's no use, Mr. Bolingbroke. George just doesn't like you, and he's very stubborn about people. I'll never forget his attitude toward my mother after our wedding.
Nasty, eh?
Oh, very. We went on a honeymoon trip to Niagara Falls, and every day we were there, I got a letter from George saying, I hope your mother falls in.
It's a pity he has no tolerance. As treasurer of our culture school, I would like to see a larger enrollment.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Bolingbroke, what are you doing with the money?
I'm making a conservative investment in a brewery, dear lady. A glass at a time.
Oh, you're such a clever businessman.
Thank you.
You know, I've got a good business head, too. I thought our school might get more business if we had a catchy slogan.
Oh, so you wrote one.
Uh-huh. How's this? We make gentlemen out of tramps, and culture needs no ration stamp.
It's a lyrical triumph.
And here's one that should appeal to women. If your manners are good and your talk is classy, men might overlook an inferior chassis.
Brilliantly expressed.
Yes, and this one might attract soldiers who are home on leave. Don't be unpopular while you're marching. Discuss books and music with your sergeant.
It's enough. You've outdone yourself.
Well, I thought you'd like them. And I have another idea, too. What if we had testimonials from movie stars?
Testimonials?
Yes, a statement from Errol Flynn that our course in poise cured his bashfulness.
But he's never been our pupil.
I know, but it would attract attention.
Nevertheless, it can't be done.
Well, now, that's just where you're wrong. I've already had a testimonial printed and scattered all over town. It says, if it weren't for your school, I'd still be driving a truck. Signed, Paul HENREID.
Oh, my dear girl, he'll be furious with you.
Why should he be? We're perfect strangers.
Well, you don't understand.
Oh, I've never seen Mr. HENREID, even in a picture. But all my girlfriends are mad about him. I don't dare mention his name while they're reading. They all get hiccups.
But, Mrs. Burns, let me explain.
So, using Mr. HENREID's name must boost our school. Now, what did you want to explain?
That I am only the treasurer. You head the organization.
That's right.
Now, in the future, if students leave any of that lovely green government-issued paper here, that's for me. And if a lawyer leaves a white paper here...
That's for me.
Yeah.
Oh, Gracie, where are you?
Oh, there's George. Run, Mr. Bolingbroke. In the kitchen, sweetheart.
Goodbye, and remember, secrecy about our school.
Who was that just went out the back door, darling?
The what, dear?
The back door.
The back door?
Yes, who went out?
Who went out?
Yes, the back door.
The back door.
Who went out?
Well, make up your mind, dear. Which do you want to talk about?
Look, I heard the back door slam. Now, who went out?
Oh, you mean what person just went out the back door?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad we finally got that straightened out. Now, run along to the office, dear.
Gracie, I'm not leaving till you tell me who was here.
Oh, all right. I wanted to surprise you, but if you must know, I'll tell you.
Good. Who was it?
The census taker.
The census taker?
Yeah, but I told him we didn't have any, so he left.
Gracie, the man ran out when he heard me coming, and the census taker won't be here until 1950.
Now, you see how bad you scared him?
Gracie, let's have a little talk. For about a week now, something has been going on behind my back, and it gives me a funny feeling.
Well, then take off the woolen ones and put on cotton ones.
Gracie, I'm serious. You've been acting strangely. Like you're kind of glad to see me leave for the office and sorry to see me get home. Don't you love me anymore?
Oh, sweetheart, of course I love you. You're the only man in the whole world for me.
You wouldn't pull my leg, would you?
Anything to make you happy. Lift it up.
No, I mean, don't lie to me to save my feelings. If you're tired of me, if there's someone new, I'd like to know.
Oh, don't be silly, George. You know how I feel about anything new. The older things get, the more precious they get, and you're awfully precious.
Thanks.
And I miss you terribly when you're away. So hurry to the office now so I can start missing you.
Well, okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to the Burns and Allen Show right after these messages.
Dimension George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hop along, Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
John and Blanche Bickerson, the Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now, let's return to the Burns and Allen Show with George and Gracie's special guest, Paul HENREID.
Well, hiya, George.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Well, gee, why all the gloom?
Bill, I'm worried about Gracie. She's been acting very strangely.
Really?
Yeah. Bill, you don't suppose... I mean, surely Gracie hasn't fallen for another...
Oh, no. Oh, I don't even think that, George. After all, Gracie's got the best. Why should she want another?
Gee, thanks.
Why, she could look this whole wide world over, and she'd never find another soap like Swan.
I'm not worried about Gracie falling for another soap. I don't want her to fall for another man.
Oh.
Gee, Gracie means everything to me. If I lost her, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep.
Yeah, especially eat.
Bill, this is serious. I may be losing my wife.
Oh, don't be silly, George. Gracie's crazy about you.
Are you sure, Bill?
Oh, sure. She worships the very ground you walk on. Why, she told me once that it filled her with ecstasy just to have you kiss her hand.
Gee.
She said your lips felt as thrilling as a pan of swan suds.
Oh, look, Bill, forget the soap for a minute. I need your help. I'm sure there's nothing wrong, but just to satisfy my curiosity, would you kind of keep an eye on the house while I'm at the office?
Ah, George, there's no man but you. Where could Gracie find another man as fine, as strong, as... On second thought, George, I better watch the house.
Goodbye, Bill.
Well, Gracie never dreamed that Paul HENREID would see one of the handbills claiming him as a graduate of her school of culture. But he did. As a result, arriving at the Burns home with a bewildered look on his face is Paul HENREID.
Yes?
Pardon me, is this the school of culture that claims Paul HENREID as a graduate?
Oh, yes. Come right in.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. We're mighty proud of what we did for Paul. And we can do the same for you.
Hmm? Oh, I see. Well, just what did you do for Paul?
Only made him over, that's all. We like to work with raw material, and Mr. HENREID was about the rawest we ever had.
Really?
Oh, you should have seen him. Sort of a young Wallace Beery.
But you succeeded in making him a gentleman.
Well, finally. First, we taught him grace and poise by making him walk around with a book balanced on his head. He was very good at that.
I'm pleased to hear it.
He had a natural ability. His head was gorgeously flat.
A rare gift.
Yes, and then we taught him how to make love.
Surely that was one thing you didn't have to teach him.
Oh, I can see that you don't know Mr. HENREID. Oh, of course, he knew a few things, such as how to hold hands and wink.
Scarcely enough for a well-rounded life.
I should say not. So we gave him our course in cultured whistling.
Cultured whistling?
Well, yes, we taught him how to whistle things like Bach and Beethoven. That way he can pick up a much nicer class of girls.
Did this complete his course?
Oh, no. And then we thought up tricks for him to do in the movies, like the one in that picture with Betty Davis, where he lit 2 cigarettes at once.
That was your idea?
But of course. When he came to me, he was so clumsy that he burned himself lighting just 1 cigarette.
Incredible.
Well, now, if he had taken our advanced course, by now he could have put the whole pack in his mouth.
Which would have easily won the Academy Award.
Well, sure. And now I've got a thrill for you. I can make you into another Paul HENREID.
No.
Yes. Of course. First, you'll have to get rid of that funny accent.
Oh, naturally.
Where are you from? Alabama?
No, Missouri.
Oh. Well, what do you say? Would you like to sign up?
My name is Paul HENREID.
Oh, well, then we'll have to change it. One is enough.
You don't understand. I've let you on just to see how far you would go. I am the only Paul HENREID.
You?
Yes.
You sure?
I have the word of my mother and father.
Can you trust them?
Implicitly. You have used my name falsely in connection with your school, madam. I will have to have my lawyers call on you. Oh, please. Please, no tears.
This is the end of my career. I only wanted to spread culture and be a woman that everybody admired. No, I wanted to do for humanity what Florence did for the Nightingales.
My dear child.
Now my husband will make me close the school.
Your husband doesn't approve?
No, he hates culture. He's just a big, sweet, uncouth baby.
I'm sorry, madam. Now, please, no more tears. I can't stand to see a woman cry.
You can't?
No. Oh, please.
If I stop crying, will you let me use your name?
Anything.
Oh, thank you. You're wonderful. And will you talk my husband into letting me run the school all the time?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that.
Oh.
All right. I'll talk to your husband. I'll explain how much this culture school means to you.
Oh, you're an angel, Mr. Henry. And I'm sorry I said your head was flat.
That's all right.
You know, it really comes to a lovely point.
George, listen, I know you don't like to be disturbed at your office, but this couldn't wait.
What is it, Bill?
Well, you told me to stay outside your house and see if Gracie had any callers.
Yeah. Did she?
Yeah.
Who was the rat?
Paul HENREID.
Henry, the actor?
Yeah, that's right. Brace up, old man.
It's worse than I thought. Not only a rat, but a continental rat in a pinstripe suit.
Brace up, old man.
A hand kisser. A bender at the waist.
Brace up, old man.
Bill, I'm braced and I'm not an old man.
Okay, you're braced.
I hardly know what to think. Bill, what would you do if you were me and your wife fell for Paul HENREID?
Well, I'd get a gun.
Yeah?
And I'd load it.
Yeah?
And I'd shoot myself.
Well, you're a big help. Come in.
Pardon me. My name is HENREID, and I'm looking for George Burns.
Huh? Well, here I am.
Hey, should I stay, George?
No, Bill. You wait outside. I'll handle this.
Well, okay. But if he starts anything, just scream.
Well, Mr. Henry?
Mr. Burns, let me begin by telling you that I'm acquainted with your wife, a most charming and lovable person.
I know that. I'm her husband.
Mr. Burns, I'll be frank. Your wife has turned to me to help her get released from a very ordinary and humdrum existence.
Well, that's nice.
I appreciate the fact that this is a rather unconventional situation, but we can hardly blame her for wanting a little culture, can we?
Gee, I thought I made her happy.
Oh, come now, Mr. Burns. Supplying 3 meals a day and a roof over her head, plus an occasional kiss on the cheek. Oh, surely you must realize that any woman wants more than that from life.
Are you sure Gracie feels this way?
Positive. She begged me to come and talk to you. And when I refused, well, she burst into tears.
Holy smoke, am I that bad?
Yes. You are keeping her dreams from coming true.
Well, I'd kind of like to think it over.
All right. There is no hurry. I'll come to your home later today for your decision. Bonjour, Monsieur Burns.
Bonjour. Walks off with my wife and gives me a big bonjour. Well, maybe that's the stuff that gets them.
Hey, how'd you make out, George? What happened?
Plenty. That hunk of profile has hypnotized Gracie with his banjos. But I'm not giving up. I'll fix him.
Yeah? You got a system?
Yeah. I'll beat him at his own game. Win Gracie back by being more continental than he is. I'll drink her candy, flowers, champagne. I'll kiss her hand. I'll bow from the waist.
Well, in other words, this is going to be a charm contest between you and Paul Henreid?
Yes, and may the best man win.
George, don't give up so easy.
Hello, George. Home so early?
Oh, bonjour, my little dove.
Sure.
Why, George. And you've got flowers and candy and champagne.
Don't speak. Just stand there and let me feast my eyes on you, my lovely princess.
Oh, George, are you sure you're all right?
My cherie. I'm bewitched by your beauty. I'm intoxicated.
I thought so. Tight as a knot.
No, my queen. I'm always this way when you're near me. May I kiss your hand?
Well, yes, if you want to.
And now, may I kiss your other hand?
Yes, I'd love it. Now let me kiss your hand.
I'm mad about you. Tell me, my pet. Do you like me more than Paul Henreid?
Of course. Paul Henreid couldn't like you more than I do.
No, sweetheart. I mean, could he be a better husband than I am?
Oh, don't be silly. Oh, come in, Mr. Henreid.
Thank you.
Well, came to get the decision, eh, Henreid? Well, I've got bad news for you. My wife loves me. She's crazy about me. She thinks I'm the most charming man in the whole world. But you find that kind of hard to believe, don't you?
A little.
You're a good loser, Henry. Goodbye and no hard feelings.
But what about the culture school?
The culture? What culture
Oh,
school?
George, didn't Mr. Henry tell you? Our home has been a center of culture while you were at home, of course.
Huh? That's what I asked you in your office. If your wife might run her culture school.
You mean that's all there ever was between you two? A culture school?
Of course.
Oh, George Burns, you didn't think I had fallen for Mr. Henry.
Well,
Oh, you silly boy. Mr. Henry may be a great actor and talented and charming and handsome, but I like your type better.
Thanks. Gee, I'm glad that's cleared up.
Me too. Well, I'll go out and make some tea so we can drink to the success of our culture school.
Gee, Mr. Henry, I guess I owe you an apology.
Ha-ha! I knew I'd find you here, Henry, you home wrecker.
My dear fellow.
Don't you, dear fellow, me going around stealing another man's wife.
Bill.
You needn't be afraid, George. I'm here. Bill. How anybody could have the nerve to take advantage of a poor, feeble, little old man. I know how you guys operate, Henry. First it's candy and flowers, then jewelry, then a yacht. And then if she still says no, you offer her what no woman can resist. A bar of Swan soap.
Well, I suggest we discuss this some other time.
Not so fast, Henry. You've insulted my friend, George Burns.
Bill.
Just because he's a poor, broken-down, dried-up little weasel of a man. And nobody can insult my friend. I'll defend your honor, George. Mr. Henry, I challenge you to a duel.
I suppose that's the only way to get rid of you. Very well. Name your weapons. Pistols, swords.
Swan soap at 20 paces.
Bill, Paul Henreid is not trying to take Gracie away from me.
He's not?
No. I merely wanted to help Mrs. Burns in her school for culture.
Oh. Well, I guess the joke's on me, huh? Gosh, Mr. Henry, you must think I'm a loud, stupid fool.
Oh, you weren't so loud.
Why can't I keep my big mouth shut? So long, folks.
Amazing chap. Your wife's cultural school seems to get me involved in all sorts of misunderstandings.
You haven't heard anything yet. Now that you've endorsed the school, Gracie will run you ragged. You'll be a wreck.
Well, in that case, I must find a way out. Movie actors are not popular when they resemble a wreck. They are different from crooners.
But how will you do this?
I'll disillusion your wife. Convince her that I have no culture. She will not want me in her school if I speak like a bozo.
Oh, I say, a mug, eh? Say it might work. And for a contrast, I'll throw in with a few banjos.
Tea is ready. Here's a napkin, Mr. Henry.
Oh, thank you very much. Okie dokie, Scout.
Huh? Oh, do you always tuck it under your chin?
That's where it belongs to.
Oh, how continental. George, you watch him so you know what chin to tuck yours under.
Banjua.
What are you taking your tea, Mr. Henry? Lemon or cream?
Oh, nuts with that stuff.
Oh, that must be another continental habit. George, run out of the kitchen and get some nuts.
No. I guzzle the stuff straight.
You guzzle it?
Yeah. Just dump it in the saucer.
Mr. Henry, do I only imagine it, or has something happened to your culture?
Nothing ain't happened to it. I just ain't got none.
Oh, you ain't?
No. I only give out with that baloney when I'm acting in pictures.
Oh, George, this is terrible.
Banjua.
Mr. Henry, I'm afraid I've made a mistake. You just don't belong in a culture school. I hope you don't feel hurt.
Schmidt. That ain't no skin of my nose.
Well, nice to have met you.
Oh, the bum's rush, eh? Okay, I'll scram.
Banjua, Paul.
Banjua.
Oh, my goodness, what a narrow escape. Why, George, you're twice the gentleman he is.
But of course. Let me kiss your hand.
All right.
There.
Now the other hand.
All right.
Now my elbow.
Sure.
Now the other elbow.
Okay. What are you doing?
Taking off my shoes.
Banjua. Gracie, you know who our guest star is going to be next week? William Powell.
Oh, William Powell. Oh, he's got the most wonderful figure in Hollywood.
William Powell?
Oh, sure. His figure is so terrific that they're calling his new picture The Heavenly Body.
Who else is in it?
Oh, just Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, Bonjour.
Oh, George, I've got a cold. You better say it.
All right. Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, Gracie, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guest, William Powell, star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Heavenly Body, with Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. It's afternoon in the Burns home, and George has just come home from the office to find his little wife, Gracie, so thrilled and excited she can hardly talk.
Oh, George, I just can't believe it. It's like a dream come true.
Well, what is it? What's the news?
Well, I know it's happened to other women, but now it's happening to me, to us.
Well, Gracie, what is it?
Oh, it's what every home needs, what every man and wife pray for.
Gracie, you mean we're going to have a...
Yes. A cleaning woman.
Cleaning woman.
Yes. Starting today, I'll have her once a week to clean the house.
Gee, I thought we were going to have a baby.
Oh, George, a baby couldn't clean this big house.
Well, let it go.
Well, you don't seem very thrilled. Cleaning women are scarce.
Well, how did you get her?
Mrs. Bundy? Oh, I promised her that in addition to her wages, we'd give her bus fare once a month.
Well, that's a cinch.
Yeah, once a month she likes to visit her daughter in Chicago.
That's where we pay the bus fare.
Yeah, round trip.
Might be cheaper to move to Chicago.
Oh, that's probably Mrs. Bundy now. Stand up straight, dear. I want you to make a good impression.
Okay.
Come in.
Well, here I am.
Oh, Mrs. Bundy, I'm so glad you could make it.
Where do I start cleaning?
Well, first, Mrs. Bundy, I understand it's customary to present letters of reference.
Oh, don't bother. You folks look honest.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, this is my husband.
Hello.
Mine's bigger.
Oh, yes, George is rather petite. But don't let his size fool you. He's as strong as an ox and much handsomer.
Thanks, dear.
Oh, here's the duster, Mrs. Bundy. You can start right here.
Okay.
You work for lots of movie stars, don't you?
That's right. And believe me, I could tell you plenty about them.
Oh, well, that's what I was leading up to.
Only I can't talk when I'm working.
Oh, well, in that case, let me work and you talk.
That's what I was leading up to.
Well, now, hand me the duster.
Wait a minute, Gracie. You're going to pay Mrs. Bundy 90 cents an hour just to gossip about movie stars? You could get that from Luella Parsons for a nickel.
Well, if Luella Parsons works that cheap, she can't be a good cleaning woman.
Well, it looks like there'll be no dinner cooked around here tonight. I better go out and eat.
Oh, all right. Goodbye, dear.
Bonjour.
Well, who do you want to hear about? The Humphrey Bogarts, the Walter Pigeon?
Well, start with the Humphrey Bogart. Is he as tough around the house as he is in pictures?
No, indeed. I've been around there plenty, and he doesn't wear the pants in that house.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't that kind of drafty?
I mean, he ain't the boss.
Oh.
I'll get it, Mrs. Burns. You just keep right on dusting. Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Bill Goodwin. Well, say, aren't you Mrs. Bundy who cleans house for all the movie stars?
That's right.
Well, Mrs. Bundy, this is an opportunity I've been waiting for. There's a certain soap I'd like to tell you about.
I don't want to hear about any soap.
Gee, I guess I got to get my foot in the door.
Well,
Mrs. Bundy,
now just skip it. The only kind of soap I use is Swan, that new white floating soap.
Oh, well, but that's the
Don't
soap
you
that...
say a word against him. You fresh salesman who knock other fellows' products.
Well, but Mrs.
I
Bundy,
like Swan because I can use it for everything. Washing the dishes, doing light laundry. And let me tell you something, young man. Swan is great, too, for bathing the baby and for the bath or shower.
Yeah.
Why, Swan is 4 soaps in one, so you just hush up.
Well, but Mrs. Bundy,
Will you stop flapping your trap? It ain't going to do no good to try to sell me some other soap. What do you think helps keep my hands looking so beautiful? Swan soap.
You should try it for your face.
I make my living with my hands, and I gotta protect them, so I wash the dishes with nothing but Swan. Why, those Swan suds are so mild and gentle, your hands don't get that rough red dishpanny look.
Well, but Mrs. Bundy,
And don't try to tell me different, you curly-headed whippersnapper, you. Now, get out of here.
Well,
Now what?
Well, I just wanted to get my foot out of the door.
Oh, Mrs. Bundy, who is it?
Oh, some smart Alex trying to get me to stop using Swan soap.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Gracie. This is George.
Oh, yes, dear.
Look, I just ran into William Powell here at the restaurant, and I'd like to bring him home for the evening.
William Powell, the movie star?
That's right.
You mean the original Frank Sinatra?
Original Frank Sinatra?
Well, wasn't Mr. Powell the first thin man?
Look, Gracie, they're redecorating Mr. Powell's house, and the poor guy hasn't had any sleep now for 3 nights. Is it all right if he sleeps with us tonight?
Well, wouldn't he be more comfortable in the guest room, dear?
Get things ready. We'll be there at 9 o'clock, dear.
Well, it seems that William Powell's home is being redecorated, and as a result, Mr. Powell hasn't slept for 3 nights. Now, approaching the Burns home, we see 2 men. One, tired-looking, hollow-eyed, a very shell of a man, and the other, William Powell.
Well, here we are, Bill. This is our little honeymoon cottage. Well, in 5 minutes, I'll have you tucked in bed.
Why, George, you make me feel like a bride. Well, I'm just tired enough to let you carry me over the threshold.
Well, come on, let's go in. Here we are, Gracie.
Oh, come in. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Gracie.
George told me about your not being able to sleep. You do look tired.
Yes, I'm afraid I have dark shadows under my eyes.
Yes. There's even one under your nose.
That's his mustache.
Oh. Oh, it's cute. It reminds me of George's chest.
Oh, how revolting.
Of course, there's more hair on your lips.
Gracie, stop being silly.
Oh, I'm sorry I laughed at your mustache, Mr. Powell.
Oh, that's all right. It tickles my wife, too.
Well, is the guest room ready, dear? Bill hasn't slept for 3 nights, and he's got to get to bed right away.
Oh, well, now, this is the guest room right here, Mr. Powell.
Say, this is a charming room. Oh, that bed certainly does look inviting.
Oh, isn't it lovely? My mother gave us that bed for a wedding present.
Oh, how nice.
Yes, we slept in it for 3 years. Then Mother went home and George and I slept in it.
Gracie, let's get out of here and let Bill get to bed.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, I almost forgot, Mr. Powell. If you open that top dresser drawer, you'll find one of George's nightshirts.
Oh, yes. Thanks for telling me. I'll be careful not to open it.
Oh, you'll love it. I'll show it to you. There, isn't it, darling?
Yeah, very chic. But the neck's too small for me. I can never get my head through that tiny hole.
Oh. Well, I have to make it that small so it won't slip down over George's shoulders.
Come on, Gracie. Good night, Bill.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, there's just one more thing, Mr. Powell. I hope you won't practice your tap dancing tonight and keep us awake.
Oh, no. I'm William Powell. The one with the flying feet is Eleanor. You have us mixed up.
Oh, how could I get you mixed up with Mrs. Roosevelt?
Gracie.
Oh, good night.
Bill has got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and start work on a picture.
Oh, really?
Yes, and he's worried about it. You see, the actress they've got opposite him can't handle the part. It's the part of a persecuted woman.
Persecuted woman?
Yeah, you know, her husband takes her baby away from her and all that. It's a tough part to play.
Oh, pooh. Any really great actress could play it. Betty Davis, Helen Hayes, Catherine Cornell, Greer Garson, any one of us.
Us?
Sure.
Well, Gracie, go to bed. I'm going out and get a glass of milk.
Oh, so that's why poor Mr. Powell hasn't been able to sleep these for 3 nights. He thinks no one can play a persecuted woman. Well, his troubles are over. Mr. Powell? Mr. Powell?
Yeah? What?
Mr. Powell, I want my baby.
I beg your pardon?
My baby, I want my baby.
Is it in this bed?
I don't know where it is. George is hidden it from me.
Maybe he wants you to get some sleep.
Oh, how can you scoff? When that monster's taken my baby, my little golden-haired baby, torn from his mother's arms in the prime of his babyhood.
George did this?
Yes. Oh, I know. To you, George is just a puny, feeble weakling with a little round tummy, isn't he?
Frankly, yes.
No. That's how the whole world sees him. But underneath that little round tummy lurks a beast.
Incredible.
Gracie, I told you to let Mr. Powell alone. Now go to bed.
Oh, all right, dear. Good night.
And good night, Bill.
Why, you cad. You little round-tummied cad.
Bill.
Where's the baby?
The what?
The baby.
Do you feel all right, Bill?
You put on a fine act. Make the world think you're a great guy. Invite your friends here to sleep. But where's the baby?
You mean you can't sleep without a baby in the room?
Now, cut out that innocent stuff. Where are you hiding the child?
Gee, Bill, you better lie back and relax. I'm afraid losing 3 nights' sleep has kind of got you.
Never mind. Just get that baby and stop torturing a poor, innocent mother.
There, little mother. Now just get some sleep and you'll be all right in the morning. Then I'll bring you your baby.
I'm talking about Gracie's baby.
Gracie's? Gracie, come in here.
What is it, dear?
What did you tell William Powell about a baby?
Oh, that. I was just showing him how great a part I could play, or any great actress could play the persecuted woman in his picture.
Then you have no baby?
Oh, no. And how often I've envied you, Mr. Powell.
Me?
Oh, yes. Your son Dick is so talented. Oh, poor Mr. Powell. He just can't go to sleep. I've been in his room 20 times in the last hour, and every time I leave, he's wide awake.
Gee, when he told me he hadn't slept for 3 nights, I didn't realize he had insomnia.
The worst case I've ever seen. He's angry about it, too. I peeked in just now, and he was lying there growling to himself.
Well, maybe he's asleep. Maybe that's snoring.
Oh, George, I've been married to you long enough to know what snoring sounds like. He's growling. When you snore, you sound like you're eating a banana underwater.
Well, thanks, dear.
Oh, poor Mr. Powell. Insomnia is such a horrible thing. Well, as long as he can't sleep anyway, I might as well find out what he wants for breakfast. Mr. Powell? Yes. Mr. Powell?
Yes. What?
What would you like for breakfast?
Breakfast?
Yes.
Oh, is it morning already?
Oh, no, but I thought I'd ask you now. Do you like cereal?
Mad about it. Good night.
Toasted, shredded, puffed, or cracked?
Cracked.
Oh, dear. And the only kind I have is puffed.
Mrs. Burns.
But I can serve it with a hammer and let you crack it yourself.
I can think of nothing more invigorating. Good night.
Oh, no, that's not all. Do you like coffee?
Yeah, adore it. Good night.
Percolated, potted, drip, or ground?
Ground.
Oh, you're different from George. He's the drip type.
Yes, I've noticed that. Good night.
Oh, wait. Do you like eggs?
Yes. Yes, I like them fried, boiled, poached, scrambled, baked, and shirred. I believe that covers the field.
Oh, you don't like omelets?
My error. Yes, I'm devoted to omelets. Good night.
Cheese, tomato, onion, or Spanish?
Spanish.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't make that kind very well. I can't even rumba.
Well, I'm sure that anything you prepare will be delicious. And I hasten to add that you may place my napkin on the table, folded, creased, flounced, or flat. Good night.
Oh, poor Mr. Powell. I bet you'd give anything to go to sleep, wouldn't you?
That I would.
I understand the county sheep is very good.
Yes.
I'm sorry we haven't got any.
Good night, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, Mr. Powell,
What now?
I forgot to say good night.
Yes, I've been lying here brooding about it.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Sleep tight.
I'm beginning to think that's the only way I could sleep.
Gracie, is he asleep yet?
No. Oh, maybe he'll go to sleep if you talk to him.
All right. I'll see what I can do. My, it's dark in here.
A peculiar habit of mine. I like to sleep in a dark room.
I'm not disturbing you, am I?
No. In fact, you're a great help.
Really?
Yes. I haven't slept in 3 nights, and your help making it 4.
Well, you'll soon be sleeping like a top, and there's nothing like a good night's sleep.
There's certainly nothing like it here.
Did you set the alarm clock?
Yes, for 6.
Well, you don't have to worry about it not going off. It's a darn good clock.
Fine.
Has sort of a sweet, mellow chime.
Oh, how nice. Why don't you stay a little longer, and we can listen to the chime together?
Good night, Bill.
Good night, George.
Is he asleep yet, George?
No, poor guy.
Wait. I know what'll put him to sleep. My father's insomnia medicine.
Medicine?
Well, sure. My father used to take it and sleep for 4 or 5 days at a time.
Well, what kind of a medicine is it?
I don't know. It's put out by those 2 famous doctors, Haig and Haig.
Oh, yes, that's a great medicine.
Oh, you answer the door, sweetheart. I'll go look for the medicine.
George, listen, George, I got to talk to you quick.
What's the matter, Bill?
Well, remember last week when you asked me to watch the house and see if there was some man annoying Gracie?
Yeah.
And I told you it was Paul HENREID, and it turned out I was wrong?
Yeah.
Well, I know who the rat is now.
Who?
William Powell.
Huh?
George, we got him red-handed. Just now, as I walked by the house, I saw him in your guest room in pajamas.
Bill.
Well, don't stand there. Let's throw him out.
No, but, Bill.
All right, if you're afraid of him, I'll do it myself.
Bill, wait.
Get out of that bed, you rat!
What? I beg your pardon.
Get out of that bed and take your medicine.
If it's ether, I'll kiss you.
Look, Bill, I'm telling you, you're making another mistake.
Don't be afraid, George. I'll handle this. Now get this, Powell. George's wife loves him and only him. Oh, sure, to you, he's just a wrinkled, repulsive little hollow-chested pipsqueak.
Now, don't start that again.
But to his wife, he's as handsome, as precious as a bar of Swan.
Now, Bill.
Swan, the new white floating soap that's 4 wonderful soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby, for washing your dishes and doing your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one. What a wartime buy.
Hey, will you get this walking bubble bath out of here?
Now, Bill, will
Go
you...
home, Powell. Go home to your wife and baby. Ask them to forgive you. Take that little baby in your arms and jump in the bathtub.
What?
Show that baby how much you love it. Give it a bath with Swan. Babies are crazy about those mild, gentle Swan suds, and lots of doctors recommend Swan. It's pure as fine cast seals. And let your wife use Swan for her dishes.
George, tell me something. Has this whole evening been part of a gigantic plot to wreck me, physically and mentally? Is MGM tired of me? Have they taken this diabolical way to break my contract?
Oh, no,
Well,
Bill.
why not? With what we got on Powell, they could break his contract in 2 like a bar of Swan soap.
Bill, will you do
Well,
me
Swan
a...
breaks in 2, so you put half in the bathroom for your hands and face, and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Bill, listen to me. Mr. Powell is not interested in Gracie.
Huh?
He only came here to get some rest, didn't you, Mr. Powell?
Yes, fool that I am.
Gee, Mr. Powell, you must hate me.
Thank you, I will. Now, if you gentlemen will board your trains, I'll curl up here in Grand Central Station and go back to what I lovingly call sleep.
Good night.
Well, good night, Mr. Powell.
Good night.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie.
George, is Mr. Powell asleep yet?
Yeah, he's wider awake than ever.
Oh, my goodness. I've never seen such insomnia. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, very good.
Mr. Powell? Mr. Powell?
Huh? Oh, what is it?
It's me, Gracie.
Oh, no.
Oh, now don't worry too much if you can't sleep. Thomas Edison only slept 4 hours a night.
Really? When was he a guest here?
Oh, I just had an idea. I know what'll put you to sleep. You just relax while I go get him.
Him? What is it?
No, I'm not going to tell you. It'll be a surprise. You'll see in a minute.
Oh, what a night. Oh, Swan, so...
All right, dear. Go ahead.
Go to sleep, my baby. My baby. My baby.
What's that? What's that horrible noise?
Why, George is singing you a lullaby. Sing some more, dear.
Go to sleep, my baby.
Oh, shut up. Huh? This is the end. I'm getting out of here. Give me my clothes.
Oh, but Mr. Powell, don't you want to sleep?
Sleep? There's no such thing as sleep. Sleep, sleep.
Well, George, worst case of insomnia I've ever seen.
Yeah, poor guy. Well, come on, Gracie. Let's get to bed.
You know, George, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep now.
You don't?
No, sweetheart. Would you...
Oh, sure. Go to sleep, my baby.
Oh, Judge,
my
you're wonderful.
baby.
Oh.
My baby.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, by this time of day, George is usually home from the office. But today he's working hard and late. Let's look in at George's office and see what's detaining the little beaver.
Ah, well, I'll never get this work finished. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, great. There he goes again. Who is that broken-down hoofer upstairs? Now, let's see. Where was I? Hey, stop dancing up there!
Oh, you keep quiet down there.
Smart guy.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Burns?
You're darn right I do. You're the manager of this building. Tell that jerk in the office above me to stop dancing. I'm trying to get some work done.
Yes, sir, Mr. Burns. I'll speak to him right away. Excuse me. May I speak to you, Mr. Astaire?
Why, sure, come in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Astaire, but your dancing is disturbing the party downstairs.
Say, who is that old sourpuss?
Well,
whoever is, he's got a nerve complaining. You tell him that when he sings Ain't Misbehavin', it sounds like plumbing that's out of order.
Oh, I couldn't tell him that.
All right. Tell him it sounds like plumbing that's working.
But, Mr. Astaire...
Look, I rented this office to dream up some new routines and hold tryouts for a new dancing partner. Now, go down and tell old Gravel-Throat to go home. So he doesn't like it when I sing Ain't Misbehavin', huh?
No, sir.
Well, look, if he doesn't stop dancing, I'm going to move out of this office building.
Oh, please don't do that, Mr. Burns. You've been with us a long time.
You bet.
And if you move out, we'll lose all that back rent.
Go. Now, let's see. Where was I? Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving.
Oh, hello, darling. What? George, look. Your high notes are so strong today you're knocking the plaster right off the ceiling.
That's not me, Gracie. There's a guy in the office above me who thinks he's a dancer. Oh, great. There he goes again. He's been doing that all day. He's driving me crazy.
Oh, now, George, don't be upset. Feel sorry for him. You can tell by listening that he's obviously some poor old feeble trooper trying to get back into vaudeville.
I guess so.
Remember when you danced in vaudeville, darling?
Sure. They used to call me Twinkle Toes Burns.
Oh, my goodness. How you used to wear out your socks dancing. You know, it seems like I was always knitting you socks.
That's right.
Remember the first pair of socks I knitted you? You thought they were sweaters.
Yeah.
You never did wear them. They were too small for your feet and too big for your chest.
Well, you better run along home, sweetheart. I'll be working here at the office till midnight. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving.
Oh, my goodness, George. I'm glad your voice isn't as flat as his feet.
You said it. I think I'll go up there and punch that guy right in the nose.
Oh, now, George, please. You don't know your own strength. You'll lose your temper and take a swing at him, and the first thing you know, there'll be some teeth knocked out. You need all you've got.
But, Gracie, I've got to get my work done.
Well, I'll go up and talk to him, dear. You get to work.
Gracie!
Well, Tootsie Sagro, what are you doing in this office building?
I'm looking for a job, Gracie. You see, I decided to give up men.
Give up men? But, Tootsie, this is leap year. And if I ever saw a girl with kangaroo blood, it's you.
I don't care, Gracie. I decided to have a career instead of a husband.
Oh. Well, maybe you're wise, Tootsie. A career can't break your heart. And a career can't go out nights and play poker.
Yeah.
But there's only one thing. On the cold night, you can't warm your feet on your career.
That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, hiya, girl.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, Tootsie. Say, is George in his office, Gracie?
Oh, yes, Bill. Oh, but before you go in, listen to the news. Well, tell him, Tootsie.
Well, Mr. Goodwin, I'm not running after men anymore.
Oh, really, Tootsie? Got yourself a bicycle, huh?
Oh, Bill, you're just jealous because Tootsie is going to have a career instead of marrying you and raising a bunch of little Goodwins.
Well... Gracie, with Tootsie as their mother, I doubt if there'd be a good one in the bunch.
Well, if you two will excuse me, I have to go upstairs and tell the man in the office over George's to stop dancing. He's disturbing George.
Disturbing George? Gracie, do you know who that is up there?
Who?
Fred Astaire.
Fred Astaire?
Well, sure, he's holding tryouts for a new dancing partner.
Oh, my goodness, and Tootsie, your career. You're going to be Fred Astaire's new dancing partner.
But, Gracie, I can't dance.
Oh, don't be silly. If Fred can dance so wonderfully with his tiny feet, you'll be 4 times as great.
Jimmy Cash sings the delightful ballad from Showboat, Make Believe. James?
We could make believe I love you. Only make believe that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you, couldn't I, couldn't we make believe our lips are blending in a phantom kiss or 2 or 3? Might as well make believe I love you. For to tell the truth,
Here's Mr. Astair's office bill. I'm glad you told me he's looking for a new partner. Goodbye.
Well, now, wait a minute, Gracie. I didn't want to say this in front of Tootsie, but Fred'll never hire a girl with a puss like hers.
Well, Bill, Mr. Astaire is looking for a dancing partner, and Tootsie dances on her feet, not her face.
You know, one look and he ain't going to believe that.
Well, anyway, he's not going to see her until after he's hired her.
You mean he'll hire Tootsie just on your say-so?
Well, of course. You see, Fred is a very good friend of George's, and he'll be glad to do a favor for... Oh, my goodness. What if he finds out it's George who's trying to have him thrown out of the building?
Well, Tootsie'll have no career.
No, that's right. And Fred needs a partner like Tootsie. She'll be such an improvement over Ginger Rogers.
Grace, are you kidding? Why, Ginger Rogers has the most luscious, the most gorgeous figure you've ever seen.
That's just it. Now when Fred dances with Tootsie, people will watch him for a change.
I see.
Well, I'll make certain he doesn't find out that George has the office under him. Goodbye, Bill.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Good luck. Now listen, if you don't like my dancing... Oh, Gracie. Excuse me, I thought you were old Gravelthroat from downstairs.
Old Gravelthroat?
Yeah. Some guy in the office below has been heckling me all day. Well, come on in, Gracie. How's George?
Old Gravelthroat? I mean George? Oh, he's fine.
Say, where does George have his office these days?
His, office?
Yeah, well, where does he hang out?
Oh, just above the waist a little.
No, I mean, where is his place of business? Where does he work?
Oh, work?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so much for George. Now, let's talk about you. I understand you're looking for a new dancing partner.
That's right, I am.
Well, your troubles are over.
Gracie, you mean... Oh, why, that's wonderful. You'll be great.
Oh, no, not me. My goodness, Fred, I haven't danced since I was a little girl.
Little girl? Gracie, you danced in the picture with me about 4 years ago.
Well?
Oh, yes, of course. You were just a little girl then.
Oh, Clara. Oh, no, Fred. The partner I have in mind for you is Tootsie Sagwell.
Sagwell?
Yes.
Is that her name or her condition?
No, Fred, that's her name, Tootsie Sagwell. Oh, she'll make a wonderful dancing partner, Fred.
Really? You know, I'm looking for someone different, someone fresh.
Well, Tootsie's the freshest girl I know.
I mean, I want a partner who'll give me fresh ideas for dances. I'm looking for new wrinkles.
That's Tootsie.
She's really different, huh?
Like nothing you've ever seen before.
Well, how about Tootsie's dancing? Could she handle a little step like this, for instance? Let me see.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
There goes old Gravelthroat again.
Ain't misbehaving.
Quiet. That does it.
This concludes.
I'm going down to his office and meet him face to face.
Oh, no, you won't like it.
What?
I mean, why argue with him? Why not come to my house and rehearse?
Well, it's a cinch I can't work here, and they won't let me dance in my apartment.
Well, you come right on home with me.
Well, okay, Gracie. Oh, wait. Before we go, just one little farewell for old Gravelthroat. You'll go crazy waiting for the rest of it.
Fred. You can rehearse in the room just above this one. It's George and my bedroom.
Oh, you sure you won't mind my dancing in your bedroom?
Oh, no, George and I never danced there. And besides, George wasn't home for hours.
Okay. The room right above this one, huh?
Yeah, that's right. First door to the left at the top of the stairs.
Thanks, Gracie.
Well, it looks like Tootsie will have her career.
Hello, dear.
Why, George, what are you doing home?
I couldn't work at the office with that dancing going on over my head. Driving me crazy.
It was?
Yeah. I can still hear it ringing in my ears. What was that?
What was what, dear?
That dancing. Didn't you hear it?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh. There it goes again. Don't tell me you didn't hear that.
Not a sound.
Oh, my gosh. Maybe it's affecting my hearing. Gracie, shout in my ear. Shout as loud as you can.
George! George!
Are you shouting, Gracie?
I'm screaming my lungs out.
Oh, I'm as crazy as a loon. I better go up to our bedroom and lie down.
Oh, no. Oh, wait till I get him out.
Huh?
You wait here. I'll fix the bed. Fred, you have to leave right away.
Why?
Well, my mother has a terrible headache.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go down and apologize to her.
Oh, no. You see, she doesn't like men. She hates men. She can't stand the sight of a man.
Well, what about George?
That's why she doesn't like men.
Say, I know where I can rehearse. There's a room above Stanley's Cigar Store.
Stanley Cigar Store, that's a wonderful place for you to rehearse. You slip down the back way, and I'll see you later. George, do you still hear the dancing?
No. I still feel kind of shaky. Think I'll go out and get a little fresh air.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Think I'll walk down to Stanley's Cigar Store.
Cigar Store? Oh, George!
Oh, hello, Mr. Burns.
Hiya, Stanley.
Oh, say, you don't look very well. You're pale.
Yeah. Don't feel so good, Stanley. Let me have 3 Perfecto Royale cigars. Here's your nickel.
Mr. Burns, wouldn't you rather be pale than green?
Very funny. Let's have the cigars.
I'll have to get them from the back room.
Why do you keep my cigars in the back room?
Oh, Mr. Burns.
What a day. I still hear that pounding in my ears. Oh, no. No, not that. Stop it. Stop it.
What is it, Mr. Burns? What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, you wouldn't know. You can't hear it. Only I can hear it. It's in my head. I'm going nuts.
I told him to stop smoking those cigars.
Time for Felix Milton's orchestra with Cherry Berry Baby. Well, George is in bed with cold towels on his head, and if Gracie can just keep him there, Tootsie may become Fred Astaire's new dancing partner.
How are you feeling, George?
Much better, dear. I guess I'll get up.
Oh, no, you must stay right here in bed.
But I think I can get up. I'm not hearing things anymore. There's someone at the door.
There is?
Didn't you hear the buzzer?
No.
Ed, didn't you hear that?
Poor George.
Sure. It's back again. I could have sworn I heard it.
Oh, there's the telephone.
Huh?
The telephone, didn't you hear it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, there it goes again.
Oh, gee.
I better answer it.
Holy smoke. I guess I better stay in bed. Well, at least I don't hear that dancing anymore.
Well, just be quiet, dear. You will. Oh, hello, Fred.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, quick, do a little step.
Okay.
Oh, Gracie!
Well, who was that?
Well, that was Mother.
Your mother sounds a lot like George.
Yeah, doesn't she, though? Mother even looks like George.
That must be tough on your father.
Yes. Well, Tootsie will be here any minute now. I'd better turn out the light.
Turn out the lights? But then I won't be able to see her.
That's the idea. Oh, I mean, the idea for a new dance.
A dance in the dark?
Yes.
Why, that... Say, wait a minute. Maybe you've got something. I can see a swell routine. Neon lights on our feet.
Oh, sure. And you can hide the batteries right in Tootsie's shoes.
Great. And then after... Hide the batteries in her shoes? What size shoe does she wear?
Oh, don't worry. Your feet will match perfectly.
Gracie, what size shoe does Tootsie wear?
Well, what size do you wear?
8.
8? 8 on each foot?
Naturally.
Oh, see now. 8 and 8 are 16. Yeah, your feet will match perfectly.
But Gracie...
Oh, I can just see you and Tootsie dancing together. Dancing cheek to chest.
Cheek to chest? Is she that short?
No, you are.
You know, I don't want to seem suspicious, but Tootsie is beginning to sound just the teeniest little bit ghoulish.
Oh, you love her. Oh, there she is on the porch. Now grab her as she walks in. I'll switch off the light. There.
Okay. I got her. No, turn the lights on. It's another man.
No, it's me, Tootsie Sagwell.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Sagwell. Shall we dance?
Oh, I love you, Freddie. Hold on.
Well, are you dancing, Fred? I don't hear any tap.
It's rather difficult to tap unless Miss Sagwell will allow my feet to touch the floor.
Oh, Tootsie. Don't hold him so high.
And not so tight, Tootsie.
Yes, Tootsie, you must be gentle when Mr. there. He's George's type. You know, agile but fragile.
It's no use, Gracie. I've got to see Tootsie to dance with her. Turn the lights on, please.
All right. Now, can you see her?
Turn them off.
But Mr. Astaire, aren't we going to trip the light fantastic?
I'm afraid not. Now that it's light, you're too fantastic.
Hey, what's going on out here?
Oh, it's George. Goodbye.
That is fair. Hello, George. What are you doing in that nightshirt?
Oh, I've been in bed. Some jerk in my office building almost drove me crazy today.
That's funny. Some jerk in my office building almost drove me crazy today.
Really? What building are you in?
Why,
You two jerks mustn't get together.
What?
I say you must get together. George will be a wonderful partner for you, Fred. You have rhythm in your feet, and George has rhythm. George does a sensational rumba.
Yes, and I could sing a little song, too. Get a load of this, Fred. Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Where have I heard that before?
Ain't misbehaving, I'm happy on the shelf.
Gravel throat.
Huh?
Well, there goes another partner.
Gravel throat? Gee, Fred, and that was you in that office above me. Had I known, I wouldn't have complained.
Well, George, if I'd known it was you in the office below, I wouldn't have annoyed you with my dancing.
Oh, Fred, I love your dancing.
Well, thanks, George. And I love your... whatever it is you do.
Gee, Fred, You can dance over my head any time.
Thanks, and then you can sing under my feet anytime.
Gosh, Fred, you're top.
No, George, you're top.
Oh, no, boys, I hate to interrupt, but Valentine's Day was yesterday. Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, Dorothy LaMour, with Jimmy Cash and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, tonight it is my sad duty to make an announcement that will plunge the music world into deepest gloom. Sugar Throat Burns will sing no more. It seems his feelings were hurt last week, and he's still sulking, despite all the efforts of Mrs. Sugar Throat.
Oh, cheer up, George. Just because Mr. DeMille didn't want you to sing in his pictures doesn't mean that you aren't great.
He laughed at my voice.
Oh, good. What does Cecil B. DeMille know about making pictures anyway?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, but, darling, I can't stand to see you like this. Those big, soft, wet brown eyes are glazed with pain. Like a disappointed cow.
It won't do any good talking to me, Gracie. I'll never sing again.
Oh, George, don't say that. I know you've been hurt, cruelly hurt, but that happens in Hollywood. Into each life a little rain must fall. That happens in Hollywood, too.
I told all my friends I'm going to be in DeMille's picture, and then he laughed at my voice.
Oh. Well, don't you worry, dear. All the movie studios will be after you. With Gene Autry and the Army, I'll bet Republic will want you to be their new singing cowboy.
Oh, sure.
Oh, you'd look magnificent on a horse, singing a cowboy song. I can just see the fade out of the picture. As the horse trots off into the sunset, the last thing we see is your face as you sing.
Well, I'm not going to sing anymore.
Oh, but you're so convincing with those Western songs. Remember at Ronnie Reagan's party when you sang Give Me My Boots and Saddle? Ronnie said it was all he could do to keep from giving you a boot.
Very flattered.
Why, this whole town will be after you. As a matter of fact, there was a scout here just this morning asking for you.
Really?
Yeah. He wants you to help his troop collect papers.
I'm going down to the cigar store.
Oh, George, please, before you go, unlock those little silver tonsils and give me just one glorious burst of melody. Don't hum, sing.
That was the door buzzer.
It's probably Mrs. Bundy, the cleaning woman. Come in. Hello, Mrs. Bundy.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Hello, Mr. Burns.
Goodbye.
My goodness, if the rest of your house looks as bad as your husband, I'm going to have a job straightening it up today.
Oh, Mrs. Bundy, George has sworn never to sing again.
My, how'd you get him to promise that?
Oh, I didn't want him to do it. He did it because he's all hurt and disillusioned. And I've just got to think of some way to snap him out of it.
Well, whenever I feel myself slipping, I pull myself together with numerology.
Oh, sounds like a girdle.
Oh, no. Lots of movie stars use numerology. Why, Dorothy Lamour uses it all the time.
Oh, then it can't be a girdle.
Numerology controls our destinies. Your name tells you what number you vibrate to. You see, we all vibrate to certain numbers.
Yeah, that's true. I'm getting so I shake all over when I hear Mercy Dotes.
Not musical numbers, Mrs. Burns. Real numbers. The letters in your name tell you what number you are. Now, take my name, Fanny Bundy. I'm a 9. Bundy's a 3, and Fanny's a 6.
Oh, really? You know, I would have guessed you were at least an 18.
Numerology is fascinating. Like I said, Dorothy LaMour won't make a move without it. Right now, she's searching frantically for a leading man who's a number 7.
Oh, are number 7 scarce?
Well, number 7s who sing are. It's a musical picture.
Oh, is that so? Mrs. Bundy, is my husband by any chance a number 7?
Well, let's see. George is 3 and Burns is 2. No, he's number 5.
Oh. Well, isn't there some way I could stretch him into a 7?
Well, the letter K is 2. That'd make him a 7.
Really? Well, Mrs. Bundy, it looks like Dorothy LaMour has found her number 7, and George K. Burns will sing again. Come in. Oh, hello, Bill.
Well, hiya, girls. What's a good word?
Numerology.
Numerology?
Yes, George is a number 7.
He is?
Uh-huh. And that makes Dorothy LaMour vibrate to him.
Well, lucky George. I'm not sure I understand, Gracie.
Well, Dorothy LaMour is practically on her knees begging for a 7.
Oh, well, that I understand. Been in that same spot many times myself.
Oh. Do you vibrate to 7?
Well, 7 or 11. Of course, I also vibrate to 4.
You do?
Oh, sure. Every time I think of Swan being 4 soaps in one, I vibrate with joy.
Oh, Bill, you and your 4 soaps in one.
There I go, see? Just can't help myself, Grace. You see, Swan's the white floating soap that's wonderful for your hands and face, bathing the baby, for dishes, and for light laundry. It's 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Well, anyway, Bill, thanks to numerology, George is going to make a picture with Dorothy LaMour.
Well, got himself a candid camera, huh?
Oh, no. No, I mean he's going to act with her.
Oh.
Sing with her. Make love to her. Oh, my goodness. Oh, make love to her. Bill, I may get vibrated right out of a husband.
Oh, Gracie, George won't fall for Dottie.
Well, maybe not, but can Dottie resist George? She's only human, you know.
Gracie, she'd only go for a pan like George's if it held dishes and Swan suds.
What?
Well, you know that women are crazy about Swan for dishes. Those hard-working Swan suds make short work of dishwashing. And at the same time, Swan is so mild and gentle, it helps keep your hands from getting rough and red.
Oh, I don't know, Bill. Beautiful girls have fallen for George before.
Who?
Me.
I should have guessed.
And I'm not too sure I can trust George either. Dorothy LaMour is pretty alluring.
Well, Dorothy LaMour has nothing on you, Gracie.
Oh, she hasn't got much on herself either. That's what worries me.
I'll say what you mean. Tonight, our young tenor Jimmy Cash sings the romantic ballad, The Music Stopped. Jimmy?
But we were still dancing, which goes to show that music has charms. The lights were low, so we kept on dancing. I felt the glow of you in my arms. The band had left the stand, and we were in heaven, dancing on a cloud way off in the blue. The music stopped, and people were glad but we went on dancing, for we didn't know, because the lights were low, and we were in
Well, Gracie has found out that Dorothy LAMOUR, who believes in numerology, is searching desperately for a singing leading man who vibrates to the number 7. So Gracie has altered George's vibrations and is now calling on the glamorous Miss LAMOUR.
Dorothy, you're at Paramount, aren't you?
Yes.
Would you do me a favor?
Why, of course, Gracie.
Would you ask Paulette Goddard and Veronica Lake to please stop fighting over my husband?
Gracie, I didn't know your husband was at Paramount.
Oh, they don't let him walk around in the open.
No?
No, they're afraid Loretta Young might kidnap him. You see, my husband is so frightfully handsome.
Really? Well, whatever happened to your first husband, George Burns?
Oh, this is the same one. I'm still married to George Burns.
Well, I must not remember George very well. Isn't he kind of short with a little pot tummy?
Oh, no, you're thinking of Cary Grant.
Well, what does George look like?
And he has a beautiful singing voice, too.
He sings?
Like a nightingale. You know how the girls swoon when Frank Sinatra sings?
Yes.
Well, when George sings, Frank Sinatra swoons.
That shouldn't take much.
Well, of course, George's main attraction is that he's a number 7, but of course you wouldn't understand that. It's numerology.
Wait a minute. Number 7? George is a number 7?
So where do you get your hair done, Dorothy?
Never mind about my hair. Gracie, that figure. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you. Yours is kind of pretty, too.
No, I mean about George being a number 7. Gracie, I must have him.
Dorothy, please.
I must have him for my picture. Where can I find him?
Well, right now he's home hiding from Claudette Colbert.
George is just the man I'm looking for. He's handsome, he sings, and above all, he's a number 7. Wait a minute. According to numerology, George Burns would be a number 5.
George K. Burns?
Oh, what's his middle name?
Kansas City.
Kansas City?
Yeah, he was born there.
Oh, I see. He was named after Kansas City.
Yeah, shortly after.
Gracie, why don't I go home with you right now and talk to George? I can't wait to see if he's as handsome as you say.
Well, why not arrange the whole thing on the phone?
On the phone?
Well, yes, and then you can see him when you start shooting the picture. Here's our phone number. You can call him.
But why can't I see him?
Well, the poor boy is so exhausted from being chased by all those women, especially today. You see, today Rosalind Russell chased him, and she has such long legs. So, goodbye, Dorothy.
Well, I can't let a number 7 get away from me.
Hello?
Hello. Is this George Burns?
Yes.
This is Dorothy LAMOUR.
Who?
Dorothy LAMOUR. Look, George, would you please be my new leading man?
Who'd you say this was?
Dorothy LAMOUR.
Gracie, will you stop with this nonsense?
This isn't Gracie, it's Dorothy. Listen, George, you're a number 7, and I'm in tune with your vibrations.
You're also a little bit nuts, aren't you?
George, I'm going to sing at the Hollywood Canteen tonight. Would you make it a duet with me? Then Maybe I can change your mind.
Oh, sure. Shall I wear a sarong?
You still don't believe it's me, do you?
No.
Well, you wait there. I'll come right over.
Yeah, do that. Come in. Well, I'll be darned. It is Dorothy LAMOUR.
Quick, where's Mr. Burns?
I'm Mr. Burns.
Oh, how do you do? I'd like to see your son, George.
I'm George Burns.
Oh, no, I want the George Burns who's married to Gracie.
That was me you talked to on the phone, Dorothy. And I'll be glad to be your new leading man and sing at the canteen with you tonight.
Oh, hello, Dorothy. What are you doing here?
I'm beginning to wonder. Gracie, I'd like to speak to you alone, please.
You would? Excuse the stare.
Now, Gracie.
Now, when do you get your hair done, Dorothy?
Never mind that. There's something rotten in Denmark.
Well, I should think so with all those Nazis there.
You know what I mean. And now that I've seen George, the whole deal's off, Gracie. No canteen and no picture.
But, Dorothy, he's a 7. If you don't use him, you'll have to give up numerology.
And if I do, I'll have to give up pictures. Goodbye, Gracie.
Well, George doesn't know that Dorothy LAMOUR has changed her mind about singing with him, and he is now at the canteen rehearsing their duet. Outside his dressing room door stands a worried Gracie. She is seeking advice from a handsome man, a man who is both wise and understanding, despite his extreme youth and good looks.
What shall I do, Bill?
Well, gee, I don't know, Gracie. Why not just walk in and tell him?
Oh, no, I can't do that. You see, George is not like other men. He's sensitive and high-strung, like a fine pedigreed Pekingese.
Well, there is a resemblance, yes. To a Pekingese, I think.
The shock might make him do something drastic, like he's liable to run right down to the ocean and throw himself on the beach and cry all night.
We wouldn't want that to happen.
No, and he's so happy now. I just can't stand to tell him. It would break his poor little heart.
Yeah, I guess it will.
Oh, just think of George. His head hanging, his shoulders drooping, his chest sagging, his footsteps heavy as lead.
Yeah, and then think of him after he hears the bad news.
Oh, I know, Bill.
What?
Maybe I can talk George out of working with Dorothy.
Yeah?
That'll save his pride.
Well, you think you can do it, Gracie?
Well, I can try. You wait here.
The night is young, the skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful, it's delicious.
Hello, dear.
Hello, dear. Gee, my voice sounds richer and deeper than ever tonight. I can hardly believe it's me singing unless I look in the mirror and see my mouth open.
Well, close it and come on home.
But I haven't done my duet with Dorothy yet. Now go away and let me rehearse. The night is young, the skies
See?
are...
I'm already the forgotten woman.
You're the what?
The forgotten woman. The wife of a big star who goes up and up and up, while his forgotten wife goes down and down and down.
Look, Gracie.
Oh, your public will take you away from me. Lonesomeness will drive me down and down until I'm just a shell. A beautiful husk who's lost her corn.
Listen, dear.
You go up and up and up, and I'll go down and down and down.
Honey, you
I'll sink lower and lower and become coarser and coarser until I reach the gutter.
see... Oh, honey, you could never do that.
Gutter butt, Mac.
Gracie, what's eating you?
Oh, all right. You may as well know the truth. I'm afraid that you and Dorothy will fall madly in love.
It's silly.
How is it? Listen, George. When the lighted match of her charm is dropped into the gas tank of your personality, there's got to be an explosion.
This is ridiculous. Now run along and let me rehearse.
You won't come home with me?
No.
Very well, dear.
Oh,
Any luck, Gracie?
Oh, no. We've got to get Dorothy to change her mind. Bill, do you think you would get any place with Dorothy LaMour?
Well, it'll be fun trying.
Oh, good. Now, there's her dressing room. See what you can persuade her to do.
Yeah, man.
Come in.
Excuse me, Miss LaMour. Gracie wants me to talk to you about George.
Nothing doing. I found out that George isn't a number 7 at all. He faked the middle initial K just to make him a 7.
What a dirty trick.
Yes. Say, you're kind of handsome. What's your name?
Bill K. Goodwin?
Bill K. Goodwin?
Uh-huh.
Why, you're a real number 7.
Well, my friends call me Sev for short.
You might do as the lead in a Off the Island picture. Can you act?
Can I act? Dottie, get a load of this. Oh, oonga boonga. You, Dottie, me, Bill. Me give you big bar swan soap.
What's that supposed to be? Pigeon English?
No, that's swan English, Dottie. You see, Swan, the white floating soap, is 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby, and for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
You want to be my leading man or my laundry man?
Huh? Oh, you're leading man, Dottie. And what a picture it'll be. Just picture us in the quiet of the tropical night, listening to the gurgle and splash of the water.
We're on the beach.
No, we're bathing the baby with Swan.
Where did that come from?
The Swan? Oh, I brought that with me. Swan's great for bathing babies. It's as pure as fine castiles, and a baby soap must be mild. Swan's as mild and gentle as a baby's kiss. And if Swan's that good, well, it must be terrific.
You're nutty. But you're cute. Say, by the way, can you sing?
Oh, can I sing, Dottie? Just picture me in a leopard skin, will you? Singing the Hawaiian war chant. Take a cake, a swan, and break a cake, a swan, and 2. Half you put into the bathroom for your hands and face, and the other half in your kitchen sink for Mamahi Lever Brothers. Oh, wait, hey.
Hey, cut it out. Cut it out.
What's the matter, Dottie?
Well, you're supposed to be my tropical lover, and all you talk about is swan. Do I remind you of a swan or something?
Well, you both have a beautiful neck.
Well, it looks like that's more than we're going to have.
Oh. Well, let's make up for lost time. Come here, Dottie.
Why, you curly-headed wolf.
Well, Bill, did you accomplish anything?
That I did.
Well, Dorothy, are you going to sing the duet with George?
Sure, Gracie. I'll do it for you.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you for such a cute leading man.
Oh, is he going to be your leading man?
Sure. He's a little wolfish, but he's cute.
Wolfish?
And how? We hadn't been alone 2 minutes till he kissed me.
Oh, my goodness, I was afraid this might happen.
What?
Oh, your match has dropped into his gas tank. Oh, excuse me, Dorothy. Dear, which shall it be, a career for George or a husband for me? Oh, a husband for me. I'll kick his career right out the window.
The night is young, the stars are clear.
George, do you still insist on singing that duet with Dorothy?
Certainly.
Oh, well, all right. Let me have that arrangement you're going to do. I want to make a few changes in it.
Okay, here, but hurry. It's almost time for the number.
Thank you, boys. It's nice to be at the canteen again. And now I'd like to introduce a new singing team, Dorothy LaMour and Sugar Throat Burns. They will sing a song which has just been especially arranged by me.
night is young, the skies are clear, and if you wanna go walking, dear, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. I understand the reason why you're sentimental, 'cause so am I. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is for romance. You can hear dear Mother Nature murmuring low.
Oh.
Let yourself go softly, sweet, sweet, my chickadee. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, it's dilemma, it's delimit, it's deluxe, it's de-lovely.
Gracie, what did you do to me? That'll finish my career.
I know. Come along, dear. You're my gas tank, and we'll use my matches.
I'm confused.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, Gracie has spent a very happy afternoon getting the complete works at her favorite beauty shop. She's just leaving when someone calls her name.
Hello, Gracie.
Why, it's Rita Hayworth. Oh, my, it's nice to see you again. It's been a long time.
Yes, I believe the last time was at my wedding.
That's right. George and I still talk about the day you became Mrs. Orson Welles. We'll never forget it.
Neither will I, Gracie.
Well, it was just the first time we'd ever seen a groom usher in the guests, play the organ, carry the bride's bouquet, and throw rice at himself.
Yes, it was a typical Wells production.
Oh, such a versatile boy. I hope you didn't mind my crying at your wedding, Rita. I always cry at weddings. I even cried at my own. I don't know why.
You married George Burns, didn't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Rita, I'll bet a lot of women wonder what it's like to be married to a genius.
Yes, they do.
Well, sit down and I'll tell you.
You'll tell me.
Yeah. Oh, I almost forgot. You married one, too.
Gracie, this beauty shop is new to me. What girl do you recommend for a manicure?
Oh, well, Edna knows more about fixing the cuticle.
Yes.
And Betty knows more about putting on the polish.
Yes.
But I always go to Lucille.
Why?
Well, she knows more about the other customers.
Thanks, Gracie. That's the girl for me. Oh, not that I believe the gossip I hear at a beauty shop.
Oh, well, neither do I. I just let it go in one ear.
Yes. Yes, it's unreliable.
Oh, I know you like this shop, Rita. I've been coming here for years.
Good.
Of course, lots of people don't understand why I bother with beauty shops. They think I don't need any treatments. What do you think?
I agree with them.
Oh, Rita, the things you say.
Well, it's true, Gracie. You always look so...
attractive.
Yes. And so,
alluring.
You're taking the words out of my mouth.
Well, I just wanted to be sure they were there.
Oh, Gracie, I always enjoy being with you. So much so that I'm going to ask you a favor.
Oh, what, Rita?
Well, I'm afraid to stay in that big house of mine.
Well, I shouldn't wonder with a man like Orson Welles around.
You don't understand, Gracie. Orson's away on business, and well, I'm afraid to stay there alone.
Oh.
So, would you come over and spend the night with me?
Oh, gee, I couldn't, Rita.
Oh, why not?
Well, George is afraid to stay home alone, too.
Well, then bring him along. I'd love to have you both.
Well, it sounds like fun, but
George might object because his nightshirts aren't back from the hardware store yet.
Don't you mean back from the laundry?
No, the hardware store. He's having some iron bolts sewed into the hems of his nightshirts to keep them from creeping up.
Well, don't let that worry you, Gracie. I can give George a pair of Orson's pajamas.
Oh, well, they'd be much too large for him. George is very petite, you know.
Oh, well, then he can wear a pair of my pajamas.
Oh, do you think they'd fit him?
Well, sure. I can take in the shoulders a little.
Oh, well, all right, Rita. We'll be over this evening.
Thanks, Gracie. Bye.
Bye. Oh, hello, dear. I'm home at last.
Hello, darling.
Get your hat and coat, George. I've got a surprise for you. We're going to spend the night with a friend.
I've got a surprise for you. We're going to stay home.
But, George...
I'm tired, honey. I want to relax. I don't feel like sitting around listening to a lot of old jokes and dull conversation.
Well, you won't have to, George. We'll do all the talking.
Nothing doing. I've had a hard day.
But, George, it's Rita Hayworth who wants us to come over. Orson's out of town and she's afraid to stay alone.
We'll have Rita come over here.
But if she comes over here and we go over there, she'll
still be alone, yeah. Honey, I'm not leaving the house tonight. I plan to curl up with a magazine and a cigar.
Well, take them along.
I can't curl up at Rita Hayworth's house.
Oh, George, any place you smoke those cigars of yours, you're bound to curl up.
Forget it. I'm staying home.
But, George, Rita and I can't stay alone in that big house all night. We need a man. We need you.
You do, huh?
Yeah. Who's going to cook our breakfast?
Gracie, I have other plans. I'm not going out of the house tonight.
Come in.
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Say, what's the matter, George? You look troubled.
Oh, Gracie's always throwing cold water on my plans. Now she wants me to spend the evening at Rita Hayworth's.
Oh, well, Gracie, splash a little of that stuff on me, will you?
You got the wrong idea. It's just that Rita is afraid to stay home alone.
Bill, see if you can talk George into going over to Rita's with me.
It won't do any good. I'm staying right here.
Well, then I'll have to go by myself.
You mean you're going to leave me here alone tonight?
Well, you're not afraid, are you?
Me afraid?
Oh. Well, all right. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Me afraid. Did you hear that, Bill? Bill. Bill. Where are you? Bill. Oh, gosh. Wait, Gracie, I'm coming with you.
Mama's little commando.
Jimmy Cash sings an old favorite tonight, the romantic ballad, Wonderful One.
My wonderful one, whenever I'm dreaming, love's love light a-gleaming I see. My wonderful one, how my arms ache to hold you, to cuddle and pull near to me. Just you, only you, in the shadowy twilight, in silvery moonlight, there's none like you. I adore you, my life I live for you, my wonderful, wonderful one. I'll always adore you, My life I live for you, my wonderful, wonderful
This is a nice place Rita and Austin have. Let's go in, Gracie.
No, wait a minute, dear. I want you to make a good impression on Rita. Stand up straight and pull in your chest.
Pull in my chest?
Well, what if it has changed location? To me, it'll always be your chest.
It's in.
Every wife likes to be proud of her husband, darling. And I want to be as proud of you as Rita is of Austin. Straighten your tie.
Okay, my tie's straight.
I want to show Rita I can pick 'em better than she can.
Oh, thanks.
See, she picks Austin's ties, too.
Let's go in.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, remember to watch your manners and don't put your feet on the table unless you take your shoes off first. Don't come down to breakfast in your nightshirt unless Rita does.
Look, Gracie,
No,
let's...
just a minute, George. I want to show Rita that you're just as intelligent as her husband. So discuss things like taxes and rationing and the soldiers' vote. And say, George, what is it the soldiers want to vote for?
For president, of course.
Oh, we've got a president.
I know, but every 4 years we elect a new one.
Silly boy.
Come on, let's go in.
Now, remember, George, I want Rita to see that my husband is just as smart as hers, so act intelligent.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello.
Hello, George. Come right in.
Well, thank you, Rita.
Well, Rita, you don't have to worry about being frightened now. I brought a man along.
Oh, I'm so glad. Where is he? Putting the car away?
Huh?
Oh, you mean George. Excuse me. You know how it is. Wives don't think of husbands as being men.
Oh, well, speak for yourself, Rita.
Now, George, you take Orson room at the head of the stairs. I'm sorry Orson isn't here. He'd show you up.
Oh, no, he wouldn't. George is just as smart as he is.
Gracie.
Now, go on, George. Be intelligent for Rita. Now, give us your opinion on rationing. How shall we solve the sugar shortage?
Look, honey.
Honey! Oh, he solved it. Now, George, what shall we do about the black market?
Oh, stop it.
Stop it! Oh, now why couldn't the government think of that?
All right, Gracie, that's enough now.
Oh, well, I want to show you off, darling. Now, say something intelligent about the war. You see there? What other man would give you Hitler's viewpoint?
Look, I'll take my things up to the room now, Rita.
All right, George. Oh, by the way, Orson said if you'd like a little something to give you an appetite before dinner, just to help yourself.
Oh, really?
Yes, he left his rowing machine in his bedroom.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a few quick rows for myself. See you girls in a few minutes.
Well, there goes 132 pounds of solid intelligence. I'll never know how they squeeze such an enormous brain in that teensy tiny head.
Yes, I guess it is a close fit.
You know, it's a funny thing, Rita. Some women marry a man for his money, some for his looks, some for his mind. Guess I don't have to tell you why I married George.
No, I'm sure you had a good reason, too.
My goodness, we're awfully lucky to be married to such fine men.
Yes, we are, Gracie.
How did you meet Orson?
Well, he was doing a magic show, and he said if I'd let him saw me in two, he'd take me to the theater.
Oh, just like George. Do anything to get you in for half price. Oh, but I still say we're the luckiest two women on earth to have such wonderful husbands.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, and I think how close I came to marrying somebody else. I had lots of chances, too, you know. I guess you did too, Rita.
Yes, a few.
Oh, yes. I can see how men would be attracted to you. You crochet beautifully.
Thank you.
Oh, Rita, we're really so lucky. Wasn't life empty before you got married?
Yes, it was. Just a lot of fellows sending you flowers and candy and rushing you off your feet all the time.
Oh, yeah. Every night another date. The theater, nightclubs, dances, whining and dining, and... Say, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yes. Come to think of it, it was.
I never see the inside of a nightclub anymore.
Neither do I.
Has Orson taken you to the theater lately?
Not since Citizen Kane. Does George bring you candy?
Well, once when I had a cold, he brought me some cough drops.
Oh, Gracie, isn't marriage miserable?
Oh, it's a mess. If we were only single again, we could go out with hundreds of handsome men. Hey, wait a minute. There aren't hundreds of handsome men around anymore.
That's right. If we were single now, we'd just sit around home. So I guess we're pretty lucky to be married, Gracie.
Yeah, even to our husbands.
I'll never complain again.
Well, neither will I. Here we are, both married to geniuses. Oh, and you have this lovely home.
Do you like it, Gracie? Orson designed it.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, George is clever, too. Beautiful furniture you have, Rita.
Orson built it.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, George is clever, too. Oh, that gorgeous painting over the fireplace. An original, isn't it?
Yes. Orson painted it.
Oh. And the rug?
Orson wove it.
Oh, I'm beginning to think that maybe Orson is cleverer than George.
Oh, let's forget about Orson. Come on into the kitchen and I'll whip up an omelet.
Oh, good.
Orson left some eggs in the icebox.
Oh, my goodness, he's even cleverer than George.
Time for Felix Mills and the orchestra, and tonight, with the Swantet, we hear a great little tune, Take It Easy, done in rumba style.
Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when a dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low?
Take your time, dance it with ease.
Take your time, slow if you please. Take it easy, we've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Hey, take it easy! Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? No, you're not supposed to make the rumba jump. Take it easy, take it easy. If you don't, I fear that our romance will hit a bump. Don't you know it's time for romance when the music's sweet? You should really try to make your heart control your beat. Take it easy, take your time.
Oh, Rita, this is all
awful. Here I thought George was a genius, and now he turns out to be just the man I married.
Oh, it's nothing to get upset about, Gracie.
Oh, you don't understand, Rita. It's like having a great big dish of tutti frutti, and then the fruity melts away, and you're left with just the tutti.
Calm down, Gracie. You're twisting and wadding that handkerchief to shreds.
I can't help it. How would you feel if you suddenly found yourself married to just plain George Burns?
Give me the handkerchief.
Oh, Rita, I'm going to make George into a genius if it's the last thing I do. Will you help me?
Well, what can I do?
Well, tell me, what makes Austin a genius?
He isn't, Gracie. He's just an average, normal, everyday man.
But doesn't he do anything unusual?
No. His daily routine is the same as any other man's. He goes to bed about 2 a.m., gets up at 3 and has a moon bath. Mm-hmm. And then he writes a couple of poems in Chinese, has the breakfast of 2 3-minute ostrich eggs, and translates the morning paper into Egyptian. By that time, his brain is awake and he goes to work.
Well, doesn't he have any recreation?
Oh, certainly. He enjoys the usual sports. Every spring, he swims upstream with a salmon.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, George is going to need a lot of changing. Well, I better get started. He's asleep up in his room. George, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Well, it's almost time for your moon bath.
My what?
Your moon bath. And besides, you're not supposed to be in bed yet.
Why not?
Orson Welles goes to bed at 2 in the morning.
Well, okay, I'll move over when he crawls in.
Oh, George, concentrate. Make up some poetry.
Poetry? Gracie, what have you been drinking?
Oh, go on, George. Poetry.
Mary had a little lamb.
Now, say it in Chinese.
Ming Choi had a little lamb.
Oh, that's wonderful. You're coming along fine. Do you think you can swim upstream with a salmon?
Well, couldn't I just fly south with the ducks?
Well, wait here. I'll find out. Rita, I think it's working. He almost looks intelligent.
Come in.
Hiya, girls.
Why, it's Bill.
Well, I thought I'd better drop by and see if you were frightened.
Frightened?
Well, yeah, you know, afraid of wolves and things.
No. No, we're not afraid of wolves. Come in.
Oh, thanks.
Bill, you're the first to hear the good news. A new Orson Welles has just been born.
No. Well, congratulations, Rita.
No, Bill. What Gracie means is that she's practically got herself a new husband.
Oh, well, congratulations, Gracie.
No. What we both mean is that we're making George into another Orson Welles.
Hey, what's going on around here?
Oh, George, you're up. But, darling, you forgot your slippers. Mama's little genius mustn't let his piggies get cold. I'll go up and get your slippers.
Rita, this place is turning into a madhouse. What's wrong with Gracie?
Oh, she thinks Orson is a genius, and she wants you to be like him.
Well, that means no rest from now on.
Say, it might cure Gracie if you became too much like Orson.
What do you mean?
Well, you just ham it up and leave the rest to me.
Well, okay.
All right, darling. Here are your slippers.
Take them away and bring me some leather.
Leather?
Yes, I'm in the mood to make my own slippers.
Oh, my goodness. What's come over you, George?
I'm obediently yours.
Why, he's getting more like Orson every minute.
I feel another mood coming on. Bring me a book.
I'll get you one from the library.
No, that'll take too long. Give me a pencil and I'll write one.
Oh, sweetheart. Oh, I just knew you had it in you.
I'm obediently yours.
Here's the pencil, George.
Bring me some grapes. While I'm writing, I'll crush them with my feet and we'll have some wine.
Oh,
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
They say about the 10 minutes, my heart was really true.
What language are you speaking?
I've run out of language. That's one I just made up.
You're so clever, so irresistibly brilliant. Come, sit here beside me.
I'm obediently yours.
Now, wait a minute.
Hold my hand and tell me that you love me.
George Burns, you let go of her hand.
Kiss me, my genius.
I'm obediently yours.
Don't you dare kiss him, Rita. Behave yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was carried away because he's so much like Orson. His every word, his every gesture.
Well, I don't like it. George, you stop being like Rita's husband.
But I thought you wanted me to be a genius.
Well, I've changed my mind. I'd rather have you be your own sweet, stupid self.
Speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest star Brian Aherne, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. Now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and a happy, hungry George is just coming down to breakfast, never dreaming that the kitchen has been taken over by that bane of his life, Gracie's Club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. Gracie. Oh, Gracie. Bless her little heart. She's probably in the kitchen whipping up a swell breakfast for her dream man. I'll slip in and give her a kiss. Oh, no. Not the uplifter. She can't do this to me. Gracie, come out here.
Oh, excuse me, girls. Good morning, sweetheart.
Don't sweetheart me. I thought I told you to keep those old bats out of this house.
George Burns, how dare you call them old bats? There's not a bat in our club over 40.
Never mind their age. What are they doing here?
Well, it's only a committee of 9 girls. We're making plans for our club auction this afternoon. We're going to raise funds for a very worthy cause.
Oh, sure. I remember the last worthy cause you cooked up.
Well, that was a good cause. We were going to have thousands of silver oak leaves and silver eagles made and distribute them to the private soldiers.
Look, Gracie.
Well, we've noticed that so many of the poor boys can't afford any costume jewelry.
Great idea.
Well, we thought so, too, but for some silly reason, the Army didn't agree.
Hmm.
Oh, but wait till you hear our new cause. We're going to raise
I don't
money.
want to hear about it. Just want breakfast.
But even you will approve of this one.
I'd like some eggs.
Oh, I'm sorry, George. Clara Bagley liked them first.
Might have known those dames would get into the food. How's the bacon?
Blanche Morton was crazy about it.
Pancakes?
Tootsie Sagwell.
Toast?
Me.
Gracie, this isn't fair.
I know it's awful, but when the girls meet, they can't resist food. You know, at one house, they ate everything but a can of spinach.
Well, what can I have for breakfast?
Oh, how about a nice can of spinach?
I give up. I'll go down to the drugstore and get a sandwich.
Well, bring back some for us. We're starved.
Oh, yeah. See you later.
Oh, poor George. Just a slave to his appetite. Now, quiet, girls. Girls. Now, let's get on with the discussion about the auction. Remember, we agreed to furnish food and clothing for 9 needy babies. So we just got to think of something to auction off.
Gee, I had the perfect thing yesterday, but I lost it.
Oh, yeah. What was it, Tootsie?
One of Frank Sinatra's shoes.
Oh, really? Where did you get it?
Off his foot. You know, a bunch of us girls chased him for blocks and caught him and threw him down and sort of tore him apart, and I got a shoe.
And you lost it?
Yes. A girl who was just passing by snatched it out of my hand.
Oh, what a shame. There's always somebody who doesn't know how to act like a lady.
Yeah.
I wish Mrs. Bundy, my cleaning woman, would hurry up and get here. She cleans houses for lots of movie stars, and maybe she could suggest something from one of them to auction off.
Oh, who does she work for, Gracie?
Oh, well, now let's see. This morning she cleans for Brian Ahern.
Oh, Brian Ahern! I'd clean his house for nothing. Did you see his latest picture? What a woman. Yeah, what a man.
Well, Mr. Ahern is awfully attractive. He and George have a lot in common.
Gracie, Brian Ahern is a tall, handsome Englishman. What does he have in common with George?
They're both on the side of the United Nations.
Practically twins.
Oh, excuse me, girls. That must be Mrs. Bundy now.
Hello. I'm here to clean your house instead of Mrs. Bundy.
Oh, I hope nothing bad has happened to Mrs. Bundy.
I'm her husband.
Well, I hope nothing else bad has happened to her.
She went to visit her mother. That ain't good.
Well, I'll get you a dust cloth and you can start right in.
Don't bother, lady. Here's something I picked over at Mr. Ahern's house to dust with. I forgot and brought it with me. See?
Oh, my goodness. Were those of Mr. Ahern? Where did you get them?
Off his dresser.
Why, those are Mr. Ahern. Oh, he wears fancy ones, doesn't he?
Yeah. They make a dandy dust cloth.
Dust cloth, nothing. That's just what we need for our auction. Girls, look. And they're Brian Ahern.
My, he wears fancy ones, doesn't he? Yeah. They're even embroidered. Oh. That's his name. See, it says to Brinykins. Oh, that's a lot to embroider on a pair of shorts.
Oh, I don't know. I'll bet there's room enough on George's for his name, address, telephone number,
Hiya, girls. What's going on?
Bill, look what we've got.
Say, George is losing weight, isn't he?
No, these belong to Brian Ahern. And just think, they were being used to dust the furniture.
Really? You know, Ahern must be a pretty agile guy. How did he dust? Back up to the furniture and rub up?
No. Mr. Ahern didn't dust with them. He wore them. Mr. Bundy dusted with them.
Ahern wore them and Bundy dusted with them? Well, I'd have to see it to believe it.
Well, anyway, Bill, we're going to auction them off to raise money.
Oh, are you kidding, girls? You won't get any money for Brian Ahern's shorts. Here, let me give you these.
Bill!
These 2 bars of Swan.
Oh.
Now, there's something you can auction off for a fortune. Swan's 4 soaps in 1. The soap for your hands and face, bathing the baby, and for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in 1, a great wartime buy.
Oh, my goodness, Bill, for a minute I thought you were going to give us your shorts.
Well, I'll tell you something, Gracie. My shorts have been on display from coast to coast, and they're a sensation.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure. The women almost riot when they see that short I made at Paramount on how to wash the dishes with Swan.
Oh, that's true.
Well, it shows a beautiful girl using those long-lasting Swan suds to make short work of dishes. And then when she takes her hands out of the suds, you see how soft and lovely Swan keeps them.
Oh, Bill, you never take us girls seriously. This auction of ours is for a very worthy cause. We're going to raise money to take care of needy babies.
Really?
Yes. Each one of us 9 girls will be responsible for 1 baby.
Oh.
You know, Bill, I always hoped that when I took care of a baby, it would be ours.
Well, it will be, Tootsie.
Ours?
Hours, days, even years. Goodbye, girls.
Tootsie, don't you worry. When the war's over, there'll be millions of men coming home, all hungry for the sight of a woman.
And you think I'll get one?
Oh, sure. There'll be one just a little hungrier than the others.
Jimmy Cash comes to the microphone now to sing the new Cole Porter ballad, I Love You. Jimmy?
I love you on the April breeze. I love you, echo the hills. I love you, the golden dawn agrees, as once more she sees daffodils. It's spring again, and birds on the wing again start to sing again the old melody. I love you, that's the song of songs, and it all belongs to you and me. It's spring again, and birds on the wing again start to sing again the old melody. I love you, that's the song of songs, and it all belongs to you and
Well, girls, Brian Ahern's shorts are all washed and ironed and ready to be auctioned off as soon as the other girls get here.
Isn't it exciting?
Tootsie Sag will wash and iron them, and I think a vote of thanks is in order.
Thank you, girls, for letting me do it. I just can't wait to start bidding for them.
Oh, Tootsie, there's a burn place on them.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Gracie.
Oh, I knew you'd scorch them if you did it by hand. I told you to use an iron.
You won't show.
Well, now remember, girls, let's run the bidding up.
Oh, yes, we ought to get enough money from his shorts to make lots of baby clothes.
Yes. I'll bet Mr. Aherne never dreamed that we'd be making little ones out of his big ones.
Oh, we may not have an auction, Gracie. Here comes Mr. Aherne up the walk, and I'll bet he wants his shorts back.
Oh, dear. Quick, girls, run. No, Tootsie, not at him.
What will you do, Gracie?
Well, don't worry, I'll stall him. Oh, go in the other room. Hurry.
Oh,
Coming.
Oh, how do you do? Are you Mrs. Burns?
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Aherne.
I'm sorry to trouble you, but I think the cleaning chap, Mr. Bundy, carried off my, that is, I'm missing a pair of my best, well, it's rather difficult for me to say in front of a lady. I'm somewhat over a barrel.
Oh, that's funny. I expected to see a barrel over you.
Well, what I meant to say is my very, very favorite pair of, that is, I've been caught with my, have you seen them?
You mean, have I seen your, that is to say, your,
Exactly.
Well, could you describe them?
Oh, yes. They're rather square in a round sort of a way, you know, and they're rather long in a short sort of a way, and they're rather wide in a narrow sort of a way.
You're in a bad way.
Well, how about it? Have you seen a pair of, that is...
what?
By Jove, I hate to embarrass you, but you forced me to come right out and say it.
Well, go ahead.
Very well. Mrs. Burns, I've lost my whatchamacallits.
Oh, Mr. Mr. Ahern, you British are so bold.
Rather daring, what? But have you seen them?
Well, are they blue with yellow and purple flowers?
Yes.
And an elastic around the top?
Yes.
And are they embroidered to Breinekens?
Yes. Have you seen them?
Well, no, but they sound cute.
Now, Mrs. Burns, have you been pulling my leg?
No, but I'll bet somebody has. Ooh, you're awfully tall.
Oh, no. Now, come now, Mrs. Burns. You practically admitted that you have them. If you'll just give them to me, I'll be getting on with them.
Oh, Mr. Ahern, not here.
Mrs. Burns, the whatchamacallits I seek are not just an ordinary pair of whatchamacallits. They have a sentimental value. You see, I was wearing them when I got my first break in the movies, and, well, they've always been very close to my heart.
Well, you wear them rather high, don't you?
Well, and in the picture I'm making now, there's actually a scene where I appear in them. They've already shot part of the scene, so I must have the same shorts at the studio tomorrow.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but we need them worse than you do.
But surely your husband has a pair of his own.
Oh, yes, he has. They may not be as cute as yours, but they keep his ankles warm.
Well, then, why do you want mine?
Well, we're going to auction them off.
Auction them off? But why?
Well, to raise money for the 9 babies.
9 babies?
Well, yes, we have to buy food and clothing for them. We need the money desperately, Mr. Ahern.
Oh, well, of course, this puts a different light on things. I'll see what I can do to help you. 9 babies? By Jove, you're married to George Burns, aren't you?
Yes.
9 babies. I'll see you later, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Gracie. I'm calling from the office. Have those dames cleared out of the house yet? Well, I'm staying here until those 9 hens go home to their own roost. Goodbye. Of all the broken-down clubs, everything happens to me.
Mr. Burns?
Yes. Say, you're Brian Ahern, aren't you?
Yes. Mr. Burns, I don't want to embarrass you, but would you accept this $20?
What for?
Well, to help you feed those 9 adorable creatures at your house.
Adorable? Most of them are zombies.
Well, you can't expect them all to look like your wife.
Say, how did you know about them?
Well, I've just come from your house. You're a lucky man, Mr. Burns. I adore the little beggars.
Beggars is right. They eat me out of house and home. And their babbling and squawking is enough to drive a man crazy.
Oh, well, you've no one to blame but yourself, old bean. If you don't like them, why do you have so many?
It was my wife's idea. Personally, I'd like to take them out and drown them.
I say, you have some gruesome thoughts.
Look, Ahern, if you're so crazy about them, why don't you take them over to your place?
Well, I wouldn't mind fondling a couple of them on my knee.
You have some pretty gruesome thoughts yourself. Personally, I'd like to get rid of all of them.
Oh, no, you mustn't do that.
Oh, I mustn't. Now, listen, I know my wife. There may be only 9 now. But if I don't get rid of them before I know it, there'll be 20.
20?
Yeah.
Oh, I say, well...
And I'm getting rid of them once and for all.
Please don't do anything rash. I'll find some way to help you. Goodbye. Keep your chins up.
Chins?
Poor chap. No wonder he has no money. With 9 babies, I guess Gracie has to stop working.
Time for Felix Mills and the orchestra and the Swantet, telling us about...
Sweet Georgia Brown, sweet Georgia Brown.
knocks 'em dead when she lands in town. Since she came, why, it's a shame how she cools 'em down. Fellas, she can't get hard. Fellas, she ain't met. Georgia named her, Georgia claimed her, sweet Georgia Brown.
George and Gracie have 9 babies and no money to support them. As a result, strange things are happening at the Burns home.
Hello, Gracie. Say, where did all these bundles of old clothes come from?
Well, I don't know. They've been pouring in for an hour now. And here's a telegram for you from Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby? What does he say?
He says, Dear George, congratulations. I thought I was doing pretty well, but you make me look like Frank Sinatra.
Well, now, when did Crosby hear me sing?
Yeah, I don't know. And here's a telegram from Eddie Cantor.
What does he say?
Dear George, I've heard the news. I think it's thrilling. If yours are boys, mine are willing.
I don't get this. Any more messages come in?
Yeah, there's one from your draft board.
My draft board? What did they say?
They said that now that you're a father, you're 1A.
A father? Gracie, I'm not a father. What's going on around here?
Come in.
Oh, hello again.
Oh, hello, Mr. Ahern.
Look, I'm sorry to bother you, but I must insist that I get my shorts back.
Your shorts?
Yes. Yes, they're here, you know.
Oh, well, pick out your bundle. Help yourself.
Oh, I didn't send the bundles, only the baby things.
Well, what's that for?
For your 9 babies.
We haven't got 9 babies.
Don't tell me it's 10 already.
Gracie, can you explain this?
Well, yes, dear. Our club is going to auction off Mr. Ahern's shorts to raise money for 9 needy babies. But I guess he thought they were our babies.
Oh, then you aren't a mother of 9?
Oh, no, I'm twice that old.
Gracie.
Well, come on, Mr. Ahern. The girls are waiting. You can auction off the shorts yourself.
Gracie.
Oh, but I must have the shorts for that scene in my picture tomorrow. Yeah, perhaps there's some other way in which I can help you raise the money.
Yeah.
Gracie.
Oh, I've got it. You can be in our play.
Gracie.
Well, I'd be very happy to, if that'll help the needy babies.
Oh,
Gracie.
wonderful. I'll tell the girls.
Gracie, I've had enough of this. I'm putting my foot down. There's not going to be a play. And those silly club women must be out of my house in 30 seconds. Once and for all, we'll see who's the boss around here.
All right, girls, now. Mr. Ahern's ready to run through our play.
Oh, nice.
Mrs. Burns, I've been looking this script over, and there's no part for me. All the characters are women.
Yeah, I know. It'll be a nice change for you.
Oh, but this is impossible.
Well, you can be the leading lady, Madeline Fudnick herself.
Oh, no. I wouldn't do it.
No play, no shorts.
Uh-huh. Very well. You win. Let's get on with it.
Oh, good. Now, we'll try the scene where Madeline confides a secret to her closest girlfriend, me. Ready?
Go ahead.
Why are your eyes so bright and shining, Madeline?
Because love has come into my life. Last night I was only a foolish girl, and then I met Henry. Oh, please, Mrs. Burns, must I say that?
Well, maybe we could change one line. Read on.
I have come to you for advice because you are much older than I am.
That's the line we'll change.
Mrs. Burns,
Read on.
Henry and I went for a walk in the moonlight. I was a dream of beauty in a pink organdy dress that brought out the delicate tones of my skin. Oh, honestly, I'm all wrong with this part. Why don't you get Wallace Beery to do it?
hasn't got his shorts. Continue.
It was more than Henry could resist. He was overpowered by emotion, swept away by desire. In a moment of flaming madness, he kissed me on the ear. Oh, no.
Well, would you rather try another scene?
No, I'd rather forget the whole thing.
Oh, shorts and all, huh?
Well, continue.
Now, in this scene, you're married, and you're pleading with the woman who has stolen your husband. I'll be the vampire. Now, start pleading.
You can't take Henry from me. You can't. I need him. Need him, I tell you. You can't wreck the home I made for him. The little cottage where I stitched every curtain with my own hands. Wait. There is something that you don't know.
Oh, pardon me.
Hello, Gracie. I came
Oh,
over to...
now, Bill, Brian Ahern is here.
Well, what if he is? Brian Ahern is just like any other guy.
Oh, please, Bill. Go on, Mr. Ahern.
There is something that you don't know. Next month, I am going to become a mother.
I might be wrong about that fella. Here, Brian, take this bar of Swan to bathe the little fella. And Swan's not only great for bathing babies, but swell for your hands and face or for dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 soaps in one.
My dear chap, you've got the wrong impression from what you heard. I assure you I am not going to become a mother next month.
Oh. Well, the month after, whenever it happens, bathe the kid with Swan. Babies love those Swan suds. Swan's pure as fine Castiles, you know. And so mild and gentle, too. And if it's kind to a baby's tender skin, it must be great for your complexion.
Oh, Bill, this is a play. Mr. Ahern doesn't need a bar of Swan to bathe the baby. He's only taking a part.
Oh, well, which part are you taking, Brian? The part that goes in the bathroom for your hands and face, or the part that goes in the kitchen for your dishes and cleaning? Swan breaks in two, you know.
Oh, come on, Mr. Ahern, back to the play.
Oh, please, Mrs. Burns, I can't play the part of Madeline Fudnick.
Well, I guess you're right. You're too British.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Now, may I have my shorts? I must have them for my picture tomorrow.
Well, here they are. And I hope the picture comes out soon. We girls can't wait to see our names on the screen.
Your names?
You see what we embroidered on your shorts? Thanks for a lovely afternoon. Signed our names.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm only going to take a fast few seconds to remind you that when you buy Swan, you get a 4-in-1 value. A mild, pure, white floating soap that does 4 different jobs. That's right, Swan will take care of every soap and water job in the house. The same bar of Swan you use for bathing the baby is also wonderful for your own complexion, your own hands and face. And remember, Swan's quick, hard-working suds will make short work of your dishes, and it'll go a long way in giving your lingerie and fine things the kind of care they need to help them last and last. So, instead of shopping for 4 different kinds of soap, get the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one, Swan. Here they are again, George and Gracie.
George, our guest star next week is going to be Lucille Ball.
Yes, I know.
She's beautiful.
Yes.
More beautiful than I am, huh?
Oh, no.
She has a prettier figure, huh?
No.
Well, she's taller.
Well, yeah, she's taller.
George Bird, you don't love me.
Columbia Pictures produces the cover girl. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next Tuesday, same time, when we'll have as our guest Lucille Ball. Following week, Fred McMurray. This program is broadcast to our men and women in the armed services all over the world. Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Felix Mills in the orchestra, and our guest tonight, Lawrence Tibbett. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, tomorrow is Election Day, and we find George and Stanley's cigar store making last-minute plans to win that coveted public office, second assistant substitute city councilman from the 3rd District.
Well, Stanley, these last 2 boxes of Perfecto Royale cigars may turn the trick. I'm passing them out to every man who has a vote.
Yes, Mr. Burns?
It was darn nice of you to give me a special rate because I bought so many of them.
Oh, that's all right. At 4 for a nickel, I still make a profit.
They're top-notch smoke. Have one, Mr. Perkins?
No, thanks. My doctor advised me to stay away from tobacco, but not that far away.
Okay, have your little joke.
Oh, hello, George. I thought I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Stanley. You're not selling my husband more of those cigars, are you?
Don't blame me.
I'm getting these for the voters. You know, to pass out.
Well, they certainly will if they smoke those.
Darling, I don't believe you know Mr. Perkins. This is the real estate man, Mr. Grafton Brookhouse Perkins.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Perkins? Well, gentlemen, wait till you hear the clever thing I just did. I put an ad in the newspaper calling George's opponent, Gordon Cates, a moron.
But you can't do that. He'll sue us.
Oh, I was too smart to mention his name. The ad says, do you want a moron for your councilman? Vote for George Burns.
Oh, fine. I'm ruined.
Oh, say, that political commentator's on the air right now. If you folks would like, I'll tune him in.
Oh, swell. Then we'll see what he thinks of the election tomorrow.
And all indications point to a clean sweep for Henry Garson in the 2nd District. Now, over in the 3rd District, where George Burns opposes Gordon Cates, it looks like a real fight.
Gee.
With everyone fighting to vote for Gordon Cates.
Oh.
And now, political notes from here and there. Last week, the state of Louisiana turned the governor's chair over to Jimmy Davis, whose successful campaign, you remember, featured the singing of Mr. Davis. Music in politics seems to be an important new trend.
Stanley,
and
quick,
it wouldn't
turn
surprise
that off.
me if...
What's wrong, Mrs. Burns?
George, you can croon your way into office just like that governor did.
You think so?
Well, of course, darling. Oh, here we've been knocking ourselves out, and all the time you've had the election right between your tonsils.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no? In Louisiana, that man singing got him the governor's chair, didn't it?
Yes, but...
Oh, why, George may even get to be governor. It wouldn't surprise me if his singing gets him the chair.
Well, come on home, Gracie. I've got a lot of practicing to do.
But wait a minute.
I'd love to call you Rose.
Oh, murder. I'm in for it now.
Why, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I'm the agent for the house next door to Burns, and for months I haven't been able to rent it because of his singing.
Well?
Well, he's been quiet lately, and just yesterday I managed to rent the house to Lawrence Tibbet.
Lawrence Tibbet?
Yes. Oh, George's singing will drive him crazy. Say, I'd better telephone him.
Oh, yes. Mr. Tibbet might get mad and throw George right out of the neighborhood.
Yes, he might. Never mind the telephone.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away.
Louder, dear, louder. Those vocal cords haven't been used lately. They're a little dusty.
Roses die when wintertime appears. What was that?
Oh, our new next-door neighbor knocking on his window. He's the noisiest man. His little son runs away, and all day long he stands at the window yelling for him. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro! They must be Spanish.
Yeah. I'd love to call you Daisy. But... What was that?
Oh, the man next door again. Flies must be bad over there. Closing all his windows.
Hope they don't come over here. I'd love to call you Daisy, but Daisy's always tell what we got.
George, what are you doing?
Vocalizing, Bill. I need something to loosen up my throat.
Well, here's a knife.
Bill, George is going to win the election tomorrow with his singing.
Oh, no. I don't get it.
Well, we'll get all the voters in the Hollywood Bowl tonight. George will sing for them, and tomorrow they'll vote for him.
Well, Gracie, even if that'd work, it's no good because Lawrence Tibbet is using Hollywood Bowl tonight.
Lawrence Tibbet? What office is he running for?
Well, he's not running for any office. He's giving a concert.
Hey, that's bad. All the music lovers will be there listening to Tibbet. I won't have anybody to sing to.
Well, there's only one thing to do. We'll find Lawrence Tibbet and ask him to turn his concert over to George.
Oh, Gracie, that's impossible.
Why, I'll bet if George walked out on that stage and started singing, the people couldn't tell him from Lawrence Tibbet.
They could, too.
They could not.
They could, too. Tibbet has a mustache.
Well, now I've heard everything.
And if I call you Buttercup...
Say, Gracie, why don't you tell the people if they vote for George, you'll help them get one of those wonderful full-color baby pictures you're sending out?
Oh, there are no political strings attached to getting those pictures, Bill. All the folks have to do is send me a dime to cover the cost of handling and mailing, and then I'll send them one.
Gee, it's a cute picture, Gracie.
Oh, yes, it shows a whole boatload of happy little red-cheeked babies sailing along, having the time of their lives. It makes you feel good just to see them.
Yeah, it's a big picture, too, 12 by 15 inches. Printed in full color on such heavy art paper, you don't even need a frame.
And there's no advertising on it, Bill.
That's right, Grace. And all the folks have to do to get one is to send a dime to Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York. That's Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York.
Now, please, everybody, send for your swan picture with all those cute babies in it. Now, before they're all gone. Send me your dime tonight. Don't miss this year's swan's baby picture.
That address is Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York. Well, Gracie thinks that George can get himself elected councilman if he can just sing in Hollywood Bowl tonight in place of Lawrence Tibbet. Gracie is trying to get in touch with Tibbet, not realizing that he is their new next-door neighbor.
Oh, let me see now. Where would I be if I were Lawrence Tibbet? Oh, I know, at Nelson Eddy's house.
If you were Tibbet, you'd be at Nelson Eddy's?
Sure, throwing rocks through the windows.
Gracie, I'd give up this idea if I were you.
Oh, don't be silly. If I could just think where Lawrence Tibbet might be.
Figaro, 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 Figaro. Hey, Figaro!
Oh, he hasn't found that kid yet. Hey, keep quiet over there. I'm trying to think. Let me see. Where would Lawrence Tibbet be? Now he's lost his daughter.
Hey, wait a minute. That's a great voice. Did you hear that E-flat?
Oh, that's nothing. George's E's are much flatter. Oh, let's see now. Oh, maybe if I call the Hollywood Bowl, I could find Mr. Tibbet.
Mimi, Mama, 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 Mama.
Well, now even his mother's run out of him.
Listen, I don't know who that guy is, but he's got a wonderful voice.
Oh, Bill, it's only good if you don't hear George sing.
Can I tell you something, Gracie? It's only great if you don't hear George sing.
Oh, Bill, I'm glad you agree.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I've found you.
Well, show him up, George.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear. I'd love to call you Rose, dear. I'd love to call you Rose, dear.
Oh, not.
That did it, George. Old leather lungs gave up. Well, I better go out and look for Lawrence Tibbet. Bill, what does Mr. Tibbet look like?
Lawrence Tibbet? Well, he's a big, handsome, barrel-chested baritone.
Oh, George's type. George's type, huh?
George isn't that type, Gracie.
He is, too, on a smaller scale, of course. He may not have a barrel chest, but he's got a cute little keg tummy.
Well, I'll see you folks later. Bye.
Oh, Bill, on your way out, will you see who's at the door?
Oh, sure, Gracie.
I want to talk to you.
Why, Lawrence Tibbet.
Now, look here, my good man. I don't want to be a fussy neighbor, but you've got to stop beating that dog over here.
Dog?
Yes, his howling is driving me crazy.
Oh, you must mean Mr. Burns singing.
Now, don't tell me those sounds came from a human throat.
Well, yes, you see... hey, wait a minute. Are you living in the house next door?
Yes, you can call it living.
Oh, this is rich. Gracie doesn't know that you're Lawrence Tibbet. Wait till she finds out.
Well, who was it, Bill? Oh, it's the leather lungs.
Yes, Gracie, the man next door. He's mad about George's voice.
Oh, he is?
Very mad. I'll see you later.
Did you want to see my husband?
Yeah, definitely. You see, I'm trying to get in shape to give a concert.
Oh, I'm sorry. My husband wouldn't have time to give you lessons.
Lessons?
Yes, he's too busy. You see, he's taking Lawrence Tibbet's place in the Hollywood Bowl tonight.
Well. This is very interesting. Tell me more.
Oh, are you a fan of Mr. Tibbet?
Yes. I have been for years.
Oh. You know him?
Intimately. In fact, I shave Mr. Tibbet every morning.
Oh, you're a barber. And you want to give up barbering and start singing, huh? Well, let's hear your voice.
My voice?
Yes, sing something.
On the road to Mandalay. Well?
Well, I hope you didn't sell your shop.
I beg your pardon.
Let's hear you hit an A.
A.
Now hit a C.
C.
Now hit a J.
A J?
Oh, too high, huh?
Say, Gracie, I thought I heard you... Oh, it's old Leatherlung.
Oh, yes, George. He wants you to give him singing lessons.
No, really.
Well, I haven't got a lot of time, son. But at least I can check up on your voice and see if you got anything.
No, look...
don't be nervous. Just open your mouth wide and let me hear you sing. Oh, she could carry a gun good as any mother's son. Let me hear you sing. Oh, she could carry a gun good as any mother's son.
Oh, she could carry a gun.
No. Oh, she could carry a gun good as any mother's son.
Oh, she could carry a gun.
No. Oh. No. Oh, she could carry a gun good as any mother's son.
Oh, she could carry...
No.
Well, George, I think that's enough for the first lesson.
Well, okay, you can relax, son. A few sessions like that, and you'll be able to get those pear-shaped tones just like I do.
Yes. And after tonight's concert, they'll probably put George's vocal cords in the cement at Grauman's Chinese. Don't you think so?
Yeah, they'll probably sound better there.
Now, see here, Mr. What's your name?
Tibbet. Lawrence Tibbet.
Now, see here, Mr. Tibbet, if a... Huh? You're Lawrence Tibbet?
That's right.
Gracie.
Well, we certainly fooled you, didn't we, Mr. Tibbet? You thought we didn't know who you were. You see, I like my little joke.
Yeah, obviously. You married him.
Huh?
Well, now, if you don't mind, I'm going home now and rehearse for my concert tonight.
Oh, rehearse here, Mr. Tibbet. We want to talk to you about your concert anyway.
No, I don't think I'd better.
Oh, but we'd love to hear you sing.
No, thanks.
Oh, well, then, you sit down and George will sing for you.
Oh, I'll sing.
Oh, George, isn't this thrilling? Grand opera right in our own living room.
No, this won't be opera, though. It's a favorite of mine from musical comedy. Cole Porter's Night and Day. the day. You are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Night and day, night and day, under the hide of me. There's no such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you. Day and night, night and day.
Wonderful. I'm sorry I said you weren't as good a singer as my husband.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, I take it back. You are as good.
Yeah? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. I think.
Yes, sir, that's a nice little voice you've got there, Larry. In fact, you got me worried. I'm going in and vocalize a little. Oh!
Mr. Tibbet, my husband can get elected councilman tomorrow if you just let him take over your concert tonight.
Oh, I'm afraid that's impossible. The people expect to hear me sing things like Carmen.
Well, George can do that. Which Carmen do you sing, like Lombardo or Miranda?
Oh, just forget it, Mrs. Burns.
Well, I guess George will just have to get the voters over here and sing for them this afternoon.
Oh no, please, not that. I have to concentrate, and that house next door is the only vacancy in Los Angeles.
Well, it can't be helped, Mr. Tibbet.
Now, look, if I give your husband a part in my concert tonight, will you promise to keep him quiet this afternoon?
Oh, gladly.
All right. Now, have him backstage at the Bowl at 7:45. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye and thank you, Mr. Tibbet. And don't worry about George's voice. He's a regular nightingale.
You think so?
Oh, yes. When he sings in Hollywood Bowl tonight, you really hear the birds.
I'm afraid so.
Well, here I am, Larry, all ready to sing.
Will George have much to sing, Mr. Tibbet?
Oh, yes, he sings every other number.
Gee.
Now, here's the program. First, you sing the aria, O tu che in seno agli angeli, from La Forza del Destino by Giuseppe Verdi.
That's my first number.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm afraid I don't know that one.
Well, I'll sing that one for you.
Oh.
Now your next number is a stirring thing. Viva il vino spumeggiante from Cavalleria Rusticana by Pietro Mascagni.
That's my second number.
Yes, and this, of course, you do very fortissimo. Viva voce, eccetera, eccetera, eccetera.
Oh, well, that's the only way George would do it.
I'm afraid I don't know that one either.
Then I'll sing that one for you, too. Now comes our duet.
Oh, now we do something together.
Yes, we'll do two numbers. Sei il mio nome and Ecco ridenti in cielo from Il Barbiere di Seviglia by Gioacchino Antonio Rossini.
You don't happen to know Strut Miss Lizzie. Or Tata Tootsie Goodbye?
No.
Strutter's Ball?
No.
Well, Mr. Tibbet, if the whole program is going to be those classical songs, George won't get to sing at all.
Too bad, but I tried. You know, I went through the program, but I just couldn't work anything out.
Well, I thought you worked George out very well.
Well, Larry, while you're out there singing, couldn't you just ask the folks to vote for me?
My dear fellow, George Burns, running for councilman, could hardly fit with Carmen and Faust and Rigoletto.
Oh, I guess it couldn't. Or could it?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. It's just an idea. You go on the stage, Mr. Tibbet, and I'll bring your music out to you.
But why you?
Well, I'd like to look it over so I'll know what to say when I introduce your numbers.
But I thought the narrator was Bill Goodwin.
Well, I'm taking his place.
Oh, I see. Well, hurry now. The concert begins in just a few minutes.
Yes. Good evening, music lovers. Welcome to Hollywood Bowl. It is my pleasure to present Mr. Lawrence Tibbet, who will sing the famous Toreador song from the opera Carmen. Oh, you'd better read off this music, Mr. Tibbet. It's a special arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lawrence Tibbet.
George Burns, that's who we're for. He's the man for second assistant substitute city councilman from the... Hey, wait a minute. Stop that music. Stop it. Mrs. Burns, I can't sing this.
Oh, what's the matter? Wrong key?
Mr. Tibbet, I'm sorry I let Gracie narrate for me and cause all this confusion. Here's another arrangement. Sing this one.
Well, this doesn't have anything about George Burns in it, does it?
Oh, no, sir, not a word.
All right. Let's take it again, Mr. Mills. Toreador, wash with Swan soap, that's what it's for. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, stop. All right.
Mr. Tibbet, what's the matter?
Well, what is this Swan soap?
Well, Mr. Tibbet, that's the new white floating soap. There's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, bathing the baby, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
But the Hollywood Bowl's no place for Swan soap.
Oh, Swan's great in a bowl. Or a pan, and it's especially wonderful in a tub if you're bathing a baby. You see, Swan's pure as fine Castiles, and Swan is so mild and gentle it's just perfect for a baby's tender skin. And naturally, if it's a soap for baby, well, Swan must be just right for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Mr. Mills, will you play that selection from Rigoletto, and this time I'll sing from memory, and no more special arrangements. Bella figlia dell'amore.
Swan breaks in two. Put half in the bathroom for your hands and face and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Wait a minute. Stop that music. Stop that music. Stop that music. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a slight delay in the quartet from Rigoletto while I take care of the trio from the 3rd District.
George, are you asleep?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got you into such a mess tonight.
Fine thing. I'll never be elected now. Getting thrown out of Hollywood Bowl in front of 50,000 people.
I'm sorry.
Wind up tomorrow with 2 votes. That's all I'll get. Your vote and my vote.
Just your vote, dear. I'm voting for Gordon Case.
What?
Well, as long as you haven't got a chance anyway, and he has got a lot of sex appeal.
Good night, dear. Good night.
Folks, I just want to tell you this. Gracie was really on the level about that baby picture we spoke of. If you want to get a swell full-color picture of a lot of babies just as happy and full of fun as can be, here's your chance. This picture is by a famous artist, and it's printed on very heavy art paper. You can frame it or tack it up just the way it is. Perfect size, too, 12 by 15 inches. To get your picture, just send a dime to cover the cost of mailing and handling to Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York City 8. That's Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8. Better do it now before you forget. Here they are again, George and Gracie.
We're a little late, folks. Good night.
Makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station next Tuesday, same time, when we'll have as our guest Georgie Jessel. Remember the same time every Monday and Wednesday when you'll hear 2 other great programs, Lux Radio Theater and Frank Sinatra. Both the same time in the evening and over the same station as Swan Soap's George Burns and Gracie Allen. Tune in every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at this time. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? When a soldier goes into battle, he needs ammunition. When a soldier's wounded in battle, he needs medicine. You can help provide both by saving used kitchen fat. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and while Gracie sips her after-breakfast coffee, George stares gloomily into space. On his plate are a couple of untouched cold fried eggs, which look much happier than he does.
You haven't eaten a thing, dear. Don't you want your nice eggs?
No.
They're very fresh.
No, thanks.
They're less than 24 hours old. I just fried them yesterday morning.
I can't eat.
What's the matter, George? Does your darling little head ache?
No.
Is there a pain in your precious little chest?
No.
Does your tiny little back hurt?
No.
Is there an ache in your great big...
No.
Well, sometimes your feet do bother you.
Oh, I'm not sick. I'm just discouraged because I'm a failure.
You are not.
Oh, yes, I am. You married a poor, miserable, broken-down flop.
Oh, nonsense. You're just repeating what you hear.
It's true. I'm a complete bust. First, I ran for political office and got 1 vote, my own. Then you told me Harry James wanted me to sing with his band, and that was a mistake.
A mistake which Harry James will regret. You have a gorgeous voice.
Oh, let's face it. Got a voice like an owl with asthma.
That's not true. You have the voice of a songbird. Why, it's as though a nightingale flew down your throat and laid an egg there.
You're such a comfort to me.
And I always will be. What if you can't be in politics? What if you can't sing with Harry James? There are dozens of things you can do well, so cheer up.
What things, for instance?
So cheer up.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever I feel low, I go down and buy myself a new hat, and then I feel better. Maybe that would make you feel better.
I doubt it.
Well, it's worth trying. I'll go right down and buy myself a new hat.
Never mind.
I'll answer the door. Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Delicious morning, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is lovely.
All nature is in a playful mood today. I gave way to an impulse myself, impetuous boy that I am.
Oh, what did you do?
I kept thinking how wonderful it would be to let the breeze caress my bare skin, and finally I could resist no longer.
Mr. Postman, you didn't?
Yes, I took off my cap. Well, here's your mail, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, thank you. Maybe this will cheer my husband up. Oh, wait a minute. This mail is for Dinah Shaw.
Oh, dear, did I get it mixed up again? You see, your number is 202 Cannon Drive, and hers is 220.
Oh, yes, I know it's confusing. We even get packages belonging to Dinah Shaw. The other day, George unwrapped a package, and it was a size 26 girdle.
Oh, that's rich.
Oh, yeah. George wears a 42.
Well, I guess there's no mail today. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Who was it, Gracie?
The postman, dear.
Oh, swell. Any mail for me?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. It was all for Dinah Shaw again.
Oh, nuts. I wish people would learn that we live at 202 Cannon Drive, and she lives at 220. Anyway, that shows you how important I am. The only mail I get belongs to somebody else.
Oh, well, don't you worry. You'll soon be getting plenty.
What do you mean?
Well, I know how much you enjoy getting mail, so to make you happy, I opened accounts at 7 new stores.
I'm delirious.
Well, our hero's feeling pretty miserable. He's convinced that life is a sham and a mockery. But at this very moment in Kansas City, Missouri, big things are shaping up for our miserable little hero. Let's listen in on a meeting of the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce.
Gentlemen, the votes have been tabulated, and I'm pleased to report that Miss Dinah Shaw has been chosen Kansas City's favorite singer. Mr. Secretary, send a telegram to Dinah Shaw inviting her to be guest of honor next Tuesday night at the opening of our 5th War Loan Drive. Do you have her address?
Yes, sir. It's 202 Cannon Drive, Los Angeles. Or is it 220? I think it's 202. Yes, that's right. I'll send it to Dinah Shaw, 202 Cannon Drive.
Oh, wait, let's not be so formal. Let's show Dinah how we really feel about her. Just address the wire to Kansas City's favorite singer, 202 Cannon Drive, Los Angeles.
George?
What?
Please don't pout anymore. It warps your little rosebud mouth, all out of shape.
I can't help it.
Well, I know what will cheer you up. The sound of your own glorious singing.
I'll never sing again.
Oh, please, darling. Unlock those little silver tonsils and just blast Mama right off her chair.
No.
Oh, please, George. Just let me hear one beautiful flute-like note. Oh, that was the prettiest one you ever...
That was the door buzzer.
Oh.
Come in.
Telegram.
Oh, thank you. George, give the boy a tip.
Here you are, son. Keep the change.
Gee, thanks. That'll pay my rent. On a phone booth for 3 minutes.
George! George, look at this wire. I told you were great.
What is it?
Well, you've been chosen Kansas City's favorite singer, and they want you to sing there at the opening of the big war bond rally.
Wow, Kansas City's favorite singer.
Yeah, and look what else it says. Many thanks and a big hug and a kiss from the mayor.
They must have women doing everything in Kansas City.
Oh, George, this is wonderful. And I'm so glad that Kansas City will be the scene of your big triumph. Remember what else happened in Kansas City, darling?
Sure. That's where we got married.
Yeah. That's where a certain tall, handsome man slipped the ring on my finger.
Yeah.
And then you paid him for the ring and we got married.
Gee, Kansas City's favorite singer. Oh, Kansas City, here I
come. Jimmy Cash, our young tenor, sings for you the romantic ballad, Amour.
This word so sweet that I repeat means I adore you. Amour, amour, my love. Would you deny this heart that I have placed before you? I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear, but somehow or another, nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft caressing word I know. Amour, my love. When you're away, there is no day. Make life divine, say you'll be mine, and love me only.
Well, a telegram inviting Dinah Shore to sing in Kansas City next week was mistakenly delivered to George Burns. The telegram was addressed to Kansas City's favorite singer, so that was good enough for George.
Gee, Kansas City's favorite singer. Oh, Kansas City, here I come. Right.
George.
Back.
George.
Where?
George.
Hi.
George. Stop singing. They don't appreciate you in this town. Don't let another golden note sneak out of that precious little throat until we get outside the Los Angeles city limits.
Well, isn't that a little selfish?
No. It'll serve the people right. They didn't want you when they had you. So now we'll just walk out and they'll be stuck here with Bing Crosby and Frank Sinatra and Nelson Eddy and Dennis Morgan.
Yeah, and Dinah Shore.
Yeah. I don't see them being chosen the favorite of any city.
That's right. Oh, Kansas City, here I come. Right.
George.
Back.
George.
Where?
George. George, stop singing. Don't throw that glorious stuff around here anymore. Hollywood doesn't even deserve a hum.
Maybe you're right.
Certainly. They didn't even have the decency to put your footprints in the concrete as Grauman's Chinese. Well, I'll bet after Kansas City has heard you sing, they'll put you in concrete clear up to your neck. Come in.
Hi, folks.
Oh, Bill, you're the first to hear the news.
What?
They want George in Kansas City.
Well, George, don't budge unless they produce extradition papers.
They want me to sing there. Here, look at this telegram.
Well, I'll be darned.
in the municipal auditorium before 12,000 people. George, this is important.
You said it.
Hand me that phone. Hello? Hello, long distance? Would you get me the municipal auditorium in Kansas City, Missouri?
What's the idea?
Well, I'm checking up on that auditorium. You can't just sing any place.
Bill, it's great. Tippett sings there. Nelson Eddy, Martinelli.
Well, those guys aren't George Burns. I gotta know it's right. Hello? Is this the manager of the municipal auditorium in Kansas City? Yes. Well, would you please step into the washroom and see if there's plenty of Swan soap there?
Give me that phone.
Well, George, you know you'd be lost without Swan. After all, it's the new white floating soap. There's 4 soaps in one.
Bill, why don't you pack up and go to Kansas City with us?
Oh, Gracie,
Well, there are lots of pretty women there.
Well, Gracie, pretty women don't bother me.
No?
No, but maybe they will in Kansas City. Let's go. I can show them how to wash dishes with Swan. Just wait till they get a load of those Swan sets.
Okay, Bill, run home and get packed. Gee, Kansas City's favorite singer. I still can't figure out how they happen to pick me.
Well, George, I guess Kansas City is proud of the fact that you're a native son.
And I'm a native of New York.
That's what Kansas City is proud of. See you later, folks.
Oh, don't mind him, dear. You're a success now. Greater even than Sinatra.
You think so?
Well, sure. Sinatra's had his day. Now it's your turn to hold America in the hollow of your chest.
I guess so. Well, I think I'll go and do a little packing.
Come in. Why, Tootsie Stagwell.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, Tootsie, have you heard the news? George and I are going to Kansas City.
Kansas City? Oh, I've been corresponding with a man there.
You have?
Uh-huh. I met him through the Lonely Hearts Correspondence Club.
Why, Tootsie, how romantic.
Yes. He sent me a postcard, and then I sent him a postcard. He sent me a letter, and then I sent him a letter. He sent me his picture, and then I sent him my picture. Gracie, what's holding up the mail from Kansas City?
Well, Tootsie, maybe your picture was lost. Why don't you have another one taken in a bathing suit? You know, like Betty Grable.
Oh, well, I couldn't look like Betty Grable. She's so curvy.
Well, not as curvy as you.
Oh, you mean
Well,
it?
sure. I'll bet your shoulders are much rounder.
Gracie, I wish I could go to Kansas City with you so I could find that man and marry him. Oh, but I'll bet George won't let me.
Well, he might, Tootsie. You see, George feels very romantic about Kansas City because that's where we spent our honeymoon.
Really?
Yes. Oh, what a glorious honeymoon. I've never tasted such steaks.
Oh, here comes George now. I'll ask him real nice.
Gracie, I think I'll run down and get the railroad ticket.
Hello, Georgie.
Hello, kid.
George, can we take Tootsie to Kansas City?
What? And frighten those nice people? I should say no.
Darn it, I'll never get a hug.
Oh, well, now, don't worry, Tootsie. We'll get you to Kansas City somehow. And you'll have your honeymoon there just like George and I did.
Oh, gee, I hope so.
Oh, that reminds me, Tootsie. You know, there are certain things every young bride should know. Now, George and I have a book that we read. It made our honeymoon a glorious experience. Would you like to borrow it?
Well, what's the book called?
50 Card Games for 2 People.
For Felix Mills and his orchestra with the Swantet. It's a brand new novelty called the Doodlebug Song.
What a doodlebug would do if a doodlebug could do what a doodlebug should do.
If I did what a Katie did, when a Katie did what a Katie did, then I couldn't do what a do but could do. If I chuck like a woodchuck would, I'd be in luck, but I can't chuck like a woodchuck would. What a doodle bug would do if a doodle bug could do. What a doodle bug should do.
Well, George has been sailing since he got that telegram addressed to Kansas City's favorite singer. Meanwhile, at the home of Kansas City's really favorite singer...
Hello? Yes, this is Dinah Shore. Kansas City calling? Oh, put 'em on. Hello? No, I didn't get any telegram. What? Kansas City's favorite singer? Well, thank you. At a bond rally? Oh, I'd love to be there. Oh, how about train reservations? Oh, you have? Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, I can leave tonight. Okay, Kansas City, I'll be seeing you. Thanks again. Bye.
And now, back to George, who was waiting in line to get his train reservations to Kansas City. His head is so far in the clouds, he doesn't notice what's happening in the ticket window ahead of him.
Here you are, lady. You're lucky to get this.
Oh, I know. And thank you so much. This is wonderful. A railroad ticket to Pasadena. Oh. And I only have to wait till November. Thank you.
Next, please. I'd like to get a half-fare ticket for my little boy. He's going to Albuquerque. Okay, that'll be $50. Oh, but that's the full fare. I want a ticket for a little boy. Don't worry. By the time he gets a seat on the train, he'll be a grown man.
Next. Give me 2 lowers to Kansas City for tonight.
Would you say that again?
Give me 2 lowers for Kansas City for tonight.
I guess there'll be a lot of you Republicans showing up now.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Well, if you haven't got 2 lowers, a bedroom will do.
Oh, a bedroom will do.
Yeah.
And is there any special kind of train that you'd like? Or is the kind that goes choo-choo all right?
Oh, choo-choo is fine with me.
Thank you. Now about your bed. Would you like the pillow stuffed with Kleenex? Huh? And don't worry about oversleeping. We'll have the conductor come in every hour and stick a Hershey bar in your mouth.
You wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you?
No, the porter will do that at Wichita.
What is this? Just give me my tickets.
Are you kidding?
Next. But I've got to sing in Kansas City.
Next.
But
You heard him say next. Scram.
Okay. Now, what can I do for you, madam?
My husband got sick, and I want to cancel this double bedroom to Kansas City tonight.
Oh, wait. Can I buy it from you?
Sure, why not? Just give me the $100.
Madam, I could kiss you for this.
Okay, but that'll make it 200.
Darn it, Gracie. There must be some way I can get to Kansas City with you. I want to get married.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I've got an idea.
What, Gracie?
That trunk over there. You could hide in that and nobody would know a thing about it.
Well, gee, it looks awfully small for a tall girl like me.
Oh, nonsense. You can bend at the waist and knees, don't you? All we have to find is one more place we can bend you.
Okay. If I thought it would get me a man, I'd squeeze into an empty toothpaste tube.
Gee, I should be quick. I hear George. Get into the trunk.
All right. I'll try.
There. That's it.
Is all of me in the trunk, Gracie?
Oh, yes. I bet you haven't had your feet in your mouth since you were a baby. Well, here goes.
Hi, Gracie. I'm all packed.
Oh, Bill, it's you. I just locked Tootsie Sagwell up in his trunk.
What? Tootsie in that trunk with no air holes? Give me that key, quick.
Why?
I want to swallow it.
Oh, Bill. There. Come on out, Tootsie.
Well, what's the big idea, girls?
Well, George doesn't want Tootsie to go to Kansas City with us, so she's going in this trunk.
Well, Gracie, she can't ride clear across the desert like that. You've at least got to put some water in there for her.
Hey, that's right.
Well, sure, Tootsie. It gets dry and dusty, and you'll want to wash with Swan. Here's a bar of Swan, the new white floating soap.
Oh, Bill, all you think about is soap. I'm going to Kansas City to be married.
Yeah, Tootsie has been corresponding with a man through the Lonely Hearts Club. And now he's going to see her in person.
He is?
Well, sure. Missouri is the show-me state.
Well, Tootsie, you're in no state to be shown.
Oh, Bill, you're just sorry that... Oh, look, here comes George. Quick, Tootsie, into the trunk.
All right.
Well, Gracie, I got the tickets. Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, George.
I'm all packed and ready, dear. Tell them to handle this trunk carefully. There's something special in it.
Gracie, we're not taking that old broken-down wreck to Kansas City.
George Burns, you peek.
Huh? What's in the trunk?
Oh, you don't know? Why, it's Swan soap.
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, I'm telling you, it's Swan soap. You never know when a little Kansas City baby might crawl up to you and ask you to bathe at the Swan.
Gracie.
Well, Swan's great for bathing babies because it's so mild and gentle. Right, Bill?
Right, Gracie.
Look, I plan to bathe very few babies in Kansas City. Probably not more than 2 or 3 babies, tops.
Oh, George, just don't bathe their tops.
Look, what's in this...
And remember, George, Swan breaks in 2. Right, Bill?
Right, Gracie. That's so you can put half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower, and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
This trunk is not going to Kansas City. I'm going to take it back to the garage.
No, wait there. You go get your grip. I'll do it.
You'll do it. Gracie, this is a heavy trunk. That's a job for a man.
Well, guess that narrows it down to me.
Okay, Samson. I'll go get my grip.
You quick, Bill. Carry it out to your car and take it to the station.
Yeah, all right, Gracie.
Tootsie.
Yes, Gracie?
Tootsie, it's happening. At last you're being carried over the threshold by Bill Goodwin.
Oh, quiet. Well, Gracie, call a cab. We're on our way. Well, Kansas City, here I come. Right.
George.
Back.
George.
Where?
George.
Hi.
George.
Huh?
George, stop singing. Those golden notes are not for Hollywood's ears anymore, remember?
Oh, that's right.
They haven't given you a chance in this town. All this time your town has been right under their very noses and they couldn't smell it.
Yeah.
But the people in Kansas City smelled you 1,500 miles away.
Come on, let's...
few seconds, and immediately after, you'll hear the very latest CBS News reports from the invasion. Meanwhile, here's something you can do tomorrow to help back up the men who are fighting overseas. Take that can of waste kitchen fat right over to your butcher's. Waste fats are needed for sulfa drugs and other supplies to save the lives of our wounded and for bombs and ammunition to push over Hitler. Every drop of waste fat is needed now as never before. So save all you can and take all you have to your butcher tomorrow. Get at least one friend to do the same. And now here are George and Gracie.
Oh, George, isn't it thrilling to think that we're going to Kansas City to sell war bonds?
You bet it is. I hope my singing will sell them.
Oh, it will. And that money will be used to buy bombs so that our flyers can lay eggs on Berlin.
Yeah.
Oh, just think. Every time you sing, another egg will be laid.
Good night, folks.
Next week, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, will bring you George and Gracie broadcasting from Kansas City, Missouri, in behalf of the 5th War Loan Drive. Our guest will be DINAH Shore. And remember the same time every Monday and Wednesday when you'll hear two other great programs, Lux Radio Theater and Frank Sinatra. Both the same time in the evening and over the same station as Swan Soap's George Burns and Gracie Allen. Tune in every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at this same time. This program is broadcast to our servicemen and women all over the world through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS, next Tuesday night, broadcasting from Kansas City with our guest, DINAH Shore. And now till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night. This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Columbia Square, Los Angeles. The invasion is now underway. Remember, our fighting men need our support to carry this fight to the finish. Buy more war bonds. The People's Bonds. Correct Pacific War time now 10 seconds before 6:30. War time now 10 seconds before 6:30. War time now 10 seconds before 6:30. War time now 10 seconds before 6.
From the Municipal Auditorium in Kansas City, Missouri, on behalf of the 5th War Loan Drive, Swan, the new white floating soap, brings you George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest DINAH Shore, with Felix Mills and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, last week, the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce sent a telegram addressed to Kansas City's favorite singer and intended for DINAH Shore. But by mistake, it was delivered to George Burns. Now, the telegram was an invitation to sing at the opening of the 5th War Loan Drive. So we now find Mr. and Mrs. George Burns in a compartment on a train approaching Kansas City.
Gee, I still can't get over it. They picked me as Kansas City's favorite singer.
Oh, yes, and this is only the beginning, George. You go from one triumph to another. Broadway musicals, the concert stage, grand opera, and finally, a singing commercial for Pepsi-Cola.
Do you think they'll like me in Kansas City?
Of course, darling. Well, you'll be the toast of Missouri. Sugar Throat Burns, the Ozark Lark.
Oh, Kansas City, here I come. Right.
George.
Back.
George.
Where?
George. George.
George.
George. You mustn't tire out those little silver tonsils.
Thanks. I wonder if I'll be nervous singing in that big auditorium in front of 12,000 people.
Well, of course you won't. Just remember that you're up there to sell war bonds. And not only that, but you're helping to increase Kansas City's beef production.
Beef? Beef production?
Well, that's what Bill Goodwin said. He said that when those people hear you sing, they're going to raise the biggest beef in history.
I wonder how he meant that.
Of course, Dear, what makes this trip even more thrilling is the fact that we were married right here in Kansas City.
I know. This'll be a second honeymoon for us.
Oh, yes. George, let's stop at that same little hotel where we spent our first honeymoon. We'll get the same room.
Okay.
Everything will be just the same. I even want you to wear that same darling little nightshirt.
All right.
Oh, I'll never forget our wedding night. When you walked out in that nightshirt, I thought Mother would die laughing.
Yeah, I remember.
Come in.
Hiya, folks.
Hello, Bill.
Say, look what the baggage man found in your trunk, George.
Hello. Tootsie Sagwell, what were you doing in my trunk?
Well, I can explain everything, dear. Tootsie's going to Kansas City to be married. She sent her picture to a man there through the Lonely Hearts Club.
Yes. See, it was a picture just like this one taken in my strapless evening gown.
Hey, Tootsie, that's a pretty daring picture.
Oh, do you think so?
Yes, it shows your face.
Oh, Bill. Pay no attention to him, Tootsie. You're a regular glamour girl.
Oh, are you kidding, Gracie? Now, if you want to see a real glamour girl, just step into compartment A in the next car.
Yeah, who's there?
Dinah Shore.
Well, what's Dinah Shore got that Tootsie Sagwell hasn't got? Put them both in bathing suits on a beach, and how would you tell them apart?
Dinah has a better shoreline.
Gracie, let's go in and see Dinah. I'd like to tell her about being Kansas City's favorite singer.
Well, George and Gracie.
Hello, Dinah. Dinah, we just heard that you were on the train. Where are you going?
To Kansas City.
That's a coincidence, so are we.
Oh, good. Say, I hope you'll come and hear me sing at the Bond rally. I've been chosen Kansas City's favorite singer.
You have?
Well, this is a coincidence. George has been chosen Kansas City's favorite singer, too.
George?
Yes.
Oh, well, I guess I'm supposed to be their favorite girl singer, and George is their favorite boy. Man. Singer of the opposite sex.
Yes, I guess so.
Say, I don't believe I've ever heard you sing, George.
Really? Well, listen. I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Oh, that man must have a lute and a lyre in him. Oh, Dinah, wasn't that beautiful?
Yes, it was magnificent.
Oh, you're just saying I'm magnificent because you're another singer.
Yes, I guess there's a little liar in me, too.
By the way, Dinah, how is your husband, George Montgomery?
Oh, he's just fine, thanks. Say, Gracie, there's another coincidence. You married a man named George, and I married a man named George.
Yeah. You married a big, handsome actor?
And you married a man named George.
Dinah, maybe we ought to get together on our numbers. What are you going to sing in Kansas City?
Well, I thought the folks might like an old favorite. How about this? I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll sit through, and darling, poverty may come to me. That's true, but what care I as long as I have you.
Oh, that was lovely, Dinah. And now, George, you sing something for Dinah.
Okay. Oh, Kansas City, here I come. Right.
George.
Back.
George.
Where?
George. George.
Uh-huh. Yes?
George, we're pulling into Kansas City. All off for Kansas City. There's a big crowd waiting.
Oh, wasn't it clever of me, George, the way I sneaked you off the back of the train and into this taxicab?
Yeah. I still don't know why you did it.
Oh, didn't you see that mob of young girls at the station? I didn't want those Bobby Sockers to tear your shirt off like they do Frank Sinatra.
But, Gracie, they wouldn't think I was Sinatra.
Well, they might, with your shirt off.
I was kind of looking forward to getting mobbed a little.
Well, you just wait till tonight. After they've heard you sing, then you'll really get mobbed.
You think so? Say, what happened to Tootsie?
Oh, well, she's out looking for that lonely heart correspondent of hers. Oh, dear, here's our hotel. Driver, pull right up here.
Here you are, driver.
Well, George, there it is. The same hotel you took me to the day we were married.
Yeah, the Packing House Plaza. Rooms, $1.
Gee whiz, the rates have doubled since we were here.
Well, let's go in and get a room.
Oh, wait, George. I'd like to be carried across the threshold just like I was on our wedding day.
Oh, but Grace.
Oh, please, George. Maybe you can find the same bellboy who did it then.
He's probably in the army. Let's go in. I guess that girl is the desk clerk. I'll find out about a room. How do you do? I'd like a room for my wife and myself.
I'm sorry, sir. We don't have a single vacancy.
Oh, but you just have to accommodate us. After all, I picked this hotel when I married my husband. Don't you think you owe me something for that?
I'm sorry. We don't rectify mistakes after 30 days.
Look, I'd like to see the manager.
Oh, he's in Wichita.
Wichita?
Yes, he found a room there.
Let's go, Gracie. Come on.
Oh, gee, I wanted to stop here.
Hey, hiya, kids. Where you going?
Oh, we can't get a room here, Bill.
Oh, well, George, I took care of that for you. I knew you'd want to stop here.
Yeah, how did you do it?
Well, you see that cute little desk clerk with the sparkle in her eye?
Yeah.
Well, her name is Betty Ann, and that sparkle didn't come from eating carrots.
What kind of room did you talk her out of?
Well, I gave her a hug, and she offered me a single room.
Yeah?
I gave her a kiss, and she offered me a double room.
Yeah?
Here's the key to the royal suite.
How did you get that?
Well, gave her a bar Swan soap, George. You know, that's Swan, the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in 1. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in 1.
So all you did to get the royal suite was hand her a bar of Swan, huh?
Well, tonight we're going to take a little picnic supper out to Swope Park, and after supper we'll stroll over to the lagoon.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, what do you suppose? We'll put the supper dishes in the lagoon and wash them with Swan. Gee, I'll show Betty Ann how those long-lasting Swan suds make short work of washing dishes even in hard water. And I'll tell her that Swan's so mild and gentle, it's not only kind to her hands, but it's wonderful for her complexion, too.
Oh, hello. Here you are, George and Gracie. How you, Bill?
Hello, Dinah. Well, I'll be seeing you folks in the auditorium.
Gracie, Bill told me you were going to stop here, but why this hotel? Why don't you come over to the Mule Box?
Oh, no, Dinah. This is our honeymoon hotel. It reminds me of George.
But it's so old and broken down and... Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, Gracie and I were married right here in Kansas City, Dinah.
Yes. My whole family came to the wedding. And when the preacher said, if there is anyone present who knows why this marriage should not take place,
Well, you never heard such shouting and screaming in your life?
Gracie's family didn't exactly approve of me.
Oh, Mother cried and cried.
Oh, well, all mothers cry at weddings.
But mine is still crying.
I don't think Dinah is interested in our honeymoon talk, Gracie.
Well, how can I help but talk about it? This hotel brings it back to my mind so vividly. Remember when the bellboy took us to our room and handed us the key and started to leave? That's when you leaned over and whispered those 3 little words in my ear.
3 little words?
Yeah. Tip the boy.
That's right. Well, that's enough. Dinah and I have to be getting over to the auditorium to rehearse. Dinah, I think I'll do my opening number with a lot of rhythm. You know, I can't give you anything but love. Oh, baby,
Oh,
baby.
no, darling. No. Oh, dear, no. Sing it smoothly. You mustn't jerk those delicate tonsils out of position.
Well, what do you think, Dinah?
Well, I agree, George. You did sound pretty jerky.
Well, you two songbirds run along to the auditorium. I'm going over to the Chamber of Commerce and thank the head of the bond rally for inviting us here. Oh, how do you do? Are you the head of the Chamber of Commerce?
No, I'm not.
Oh, well, I wanted to see the chamber head. Well, are you the head of the bond drive?
No, I'm the head of the fat salvage drive.
Oh, you're the fat head. Well, I'm Mrs. Burns, and I just wanted to thank Kansas City for inviting my husband here.
Who is your husband?
Sugar Throat Burns.
Sugar Throat Burns.
For Kansas City's favorite singer. See, here's the telegram you sent inviting him to sing at the bond rally tonight.
Oh, this telegram was intended for Dinah Shore. Your husband must have gotten it by mistake.
Oh, then he isn't Kansas City's favorite singer?
No. You might try Kansas City, Kansas.
Oh, dear, this will break his heart. I better get him out of town before he finds out. I've looked all over the auditorium. Where's George?
In his dressing room?
Well, I just found out that he's not Kansas City's favorite singer.
Really?
Oh, Bill, he won't get over this if he lives to be 100.
Well, so he'll be unhappy for a couple of years. Cheer up, Gracie. Dinah Shore is just getting ready to rehearse that wonderful tune she introduced, Tessa's Torch Song. So let's listen, huh?
I had a man. He was a good man. That is, you see, what I mean is I thought he was a good man. I had a friend. She was a good friend. I told my friend about my man, 'cause I thought she was a good friend. Life was sweet. Didn't I have my man? World complete. Then the fireworks began. Ain't got no man, ain't got no friend. I'll bet you can guess just exactly what happened. That was the end of my friend, the end of my man, and darn near the end of me. Of me.
Dinah sing so beautifully, Bill.
Yeah.
Almost as beautifully as George. And now poor George won't get to sing. Gee, I'm afraid to tell him.
Oh, don't worry, Gracie. He'll get over it.
Oh, you don't know George. When he finds out he's not Kansas City's favorite singer, he might do something desperate.
No.
Why, he's liable to throw himself under the mayor's car and let the oil out.
Impetuous boy.
Oh, the poor darling, he's in his dressing room right now rehearsing. Just listen, Bill.
Till that lucky day, you know darn well.
Why, if Kansas City could hear that glorious voice, they'd keep him here forever.
You think so?
Well, if you lived in Kansas City and George sang here, what would you do?
I'd make the San Fernando Valley my home. Well, I gotta be getting out onto the stage.
Oh, dear, I hate to tell George. His face will drop just like his chest did.
Gracie, I heard the news about George not singing tonight.
Oh, Dinah, maybe you can fix it. Have George put back on the program.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I can't, Gracie. Besides, I wouldn't worry. It's not a matter of life or death.
Well, no, Yeah. Yes, it is. That's why you've got to help him. George is in his dressing room right now standing on a chair with a rope around his neck. And if he doesn't sing...
You mean he's gonna...
Oh, yeah, I'll peek in and see if he's all right.
Oh.
Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find.
Gee, somebody must have kicked the chair out from under him.
Oh, no, that was George singing.
Well, I never would... Oh, Gracie, here comes Mr. Higginbottom, the man in charge of music tonight. Why don't you speak to him?
Oh, Dinah.
Yes,
better get on stage. We're ready to start.
All right, Mr. Higginbottom. I'll see you later, Gracie.
Mr. Higginbottom, wouldn't you like to have Mr. Burns, the famous radio star, on the program tonight?
Mr. Burns, is he here?
Yes, right in this dressing room. Listen.
Happiness, and I guess all those things you've always pined for.
Well, there you are.
That's wonderful. And he brought along his bazooka.
No. That was George Burns. He was singing.
He was?
Yes. Won't you let him sing on the program tonight, Mr. Higginbottom?
I'm afraid I couldn't.
Well, couldn't you just let him sing a duet with Dinah Shaw?
I'd rather not.
But singing seems a much better than soloist. Now look at the Mary Macs. Where would Mary be without Max? Well, how about it, Mr. Higginbottom?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must get into my office.
Oh, poor George. How will I...
Gracie, I'm so miserable.
Oh, Tootsie, what happened?
It's my Kansas City man. I came all the way from California and I couldn't get him.
Well, Tootsie, you should have wired him.
I did, but he untied himself and got away. I chased him all over Kansas City, but he ran in here and disappeared. I want my Mr. Higginbottom.
Tootsie, did you call him Higginbottom?
Yes, is it a naughty word?
Well, Tootsie, look, you wait right here. I think George may sing tonight after all. Mr. Higginbottom, have you changed your mind about letting my husband sing tonight?
No.
All right. Sick 'em, Tootsie.
Oh, Higgy, come to my arms.
No, take her away. Help.
Yeah, well, does George Burns sing tonight?
All right, anything. Just call off this woman.
All right, Tootsie, you wait outside for a minute.
All right. Oh, he's a cute little rascal.
All right, Mr. Higginbottom, you can come down now off the chandelier. But remember, my husband sings tonight, even if it's only a duet with Dinah Shaw.
All right, I'll make an arrangement for
Oh, good. Make it I Can't Give You Anything But Love, and give my husband the juicy part. You know, lots of cadenzas and fortissimos and tacids and all kind of chords.
Sure. I'll even give your husband a diminished fifth.
A diminished fifth? Oh, no. He couldn't drink half a pint.
Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man. asking you to buy a share of freedom today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you're enjoying our show, and I know that you people here in the auditorium will be proud and happy to learn that the bonds which you purchased as your admission here tonight totaled $11,283,525. George, Gracie, Dinah, myself, and all of us thank you for letting us help get the Fifth War Loan off to such a rousing start. How about that, Dinah?
You said it, Bill. And I'd like to remind you folks that every bond you bought here tonight is going to make those walls of Fortress Europe come tumbling down a little faster. And the sooner that happens, the sooner our boys will be coming home.
Right, Dinah. And remember, folks, every time you buy a war bond, you're buying a hunk of happy future for yourself and your children.
So let's all get in there and invest every dollar we can possibly scrape together.
And keep backing the attack.
Buy more than ever before.
And now for the grand finale of our show. George Burns is waiting in the wings to entertain you. So without further ado, I present one of Hollywood's greatest talents, one of the finest artists I have ever worked with. That great entertainer, Mrs. George Burns.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present the musical treat of the century, Mr. Sugarthroat Burns, assisted by Dinah Shaw and Felix Mills in the orchestra, singing that great torch song, I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby. George and Dinah are both great torch singers, but after listening, I'm sure you'll all agree that my husband is the torcher of the two. Incidentally, this arrangement was made by Kansas City's own musical director, Mr. Higginbottom. Well, here they are, George Burns and Company.
I can't give you anything but love,
Baby.
That's the only thing I've plenty of.
Baby.
Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness, and I guess all those things you've always pined for.
G.
I'd like to see you looking swell.
Baby.
Diamond bracelets will worth doesn't sell.
Baby.
Till that lucky day, you know darn well.
Hey, baby. Baby, 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 baby. Baby, baby. Baby, bo, 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 bo. Baby, 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 baby. Take it.
Take it. There's nothing left to take. You take it, Felix.
Before we go now, George and Gracie would like to speak to you. All right, Gracie.
Thanks, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to the invasion news, it makes you feel sort of helpless. Helpless because you realize just what our boys are going through. And all we can do is listen to what is happening. But actually, we can do more than listen. We can help those boys. We can help them by buying war bonds.
Because we've all heard so much about war bonds, and we've all bought them before, we're beginning to take war bonds for granted. we're apt to think, let the other fella buy them. They'll make the quota all right, but the other fellow was you. Don't forget that without the war bonds you bought in the past, there never would have been an invasion. And don't forget that there's plenty of rough going ahead. Don't let the boys down. They're doing one terrific job.
Let's buy war bonds with every single penny we can spare. This time, let's really back the attack. Let's buy more than ever before.
Our guest, Dinah Shore, is heard every Thursday night over this same network and appeared through the courtesy of Bird's Eye Frosted Foods. Tonight's broadcast in behalf of the 5th War Loan Drive came to you from the Municipal Auditorium in Kansas City and brings to a close the current season for George Burns and Gracie Allen. We'll be off the air for 8 weeks, after which the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, invite you to again listen to George and Gracie and the rest of our cast. Be with us, won't you? This program is broadcast to our servicemen and women all over the world through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And now, till next August 15th, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got
Come on in, fellas. Special Service presents the Burns and Allen Show with Bill Goodwin, Felix Mills Orchestra, and the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, there's going to be a big show at the Servicemen's Canteen tonight, and Gracie is scheduled to play her concerto for index finger. While waiting for George to take her to rehearsal, she's limbering up that talented digit.
Oh, poor Hosea Turby.
You feel sorry for Turby?
Oh, yes. He's one of those unfortunate men whom modern civilization has passed by.
What do you mean?
Well, there was my grandfather. He spent years learning to make candles. Along came electricity.
Oh.
Then there was old man Harris. Learned to make washboards. Along came the washing machine. And now, poor Hosea Turby.
What about him?
Spent his whole life learning to play the piano with 10 fingers. Along I come. 9 fingers just left hanging there.
Yeah, the poor man. Who else is going to entertain at the canteen tonight?
Oh, there may be lots of stars from that picture I did. I did my concerto in 2 Girls and a Sailor. I know Van Johnson will be there.
Oh, is Van Johnson? Is Van Johnson popular with the soldiers?
What did you say, George?
I said, is Van Johnson popular with the soldiers?
Oh, yes. You know how those soldiers love to dance.
I don't get it.
Well, Van Johnson has a big following of girls.
Well, how does that make him popular with the soldiers?
The girls follow him into the canteen,
and the soldiers dance with him, I say. He's quite a sensation with the girls, isn't he?
Oh, George, it's unbelievable the way those young girls mob him. Why, they grab his handkerchief, pull his necktie off.
Oh, say, speaking of neckties, thanks for the one you gave me for my birthday.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope it looks as good on you as it did on Van Johnston.
Don't tell me you've fallen for a sex appeal, too.
Oh, don't worry, George. You're my man. Why, Van Johnson wouldn't have your sex appeal if he lived to be 100.
You mean that?
Certainly. I'll bet very few men of 100 have your sex appeal.
Oh, well, thanks, dear.
Even men of 90 and 95.
Forget it.
Even men of 85.
All right.
You're loaded with...
Yeah, I'm loaded.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie. Hello, George.
Well, Tootsie Sagwell, where have you been all summer, Tootsie?
Oh, during the army camp.
Real entertaining?
Oh, very.
Gracie means, what did you do to entertain the boys?
Oh, I sold chances on a punch board. For prizes, I offered the boys weekend passes.
Oh, I'll bet that got response.
Well, it did at first. They thought I meant the kind of passes that let them out of camp.
We'd better get started for rehearsal, Gracie.
Oh, all right. Tootsie, there's got to be a show at the canteen tonight. Why don't you get a date and come down?
Oh, who would I get a date with?
Well, I'll run over the list of men who'll be at the canteen. Bill Goodwin, George Burns, Jimmy Durante, Van Johnson.
Van Johnson?
Oh, do you like him, Tootsie?
Like him? Oh, Van Johnson. Oh, Frank Sinatra with muscles.
Well, Tootsie, that settles it. I'll get you a date with Van Johnson.
Wait a minute. I absolutely forbid you to ask Van Johnson for a date with Tootsie. Is that clear?
But, George...
Well, promise me.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I want a date.
Now, don't worry, Tootsie. I'll get you somebody. You don't care if it's a blind date, do you?
Blind or sober? Get me a man.
Come on, Gracie. Let's go to rehearsal.
Well, we're in plenty of time. Rehearsal hasn't even started yet.
Say, I'm anxious to see this Van Johnson in person. How does he look off the screen?
Well, like Tootsie said, he's a Sinatra with muscles. He has the Sinatra appeal, but with a Burns physique.
Burns physique, eh?
Yeah. You know how big and strong Bob Burns is.
I know.
Oh, look, there he is.
Where?
Just going into his dressing room.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Van.
Why didn't he come over and talk to us?
Oh, he's terribly bashful, George.
He is?
Yeah. You know, he's a lot like you used to be.
Was I bashful?
Well, you told me yourself that you were 27 years old before you found out what you weighed stripped.
Yeah, I was shy.
Well, Van Johnson is very shy, too. All the time we worked on that picture, Two Girls and a Sailor, he kept looking at me and he wanted to come over and talk to me, but he just couldn't work up the nerve. And finally, the last day, he gritted his teeth, squared his shoulders, walked right up to me, and handed me an apple.
You brought out the tiger in the boy.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Burnses. Say, I'm sorry the rehearsal's late getting started.
Hello, Bill.
Hiya, Goodwin. Gracie was just telling me about Van Johnson.
Van? Well, where is he? I've been looking for him.
Well, he just went into his dressing room. Now that I've seen him, I know why the girls go for him.
Yeah?
He's so innocent and boyish, he arouses the mother in them.
Well, George, I'm the same way.
You aroused the mother?
Yep, aroused one last night. She came downstairs and made her daughter go to bed.
I see.
Well, I'll see you later, folks. I'm going in and talk to Van. Hello, Van.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Say, listen, Van, after the show tonight, why don't you get a date and let's go somewhere, huh?
Oh, gosh, Bill, I can't get a date.
Are you kidding?
I'm too bashful to ask a girl. Gee, there's one girl I sure would like to have a date with, though. She worked in that picture, Two Girls and a Sailor. But I never could get up enough nerve to speak to her. But finally, the last day...
Yeah?
I gave her an apple.
Impetuous boy.
She's here now. I saw her just a minute ago and said hello to her.
Well, why didn't you ask her for a date?
Her father was with her.
Well, Van, why should that scare you? The man's only human.
You haven't seen this man.
The girl's cute, huh?
Oh, she's just the type I like.
Yeah.
Lots of fun. A million laughs. Cute as a bug's ear. Talented. Nice, too, Bill. She supports your father.
How do you know?
Oh, every Saturday he used to pick her up at the studio, and I'd see her hand him her check.
Gee, this girl sounds like a real gem. What's her name?
Oh, no, I'm not telling you. You'll grab her, you wolf.
Oh, why, Van, I'm not a wolf. How can you say that?
Ah, yes, you are. But, darn it, I sure envy your technique with women, Bill. The way you can walk up to a perfectly strange woman and start a conversation.
Conversation? Listen, Van, in 2 minutes I can have her kissing me.
Gee, how do you do it?
Well, it's very simple, kid. I'll teach you.
Oh, I don't know, Bill. I think I'll try to work out a technique of my own.
Well, okay, Van, but whoever that girl is, you go find her and ask her for a date.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll keep an eye on her, and if her father leaves, I'll ask her.
That's the deal. I'll see you tonight.
Well, it doesn't look like rehearsal is going to start for a while, Gracie. I'd better go on home.
All right, George. I'll be home in plenty of time to dress for the show.
All right. Goodbye, baby.
Goodbye, darling. Let's see now. Who could I get for Tootsie's date? Jimmy Cash? No, he's seen Tootsie. Felix Mills? No, Tootsie's seen him. Dave, no.
Hello.
Oh, hello, then.
How's your father?
My father? Well, he's fine. How's yours?
Fine. Hot, isn't it?
Yes.
Read any good books lately?
No. Have you?
No. I don't know how to talk to women. I'd like to have a date tonight, but I haven't got the nerve to ask for
A
one.
date? Well, maybe that can be arranged.
Gee, you mean you would...
Sure. I was trying to think of someone for a date when you walked up.
Oh, boy. I'll be by your house at 7:30. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Oh, goodbye. Oh, my goodness. Well, I'd better tell Toots to be at my house.
Oh, I forgot something.
What?
Here's another apple.
Oh.
Jimmy Cash, our popular young tenor, sings for you the old favorite, After You've Gone. James.
After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying you'll feel blue, you'll feel sad, you'll miss the dearest pal you ever had. There'll come a time, now don't forget it, there'll come a time when you'll regret it. Someday, when you grow lonely, your heart will break like mine and you'll want me only. After you've gone, after you've gone away.
Well, Van Johnson is just arriving at the Burns home to take Gracie to the canteen show. Still under the impression that he has a date with her and that George is Gracie's father.
Oh, hello, Van.
Hello. Is Gracie ready?
Oh, are you going to take us to the canteen?
Us? Are you going?
Sure. I'll bet it'll be great tonight.
Oh, not as great as I thought.
What's the matter, kid? You feel low?
Yeah.
Girl trouble?
Well, not so much the girl. It's her father. He's always hanging around.
Oh, one of those guys who follows his daughter around like a bloodhound, huh?
Yeah, except this one's more like a Pekingese.
Well, don't let this old buzzard spoil your romance. You can't get rid of him, just ignore him. Grab the girl in your arms and hug her and kiss her.
Right in front of the old man?
Certainly. Let me know what happens.
You'll be the first to know.
Good.
But maybe this girl doesn't smooch.
A smooch?
Yeah, you know. That's when a fellow and a girl... I guess in your day they called it bundling.
Yeah, but don't let that worry you. Just grab her and kiss her. Believe me, she'll love it.
I think maybe she will at that. She looks awfully love-starved.
By the way, who is the girl?
Well, it's Gracie.
Gracie? Gracie who?
Gracie Allen.
Oh, you're a lucky fella. She's a very... Gracie Allen?
Yes, sir.
Why, you young wolf, get out of my house.
Okay. Yeah, it's all right to smooch other girls, but when it comes to your daughter...
Daughter? Why, you...
Don't get excited, Pop. I'm going.
Pop! Gracie, come in here.
Yes, dear?
Do you know that Ben Johnson has got a crush on you?
A crush on me?
Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why, I'm old enough to be his sister.
Well, just the same, it's true. And not only that, but he thinks I'm your father.
Oh, well, now, George, no one could possibly think that you're my father. For my father has brown hair, and yours has a little gray in it.
Well, I'm going right over and tell him I'm your husband.
Oh, no, wait, George. A shock like that might be too much for him.
What shock? I'll just walk in and say Gracie and I are married. He'll get over it.
Oh, I don't know. Remember how long it took to bring my mother to?
Well, he's got to be straightened out, shock or no shock.
Oh, dear, now why did this have to happen to me? With all those beautiful young single girls at MGM, why did he have to fall for a beautiful young married girl?
Look, Gracie, I'm going over and tell him.
Oh, but George, he's so young and innocent. To save his pride, let me disillusion him gradually. Then he'll think he's giving me up.
That might take years.
Hey, it might.
Nothing of that. I'm going over and tell Van Johnson we're married, and right now.
Oh, my goodness, now, if George gets to him first, it might warp his whole life. I better call him and get him right over here. Come in.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, Tootsie, am I glad you're here. I'm in terrible trouble.
What's the matter, Gracie?
Well, Van Johnson is in love with me, but I'm married to George, so I've got to get rid of him.
Well, George shouldn't be so hard to get rid of.
Oh, no, I don't want to get rid of George. I want to get rid of Van Johnson.
Do you feel all right, Gracie?
Well, certainly.
Well, just tell him you're married to George.
Oh, Tootsie, the shock might be too much for him. Why, his freckles might turn gray overnight. There he is now. You go in the den, Tootsie, and I'll make him think I'm not the kind of a woman for a sweet, innocent boy. I'll disillusion him, make him give me up.
Oh, Gracie, don't make him give up women entirely. That would be a terrible waste of manpower.
Well, here I am. Is it safe for me to come in?
Well, that all depends, sucker. Lots of men have found I wasn't a safe type. That's why they call me gold-digging Gracie.
You're only kidding.
You think so, huh? Got a dime?
A dime?
That's right, $0.1 of a dollar.
Oh, sure. Here you are.
See, I'm just after your money, sucker.
Well, you're not after very much.
I didn't want to scare off the new prospect.
Oh, the big stuff comes later.
That's your life, sucker. Men have paid me $1 million for a smile. $1 billion to hold my hand.
How much for a kiss?
I've never been kissed. Nobody can afford it. No, sonny boy.
Oh, not me. I'm staying.
Don't be a sucker. Get moving, Van.
But I happen to like you.
I'm not the sort of a girl for you. All I care about is diamonds and pearls and Kleenex. I'm not happy unless I'm covered with more mink than a mink.
Gracie, you're wonderful.
What's so funny, sucker?
That's the best hard-boiled act I've ever heard.
An act? What? You don't believe me, huh?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, excuse me, there's someone at the door.
Hey, Gracie, they're waiting for you at the canteen. It's almost time for your concerto.
Oh, Bill, I'm in a mess. Van Johnson is here and he's in love with me.
In love with you?
Yeah.
How about George?
No, he just loves me.
No, Gracie. I mean, does he know about George?
No, he thinks George is my father.
Father? Oh, Gracie. Confidentially, is he?
Oh, Bill. Now, look, you've got to help me disillusion Van. Make him think I'm the wrong kind of a girl.
Hey, what's going on? Oh, hello, Bill.
Tell him, Bill. Tell him what I am. After dark.
The canteen just called your name.
Oh, dear. We're on our way.
You handsome man. Hello, Bill.
Goodbye, Tootsie.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Goodbye, Tootsie.
Oh, gee, won't I ever get a break?
Come on, Bill. They're waiting at the canteen.
And now, fellas, we present that distinguished pianist-composer, Gracie Allen, who will play her original composition, Concerto for Index Finger.
Oh, thank you, boys. And before I play, I'd just like to pay tribute to the man who made this possible. My piano teacher, One Finger Louie. Mr. Felix Mills will conduct the orchestra. I'm ready, Mr. Mills.
was wonderful, Gracie. Shall we go on our date now?
Oh, Van, aren't you disillusioned about me yet?
Oh, no, I don't believe all that silly stuff you pull.
Tell him the truth, Gracie.
Oh, well, all right. Van, George Burns is not my father. He's my husband.
That's the funniest one yet, George.
Well, he is. I can show you our wedding license. We're absolutely married.
Gracie, you're a scream.
Well, what's so unbelievable about that? George Burns happens to be a very handsome man. Here, George, stand up here beside Van Johnson. I just want to compare you two.
Okay.
Well, that's it. Now, let me look at you side by side.
Well, Gracie?
George, are you sure we're married?
George and Grace will be right back.
So sweet that I repeat means I adore you. Amor, amor, my love. Would you deny this heart that I have placed before you? I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear, but somehow or another nothing comes quite so dear as this soft caressing word I know. Amor, amor, my love. When you're away, there is no day. Make life divine, say you'll be mine, and love me only. Amor,
And now here are George and Gracie and their guest, Van Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry I got things so mixed up tonight, Mr. Burns.
Oh, that's all right, Van.
And I'm sorry I laughed when Gracie said you were a husband.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that, Van.
I know. There's nothing to laugh about.
It certainly isn't.
Not at all.
I should say not.
Okay, break it up. Good night, George.
What a Katie did. When a Katie did. What a Katie did. Then I couldn't do what a doodle-bug could do. If I chuck like a woodchuck would. I'd be in luck, but I can't chuck like a woodchuck would. Oh, do-do-do, what a doodle-bug would do. If a doodle-bug could do. What a doodle-bug
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.